විශාල පිරිසකට එකවර ආහාර ලබා ගැනීමේ හැකියාව තිබෙන ලංකාවේ ලොකුම බත්වා පැමිණෙන සියලුම දෙනාට ආහාර සපයන්න අපි සූදානම් වෙනවා. සත් බලන්න පොළොව ආපු කෙනෙකුට දැනෙන බඩගින්න නිවන්න පිරිසුදු සිටින් ආහාර ගන්න පුළුවන් අවස්ථාව උදා කරලා දෙන්න අපි ඔබට මේ දැනත් බන්න ඉවසීමෙන් ඉන්න මොකද තරු පන්තියේ හෝටල් වල ඔබට රස පහන්නේ ගානිකාව අභිමානයි විසිත නිසා.
All right, that's all we have for you in the news segment this hour. We'll go on a very short break and the fashion review will be brought to your table. So stay with us. Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. This is the fashion review segment. So the EMVCA happened last week, and you would agree with me that it was quite an interesting one, ranging from the cultural night to the award day. And you would agree with me that our fashion designers outdid themselves. We should give them some credit for that, for making the celebrities look spectacular. Now we would be rating some of these outfits. First on the list is Faith More. Let's take a look at Faith More's outfit and rate her outfits. We'll be doing this together, okay? Okay, so let's have Etsani to Kura's outfits. Let's review her outfits. Okay. I don't know what to call this, honestly. I don't know what to call the outfit. I don't know what name to give it, but it's beautiful. It's beautiful. The color is fine. The designer tried his or her best, and of course, she had the right body for the outfit. So we will be rating this a 6/10. For me, 6/10, because I don't know what to call the outfit. I don't know how to describe it, but it's actually beautiful and beautiful on the body of the person. So let's move forward. The third on the list is Desmond Elliot. So let's have Desmond Elliot's outfit on screen. I watched the video and the person was like, okay, this is an elephant himself, because Desmond Elliot is, yes, a veteran actor. We've known him for a very long time before he had to put most of his energy on politics. So his outfit is quite outstanding, quite different from, from the waist to the top is giving, I'm here for political meeting and business, or more like a priest. In fact, up is giving, I'm here for a serious business. While the down part is giving the whole Cinderella vibes, and maybe she forgot her shoes or something. But it's very beautiful. The creativity is nice. I would give it an 8/10. 8/10 for me, because he did something out of the box. So yeah. Let's move forward. Next on the list is Bam Bam, our Achalugo. Let's see what Achalugo wore for the award. This is quite so beautiful and elegant. This is well detailed. I think the designer was trying to do a whole lot with Levy design and with the cape, and I love the fact that the net had to blend with her color. It's so beautiful. Not doing too much, but elegant and outspoken. So for me, Bam Bam is a 10/10. Let's move forward. Next on the list is Nana Akua Ado. Let's review what Nana wore to the award. Oh, I can hear you. I can hear you. Outfit is well detailed. The guest I had yesterday said something about if not because of that white whole thing doing the whole dancing stuff, the outfit is just there. But I love it. There's a whole creativity in it. It is not easy to do this, and Nana is the person that always give us that mouth open when it comes to her outfit. So I'll give her a 10/10. Yes, it's very beautiful and creative. I'll give her a 10/10. Let's move forward. Next on the list is Liquor Rose. Let's see what's Liquor Rose, who won Best Dress in African Tradition. The African Day, actually, in ENVC. Let's see what she won to the award. So she titled this Diamond, and it's giving diamond vibes. It's giving princess vibe. I don't know. There's a whole lot happening in this outfit that is so beautiful for me. The design is outstanding, but not too extravagant. But it gives that pronunciation when you walk in, because of the white details and the flower, the diamond, the little shiny thing. So I'll give this a 10/10. It's very beautiful. I'll give it a 10/10. And next on the list is Mercy Eke. Let's see what Mercy Eke wore to the award. Okay, I think this person is the right diamond lady now. Because every single detail of this clothes is giving blink, blink. This is beautiful. Sometimes I wonder how these designers come up with ideas. It's giving Frozen sister tried to freeze her sister, but she didn't really freeze the sister. So she just, I don't know, you're all locked up in a chain or something. I don't know, but this outfit is beautiful. I think she's the real diamond princess right now. The details, perfect, spectacular. The whole design, perfect, spectacular. Thank God she didn't even go out to start wearing a neck piece, because I don't know what that would have looked like. So I'll give her 100/10. 100/10. Yes. So let's move forward. Next on the list is Osas. Let's see what Osas were to the AMVCA award. All right. You know, our designers, I don't think they're giving them much credit too. Although they did this year, because what in the world is this? This neck thing is giving a dry leaf vibe and a little mushroom by the side or something, but it's quite simple. Not so simple, but outspoken, very pretty, well detailed, and outstanding. So I'll give her a 10/10. And of course to the designer a 10/10, because this is so perfect. And next on the list is Femi David. Let's see what Femi David wore today. Okay, this when I saw this, I I don't know what expression I actually gave, because this is what he wore to the cultural day. They said dress cultural, and this is giving caveman vibe. Like, what in the hell is this? What is this? You know, I'm going to I'll give you some credits for the creativity, but for the out, I don't know what to call this. What's the horn thing? I don't know. What's this thing you're putting? Please, let's have the next person. The next on the list is Erenini Osinachi. Let's see what Osinachi wore to the awards. All right, this is another prince, charming. But what do I call this outfit now? What tribe is this? It's beautiful on him. It's quite creative on him. It's nice. It's outstanding. Out of the box, the whole cap thing I like. I think this is tiny beads or something. They did something very great with the colors, actually, color blending and all. I like. So I'm gonna give him a 9/10 for this. A 9/10 for this. This outfit is actually great in the body of the person putting it on, so that's it for me. And of course, next on the list is Doyin that surprised each and every person on social media. So let's have Doyin's outfit on screen. All right. This is magnificent. Quote me wrong, quote me right. It is a yes or a yes. This is magnificent. This is, what do I call it? Like, what? If Doyin made it to the Met Gala, she's supposed to win Best Dress. Trust me. Because this designer went all out to make sure that, oh my goodness, what is this? Okay, I think that's an AI now. That stuff towards the ending is an AI, which is quite creative. But every single detail is on this dress. This is a tree. This is life. This is nature, and it's so pretty. This is 1,000/100 for me. It is 1,000/100 for me. Quote me anyhow you want to. Don't forget that you have your own opinion, because this design, how on earth did this person give this whole root? Oh God, magnificent. She's supposed to win Best Dress. I don't know. She's supposed to win Best Dress for me. All right, so next on the list is Erica. Let's see what Erica wore to the AMVCA award. I think this is the real Cinderella now. Beautiful princess, you know, making the whole magnificent walk. But it's giving a wedding gown vibe, some sort of. but it's pretty actually. It's very, very, very pretty, magnificent. You know, the glove, the hair. Will I call that a tiara now? Okay, yeah. So I'll give this a 10 over 10 because of the details and the design is quite out of the box. It's not giving the whole body hug, con body. It's giving the whole ball dress and all that. So it's a 10 over 10 for me. And last on the list is papaya. Papaya is the last person on the list. Papaya is in French is pawpaw or banana. Quote me actually. So I think this is very creative, out of the box too. Papaya and Doing did something out of the box. Did something that not your regular designer would think of. You know, I don't know how they came up with this idea, but it is quite pretty, very, very pretty, very, very well detailed. I don't know if she was very comfortable sitting with this actually, but it's nice. I'll give this a 10 over 10 because of the designer and because of the fact that she had to do something out of the box. For the necklace, I don't know if I like that necklace. Maybe they would have done something like, whatever, what do I know? I'm not a designer. But this is very, very pretty. This is very, very nice, very outstanding, special, unique. You know, she and Doyin, great, great creativity, great, great design. So this would go for a 10 over 10 for me. Don't forget to always leave your comments in the comment section. Whatever you think about this outfit, I don't mind. We all have the right to our own opinion to all these outfits. So yes, that's all we have for you in the fashion review, and this is where we draw the curtain. The show has come to an end. Join us same time, same station tomorrow for more insights, more drama, more stories from pop, arts, culture, literally everything that has to do with entertainment from all entertainment industry. Follow us on all our social media platforms, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and enjoy the rest of your day. I remain your baby girl, Queenette Mukunta.
Artificial intelligence actually help us to imbue a program, either a program, a project in form of technology that will help us achieve success, become more efficient in any of our operation, whether in farm, because I noticed there's a kind of an AI instrument that I noticed I watched in a video where you see that AI is being used in collaboration.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, World Trade Organization chief says China-US economic trade meeting marks significant step forward. South Africans critical of Afrikaner refugees as flights set to arrive in USA. Taiwan tests locally developed missile system during live fire drills. And China commits about $10 billion in credit lines to Latin America. Details shortly.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
The Director General of the World Trade Organization, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, said that the latest China-US high-level meeting on economic and trade affairs in Geneva marks a significant step forward for international trade. Okonjo-Iweala, in a statement, said she was pleased with the positive outcome of the talks. She said amid current global tensions, such progress is important not only for the United States and China, but also for the rest of the world, including the most vulnerable economies. In an earlier interview with China Global Television Network, CGTN, Okonjo-Iweala said that as the world is facing rising fragmentation and uncertainty, economies should keep sober and careful in decision making.
Been a challenging few years for world trade. We've seen protectionism on the rise, various measures being used by different countries. We need to be very careful that trade policy uncertainty and fragmentation does not impact the world in an adverse way. Let us not rush to take action and counter action. So let's keep steady, let's keep everyone deliberate, let's chill.
Over the weekend, Chinese Vice Premier He Lifeng, the Chinese lead person for China-US Economic and Trade Affairs, held a high-level meeting with U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer in Geneva. According to a joint statement released after the meeting, both China and the U.S. commit to remove 91% tariffs and suspend 24% tariffs for 90 days, while retaining the remaining 90% tariffs. On this basis, the two sides will continue to negotiate on economic and trade relations. The first 49 white South Africans granted refugee status were being deemed victims of racial discrimination under an offer while U.S. President Donald Trump flew to the U.S. on Monday. Under Trump, Washington has blocked mostly non-white refugee admissions from the rest of the world, but is prioritizing Afrikaners, the descendants of mostly Dutch settlers. Treating white South Africans as refugees fleeing oppression has drawn a mixture of alarm and ridicule by South Africans and the authorities alike, who say the Trump administration has waded into a domestic issue it does not understand. People interviewed in Cape Town on Monday said they bore no ill will to their departing compatriots, but doubted they would find life much easier, much better in the U.S.
I don't believe in running away from problems. You know, we've got a lovely country and we make it work, and especially Afrikaans people. I think since we came here, we always made it work. It doesn't matter what happened, you know, in the past and so on. We always look up and just make things work. And so my point of leaving South Africa, you know, I've been all over the world and always come back. And this is definitely the country of milk and honey. You know, we're very blessed in South Africa. The lifestyle we're living with all the drama going on, it's still one of the best countries in the world to live in.
I feel nothing. I'm happy for them. They must go back home. I agree, that's where they come from. They must go back home and seek refugee at home. How many foreigners do we have in South Africa that comes each and every year to seek refugee in South Africa? So why must I feel something about them going back home where they belong? They must go back home and seek refugee at home. I actually don't feel anything. I'm actually happy for them. They must go back home where they belong. I feel absolutely nothing at all.
America, maybe they can help us one day. But we should be helping ourselves right now. That's the only way. We can't run away from our problems because they will always be there. If you run away, you're just leaving it behind, but then you still have kids, you have family, you have friends, they are still in these things. So that means you are still involved as well. Even if you take your personal, like if you take yourself out of it, but there's still somebody there that you know, that you love, maybe that you have worked with. Even these people, I'm sure they're even leaving businesses behind just to go there because they are tired of what's happening around.
Since Nelson Mandela brought democracy into South Africa in 1994, the once ruling white minority has retained most.
And are prepared to share, and please don't beg it. In fact, more farm dwellers are also affected by crime. And also white farmers do get affected by crime, just like any other South African.
In an ambitious artistic response to the climate emergency, a spectacular migration of life-size puppet animals embarked on an extraordinary 20,000-kilometer journey last month from Central Africa to the Arctic Circle. As the procession moves through the Democratic Republic of Congo, Nigeria, Senegal and Morocco before crossing into Europe via Spain, local communities will join the growing carnival of creatures. In each city, residents will train in puppet making and performance, adding their own animals to the migration. The spectacle promises to be both technically impressive and emotionally powerful. Standing at true-to-life scale, the puppets will be engineered to move with natural grace despite their massive dimensions. The herds will see elephants towering over crowds, gazelles living through city squares, and giraffes drinking from the river as the herds stampede through urban centers. The migration will conclude in August 2025 at the Arctic Circle, having grown from a handful of species to a diverse array of wildlife, all united in their search for surviving habitats in a warming world.
Many years the climate debate was led by science and it was about climate and science. And one of the problems with it being about climate and science is scientists are very clever people, and then you also hope they find the solutions for all the problems. Part of what we're trying to do by saying, no, it's about nature, it's about us, it's us.
California Governor Gavin Newsom has directed the state cities and counties to clean up homeless encampments, releasing a blueprint for local jurisdiction to follow in addressing the issue. Newsom said this at a virtual news conference where he told local governments it was time to end the excuses on clearing encampments. The directive was issued as a model ordinance for local jurisdictions to follow, adapt, or use to create their own policies, which Newsom said should be done without delay. Backed by billions in state funding and authority affirmed by the U.S. Supreme Court last year, Newsom said cities and counties should use the state and local funding to provide care and support to homeless people in their areas. Newsom also announced the release of $3.3 billion for communities to expand behavioral health housing and treatment options for seriously ill and homeless people.
Again, I'm just not interested as a taxpayer first, as a guy with 4 kids that wants to walk the streets, that wants to be in parks and playgrounds, someone who wants to see our communities revitalized and small businesses supported, to see the quality of life return in this state. I'm just not interested in this state continuing to fund programs that aren't fundamentally addressing that issue. If nothing else, let's get that issue addressed. And I'm proud. Look, Caltrans is not perfect. The state's not perfect. There's humility here. But we've numerically stress tested this. Over 16,000 encampments we've cleaned up at the state level. That's unprecedented in the state's history. We'll do more. We have to do more. We have a model ordinance that the state is using, and that's what now I want to see happen in other municipalities across California. Some have model ordinances that are unbelievably effective, and they actually enforce them. They've adopted them. Some, frankly, a little too extreme. You saw that even Fremont came back on a component part where they recognized they may have gone too far, and others are just nowhere damn to be found. Tulare County being a classic example in the case I gave you a moment ago.
North Korea has opened the 23rd Pyongyang Spring International Trade Fair in Pyongyang, state media KCNA reported on Tuesday. North Korean participants were seen in browsing booths displaying smartphones, telephones, televisions, fashion items such as handbags and food products. Park Jin-suk, a department director at the Korean International Exhibition Corporation, said the event will actively contribute to the project of enhancing the competitiveness of all export products of the country. About 110 companies from North Korea, Russia, China and Myanmar took part in the event, the agency said. Andres Adreu and Embry Seder had a mission when they founded their window and framing company in Cyprus in 2015 to challenge the island's divisions by operating the business on both sides of its historic ceasefire line. Slimline Frame is one of only a few ventures to use factories on the Greek and Turkish separate sides of the divide. They say that their success, despite multiple obstacles, shows what's possible for pan-Cypriot trade, just as the island's political leadership debates opening additional cross points to facilitate contact and commerce. Cyprus was split in a Turkish invasion in 1974 after a brief Greek-inspired coup, those seeds of the for having 17 billion yen for January to March, and strong performance from its telecommunications holdings and higher valuations in its later stage startup holdings. The result compared with 231 billion yen profit for the same period the previous year and a 26.9 billion yen average loss for 5 analyst estimates compiled by NSEG. Results illustrate the risk and rewards of SoftBank's approach of investing in high-growth technology companies, as well as the complexities that shifting valuations pose to those estimating its earning. Japan's Honda Motor forecasts a 59% profit decrease for the current financial year on Tuesday as the impact of U.S. President Donald Trump's tariffs and a stronger yen offset gains from demand for its hybrid lineup. Japan's second biggest automaker expects operating income to total 500 billion yen in a year to March 31st, 2026 versus 1.21 trillion yen in the year that just ended. Honda's forecast is the latest signal of the difficulty car makers are having navigating Trump's tariffs on foreign trade automobiles. At the same time, the industry has been hit by the rise of Chinese EV producers. Honda also said it will put on hold for approximately 2 years a plan announced in April 2024 to build an EV supply chain in Ontario, Canada. That design was taken due to the current slowdown. That decision was taken due to the current slowdown in EV demand. Stocks in Northeast Asia mostly rose on Tuesday as a US-China deal to temporarily cut tariffs sparked optimism about a possible de-escalation in a global trade war. China's Shanghai Composite SSE index opened up 16.99 points at 3,386.23. Japan's Nikkei share average jumped to the highest in almost 3 months, surging as much as 2.3% shortly after the open. In South Korea, the benchmark Korea Composite Stock Price Index started the day almost unchanged from a previous close. It ended Monday more than 1% higher than the U.S. after the U.S. and China concluded the first round of talks. Under the truce announced on Monday, the U.S. will cut extra tariffs it imposed on Chinese imports last month to 30% from 145% for the next 3 months, while China's duties on U.S. imports will fall to 10% from 125%. Economy Minister Marcelo Ebrard has said that Mexico expects the scheduled review of its bilateral trade pact with the U.S. and Canada to begin ahead of time, although the review of the U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement is officially set for 2026. Ebrard indicated that discussions could start as early as the second half of this year. The U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement, which replaced the North American Free Trade Agreement in 2020, was negotiated during U.S. President Donald Trump's first term, requires the 3 countries to hold a joint review after 6 years. Trump has publicly pushed for the agreement to be renegotiated ahead of time and has called for the U.S. to receive better trade terms with all of its commercial partners. The strong arm tactics have led to sweeping tariffs from the U.S. and fears of a global economic slowdown. Despite the tariffs, the U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement is still in effect, only affecting shipments of products such as steel and completed automobiles from Mexico into the United States. Up ahead, children call for peace in violence-stricken Mexican state after killing of 2 minors. Emergency personnel recover casualties following an Israeli strike on Gaza's Nasser hospital. Details shortly.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Mexican children held a protest on Monday demanding peace and justice following the killing of 2 young girls in the violent-plagued state of Sinaloa, where an ongoing intra-cartel conflict has escalated in recent months. Demonstration took place at Rafael Ramirez Primary School in the state capital, Culiacan, where relatives, classmates, and teachers gathered to mourn the deaths of Alexa Medina, who was 7, and Lady Rojas, who was 11. The girls were killed on May 6 while traveling with family members near the town of Badiraguato. According to relatives, the van carrying the children came under fire from a military unit Initial reports suggest the girls were caught in a crossfire, while Sinaloa Governor Ruben Rocha later stated that this was not the case. He promised a full investigation and said there have been no impunity. The killings have shocked the region, which has been gripped by escalating violence amidst a power struggle within the Sinaloa cartel. The conflict intensified following the July 25 arrest of notorious drug lord on U.S. soil. Palestinian civil defense personnel recovered casualties from under the rubble on Tuesday in the aftermath of an Israeli strike that hit Nasser Medical Complex in Khan Yunis. A number of patients have been pulled from beneath the rubble, member of the civil defense, Ahmed Siam, said, adding that the number of casualties is yet to be released. The Israeli military said in a statement it struck significant Hamas territories. Terrorists who were operating from within a command and control center located at the Nasser hospital in Khan Yunis. Said the compound was used by terrorists to plan and execute terrorist attacks against Israeli civilians and IDF troops. Israeli forces invaded Gaza after a Hamas-led assault on Israel in October 2023 that killed 1,200 people and saw 251 taken hostage, according to Israeli tallies. Since then, over 52,000 Palestinians have been killed, Palestinian authorities say. A large swaths of heavily built-up enclave have been laid to waste. Some residents in the eastern Pakistani city of Lahore on Tuesday expressed satisfaction with the country's response to India's strikes last week, emphasizing that the ceasefire reached with their neighbor over the weekend was a positive development, but were hopeful it will lead to peace talks. India and Pakistan clashed since New Delhi struck multiple locations in its neighbor's territory last week. New Delhi said it was hitting what it described as terrorist camps in retaliation for steady attack in Indian-administered Kashmir last month. India said Pakistan was involved, though Islamabad denied this. A resident, Subham Ali, said Pakistanis were peace-loving people and wanted to see further talks towards peace. The two sides agreed to a ceasefire on Saturday, and the military operations chiefs spoke by phone on Monday, signaling a move towards de-escalation. Analysts said that India and Pakistan have stepped back from the brink of an all-out war, with a nudge from the U.S. and New Delhi's aspirations as a global diplomatic power now face a key test after President Donald Trump offered to mediate on a dispute over Kashmir. India's rapid rise as the world's fifth largest economy has boosted its confidence and clout on the world stage, but has played an important role in addressing regional crises such as Sri Lanka's economic collapse and the Myanmar earthquake. However, the conflict with Pakistan over Kashmir, which flared up in recent days with exchanges of missile drones and airstrikes that killed at least 66 people, touches a sensitive nerve in Indian politics. How India treads the diplomatic needle caught in favor with Trump over issues like trade, while asserting its own interest in the Kashmir conflict would depend in large part on domestic politics. Analysts and Indian opposition parties are already questioning whether New Delhi met its strategic objectives by launching missiles into Pakistan on Wednesday last week, which is said were in retaliation for an attack last month on tourists in Kashmir that killed 26 men. It blamed the attack on Pakistan, a charge that Islamabad denied. By launching missiles deep into Pakistan, Modi showed a much higher appetite for risk than his predecessors, but a sudden ceasefire exposed him to rare criticism at home. The top issue for Pakistan, diplomats and government officials there said, will be the Indus Waters Treaty, which India suspended last month, but which is a vital source of water for many of Pakistan's farms and hydro plants.
81% of the Pakistani army equipment is of Chinese origin. And these have contributed to the escalation in the India-Pakistan conflict. So China is sending a very offensive signal to India. In the midst of a conflict, China had supplied a lot of arms, and so this is very offensive in nature. So we would expect the India-China relations to slow down given the offensive posture that China took in the India-Pakistan conflict. We may possibly see also this is reflected, impacted on other aspects of bilateral relations. We have not had the de-escalation and de-induction of troops. And China also conducted drills coinciding with the India-Pakistan conflict in Xinjiang, Tibet areas, which is again indicative that China has taken a wrong decision at that time, and so the bilateral relations are expected to slow down.
The US now having, quote unquote, intervened, which is what the Pakistani Prime Minister, Mr. Shehbaz Sharif, has acknowledged in public. He has thanked Mr. Donald Trump. He has thanked Mr. Rubio, who is both Secretary of State and NSA. So the US is back in the game, which is not desirable from the Indian point of view. So in terms of outcomes, I think for India, it's a very mixed. India thought that this would be a walkover and Prime Minister Modi would emerge as somebody who's resolute, who can carry out an operation and send a message, etc. Today, in less than a week after Op Sindoor was launched, my personal assessment is that he will attack. But very broadly, I would say that India's aspiration for strategic autonomy, this is a term we've heard many times, that has been diluted. I'd even go to the extent of saying it's been dented. But I'll leave it at that now. But I would just say that yes, India did not receive that kind of black and white support that it had hoped it would get, even in the United Nations Security Council.
Residents of Pakistan's capital, Islamabad, said on Tuesday morning that they welcome negotiations and crucial truce talks between India and Pakistan to resolve recent military hostilities between the nuclear-armed neighbors. The ceasefire in the Himalayan region was announced by U.S. President Donald Trump on Saturday, following 4 days of fighting and diplomacy and pressure from Washington. Speaking at the White House on Monday, Trump claimed trade was a big reason both nations stopped fighting and agreed to the ceasefire agreement his administration helped broker. Islamabad residents said they felt it was the right decision from India and Pakistan, although the fragile ceasefire between India and Pakistan brought relief across South Asia and much of the globe. Indian Prime Minister Modi warned on Monday of more strikes if there is a terrorist attack. Pakistan's Finance Minister Mohammad Aurangzeb said that he can't see any large fiscal fallout following recent military escalation with India. Said in an interview that the trade talks with the United States, which had played a key role mediating a ceasefire between the two countries, will likely have progressed in short order, and that Pakistan could import more high-quality cotton, more soybeans, and was also exploring other asset classes, including hydrocarbons. On Monday, U.S. President Donald Trump said the U.S. is ready to help India and Pakistan after a ceasefire agreement claiming trade was a big reason they stopped fighting. Aurangzeb described the India-Pakistan conflict as a short-duration escalation with minimal fiscal impact, said it can be accommodated within a fiscal space which is available to the government of Pakistan.
We welcome the ceasefire, which has been led by and brokered by President Trump, and therefore it's been a sort of a short duration escalation. It's good to see things moving towards the norm. So at this point in time, I do not see any large fiscal fallout coming out of it. And if you've seen the stock market rebound today, the big drop that we saw in Friday has been more than well covered in the PSX today. So from my perspective, at this point in time, we don't see it as a as a major issue and can be very much accommodated within the fiscal space which is available to the government of Pakistan. We'll do whatever is required to be done. Talking about budget, which is still about 3-4 weeks away, would be premature. But whatever we need to do in terms of ensuring that our defense requirements are met, will be met.
Tensions between India and Pakistan began mounting after the April 22 attack in Indian Kashmir on Hindu tourists that killed 26 people, sparking the worst clashes between the nuclear-armed neighbors in more than 2 decades. Libyan tanks and armored vehicles were seen in the city of Tripoli on Tuesday after armed clashes erupted following reports that an armed group leader was killed. Clashes erupted on Monday evening and gunfire echoed in the city center and other parts of the Libyan capital. The leader, Abdul Ghani Kilkli, known as Ghaniwa, is a commander of Support Force Apparatus, SSA, one of Tripoli's powerful armed groups based in a densely populated Abu Salim neighborhood. SSA is under the Presidential Council that came to power in 2021 with the Government of National Unity of Abdul Hamid Deiba through a United Nations-backed process. GNU's Interior Ministry called on citizens in a short statement to stay at home for their own safety. University of Tripoli Presidency announced on Facebook the suspension of its studies, exams and administrative work at all faculties, departments and offices until further notice. The UN mission in Libya urged all parties to immediately cease fighting and restore calm, reminding them of the obligation to protect civilians. Libya, a major oil producer in the Mediterranean, has had little stability since 2011, uprising backed by the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. The country split in 2014 between warring eastern and western factions. Major fighting paused with a ceasefire in 2020, but efforts to end the political crisis have failed, with major factions occasionally joining forces in armed clashes and competing for control over Libya's substantial economic resources. Taiwan test-fired its domestically developed Land Sword 2 missile system on Tuesday at a remote part of the island's southeastern coast. The land-based missile system is researched and developed by the government-run weapons developer National Chongshan Institute of Science and Technology and is capable of conducting 360-degree search, tracking and surveillance within a detection range of 15 kilometers. Taiwan on Monday test-fired for the first time the U.S.-supplied HIMARS rocket system that has been widely used by Ukraine against Russia. Taiwan has faced increased military pressure from China, including several rounds of war games as Beijing seeks to assert its sovereignty claims over the island. China will commit credit lines of just under $10 billion to Latin American countries to support development, but in yuan, its sub-leader said when addressing a summit of Latin American Caribbean officials in Beijing on Tuesday. President Xi Jinping delivered a speech to kick off a ministerial meeting of the China CELAC Forum, a platform for cooperation between China and Latin American and Caribbean nations. Speaking at the forum's opening, Xi said there were no winners in tariff wars and trade wars. China's CELAC Forum challenges the long-standing American geopolitical and economic dominance in the region, where the Trump administration has sought to counter, takes place after a weekend of high-stakes trade talks between the U.S. and China that ended on a positive note. Still to come, UN chief welcomes release of Israeli-American hostage Eden Alexander from Gaza. Jason Tatum injured as Knicks rally past Celtics to lead series 3-1. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, Near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
An American-Israeli national who'd been held hostage in Gaza since the 7th of October 2023. The Secretary General is profoundly relieved that Mr. Alexander has been freed and is now returning to his family after this harrowing ordeal. The Secretary General renews his urgent call for an immediate, permanent ceasefire and an immediate and unconditional release of all remaining hostages. Hostages must be treated humanely and with dignity. He calls on all parties to immediately ensure the rapid, the unhindered, and the safe humanitarian relief, including the delivery of critical services for all civilians in need. Aid in Gaza and anywhere around the world is not negotiable.
Fighting halted at midday in Gaza after Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said Israel would pause its operations to allow safe passage for the hostage release. Hamas said it was freeing Alexander as a goodwill gesture to the U.S. President Donald Trump, who was visiting the region this week. The release, after four-way talks between Hamas, United States, Egypt and Qatar, could open the way to freeing the remaining 58 hostages held in Gaza Strip, 19 months after Hamas' attack on Israel on October 7, 2023. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu addressed the public in a recorded statement Monday, saying the return of Israeli hostage Aidan Alexander was a very emotional moment. Netanyahu thanked the diplomatic efforts of Trump and stated Israel's military pressure and Trump's political pressure were a winning formula.
This is a very emotional moment. Aidan Alexander has returned home. We embrace him and his family. This was achieved thanks to our military pressure and the diplomatic pressure exerted by President Trump. This combination is a winning formula. I spoke today with President Trump. He told me, I am committed to Israel. I am committed to continuing to work in close coordination with you, to achieve all our war objectives, to release all the hostages and to defeat Hamas.
Hamas said it had freed an Israeli-American hostage as fighting paused in Gaza on Monday, but there was no agreement on a wider truce or hostage release as a global hunger monitor warned of famine in the devastated enclave. Fighting stopped at midday in Gaza after Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said Israel will pause its operations to allow safe passage for the hostage release. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has said that Russia was continuing its attacks on Ukraine and had made no response to a proposal for direct talks in Turkey this week, in a strange silence. Zelensky repeated that U.S. President Donald Trump supported the proposed meeting and also said he spoke by phone with the newly elected Pope Leo XIV.
Ukraine has always supported diplomacy. I am ready to be in Turkey. Unfortunately, the world still hasn't received a clear response from Russia regarding numerous proposals for a ceasefire. Russian shelling and assaults continue. Moscow has remained silent all day regarding the proposal for a direct meeting. A very strange silence. Still, Russia will have to end this war, and it would be better to do so sooner. There is no point in continuing the killings. President Erdogan expressed full readiness to host the meeting. It is important that President Trump fully supports the meeting, and we would like him to find the opportunity to be in Turkey. There was also a very good conversation today with the Pope. I began my day with it. Pope Leo XIV spoke warm and very important words about Ukraine, about our people, about a just and lasting peace for our country and the return of our people, most certainly, the return of prisoners and children who were abducted by Russia. I thanked him for his support.
Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum voiced opposition to the United States' decision to suspend imports of Mexican cattle, horses and bison due to the presence of a new world screwworm. She emphasized that Mexico has actively cooperated in efforts to eradicate the pest. Suspension was announced on Sunday by U.S. Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins, who stated that the ban would apply to imports through the southern U.S. border and will be reviewed on a month-by-month basis. Meanwhile, Mexican Agriculture Minister Julio Bedego said the restriction is expected to last only 15 days. A timeline for a new era is passed members of a group in northern Iraq, Syria, and Europe too. Erdogan said there was a new window of opportunity to achieve peace between Ukraine and Russia after recent statements by the two countries, adding he hoped his opportunity would not be squandered.
At the stage we have reached, Russia, Ukraine, America and Europe agree that the talks must be held. We mention once again that as the only country to have gained the confidence of all sides, we are ready to contribute to these talks and that we will be glad to host them. With the latest contacts, we see a new window of opportunity has been opened. We believe that, God willing, this time the opportunity that has arisen will not be squandered. The terrorist organization, Kurdistan Workers' Party, PKK, has announced that it has decided to dissolve itself and hand over the weapons. We see the decision as important in terms of cementing the security of our country, the peace of our region, the everlasting brotherhood of our people. We evaluate this statement by the PKK as a decision that covers all the extensions of the organization, especially in Syria and Europe, along with northern Iraq. With the complete disengagement of terrorism and violence, the doors of a new era in all aspects, especially regarding the strengthening of the democratic capacity of politics, will be opened.
The PKK, which has been locked in deadly conflict with Turkey for more than 4 decades, decided to disband and end its armed struggle on Monday. It is designated a terrorist group by Turkey and its Western allies. U.S. President Donald Trump arrived in Riyadh on Tuesday. First leg in his 4-day visit to the region was welcomed by Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. The Gulf trip, which would also include Qatar and the United Arab Emirates, is expected to focus more on economic deals than security crisis. United States, Saudi Arabia, Qatar and the UAE are expected to announce investments that could run into cities of Bengaluru, Jaipur, Delhi, Lucknow, Mumbai and Ahmedabad. An IPL match in Dharamsala on May 8 was abandoned midway through, with organizers submitting a power outage when another game at the same North Indian city was shifted to Ahmedabad because of a border tension before being postponed. The Pakistan Cricket Board, PCB, initially decided to move the last 8 PSL games to the United Arab Emirates, but last week said it had postponed the matches on the advice of the Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. India and Pakistan have clashed since India struck multiple locations in Pakistan that it said were terrorist camps in retaliation for the deadly attack in its troubled region of Kashmir last month, in which it said Islamabad was involved. Pakistan denied the accusations, but both countries exchanged cross-border firing and shelling, sent drones and missiles into each other's airspace, and left dozens of people dead. Boston star power forward Jason Tatum sustained an injury to his right foot on a non-contact play late in the Celtics game's 4 loss in the Eastern Conference semi-final game against the New York Knicks on Monday night. Tatum was hurt when teammate Jaylen Brown fumbled the ball and Tatum made an attempt towards it. Tatum was in agony on the court and called his own timeout before grabbing at his ankle with a 2.58 minutes remaining. He was helped off the floor with his right foot kept above the ground, with Desicine being pushed to the locker room on a wheelchair. Tatum had racked up 42 points, 8 rebounds, 4 assists, 4 steals and 2 blocks before the injury. He knocked down 7 3-pointers for the second-seeded Celtics, who squandered 20-point leads while dropping the series' first 2 games. Karl Anthony Towns added 23 points and 11 rebounds, and Mikal Bridges also second, 23 for the Knicks, who recovered from a 14-point third-quarter deficit. OG Anunoby made some key plays late while contributing 20 points. Derek White made 6 3-pointers and scored 23 points. And Jalen Brown added 20 points and 7 rebounds for Boston. Peyton Pritchard added 12 points off the bench. The Knicks can clinch the best of 7 series with a win in Game 5 at Boston on Wednesday night. A jumper in the lane by Bridges made it 111 to 104, and Anunoby added a steal and dunk to increase the gap to 113 to 104. With 3 minutes, 3 seconds left, Tatum was injured on a later play and grabbed for his ankle and signaled for a timeout. With 2 minutes, 58 seconds to go.
Yeah, I mean, you're obviously always concerned about someone's health. So, it's twofold. We're concerned about his health, where he's at, and then we're concerned about what we have to do better.
Six followed Valenda. Over the left center followed Valenda. Over the left center field wall. He led off the field wall. He led off the 5th inning with a blast to the right field. The 5th inning with a blast to the right field. The 13th homer this season. Heliot Ramos had 3 hits from San Francisco, which lost its 4th straight game. Ramos is batting 650 over his past 6 contests. Verlander gave up 2 runs on the 9 hits over 6+ innings. He walked 1 and struck out 5. Arizona appeared to score a run in the first inning when Carroll drew a lead-off walk and raced home on Josh Nallo's 2-out drive to right center field. However, Carroll had to return to the third base after Nallo's hit got stuck under the wall and was ruled a ground rule double. Both runners were stranded when Eugenio Suarez grounded out. And that's the news this hour. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
Artificial intelligence actually help us to imbue a program, either a program, a project in form of technology that will help us achieve success, become more efficient in any of our operation, whether in farm, because I noticed there's a kind of an AI instrument that I noticed I watched in a video where you see that AI is being used in collaboration with technology, solar technology, to scare off animals that normally attack the farm. You know, it will blow bugle, make different sound, you know, even release a gunshot sound, but these are not real gunshots. But when maybe a monkey or that attack maize, that harvest maize and all that came to that very farm, you will censor that very monkey and begin to make those or birds perching on the crops. So it will sense them and begin to make those sound, and they will scare them away and they will never come to those farms. It's also goes a way to show that AI and technology is a hallmark of our development. It's very going to enhance our development. But the only caution is that we need as well to protect the human race, protect the human privacy, protect, while we are implementing the AI and technology in any spheres of life. So if we must grow, we must go with technology, we must go with AI. That's the current thing about it there.
Still a cry for my ear, destruction. Welcome to another interesting episode of From the Correspondent on Signature TV. Get ready for another episode of stories behind the headlines from our reporters who share their experiences on the field. I am Emmanuel Tewasi, your host, and on our lineup today we have many interesting stories lined up for your viewing pleasure. First of all, we'll bring you the World Press Freedom Day, which was marked on the 2nd, on the 3rd of May, focusing on AI in journalism, its opportunities and challenges. Then we'll go to a courtesy visits and collaboration between AFIA and Signature TV to deliver quality service to the Southeast region. Then we'll look at issues of financial gambling in Nigeria, particularly the losses from the CBEX Ponzi scheme, which would form part of our discussion later in the show. Then we'll look at the massive wave of defection in ENUGU State from the Labour Party to the PDP. The former governorship candidate of the Labour Party in ENUGU State, Chijioke Edoga, had defected a few weeks ago, followed by the House of Representatives for Odeno Federal Constituency, who will bring you an update on how it's going. Then lastly, we'll look at the call by Labour Union in Enugu State for the Enugu State governor to implement the new minimum wage. Then we'll also bring you the introduction of the door-to-door collection of refuge put in place by the Enugu State Waste Management Authority. All this and more will come your way after this break. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day.
The impact of artificial intelligence on journalism and media taking center stage. This year's celebration highlights the growing role of AI in journalism, presenting both opportunities and challenges for media freedom. Let's take a look at this year's celebration.
Of the European Convention on Human Rights and Article 9 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. This year's theme, Reporting in the Brave New World, underscores the importance of AI in journalism, particularly with the content creation, translation, data analysis, and fact-checking, as well as its attendant risks and challenges such as fake news, misinformation, and cyberbullying, among others. A veteran media practitioner, Christian Maduka, notes that traditional media is giving way to new trends, with AI playing a significant role.
The first question is, why should the press not be free? Who is afraid of the freedom of the press? Who is afraid of the society where the press, at the fourth estate of the ring, has been given the responsibility of reporting what is happening in the world? So whoever is afraid of that is a suspect. And that has been the fight all over. There are two sets of restriction of freedom. The ones that the journalists have put on themselves because of fear of what they suffered in the past. And the one that is there, if you report, you are dead. The coming of AI has become a threat both sides. But it comes with potentials and a lot of benefits because it's technology. For the ones who are now supposed to be threatening or because deciding as big threat, that's the people at the establishments. They are not safe with AI because there's nothing they do now that they will say is the traditional media that is. Because they are not safe with AI because even the citizen journalists who are everywhere with their devices can report anything. You find the most secret things in government places leaking.
Chioma Ude, a legal practitioner, emphasizes the need for accurate and transparent reporting, ensuring agreements between parties.
It's very, very important that the world media or press day it's today, and I will also encourage them that they should try as much as possible to sieve and be sure about the information which they carry about, because it's not all about carrying the information but carrying the right information. If the information that you're carrying is wrong about a person, that person can actually sue you for infringing on his or her own rights.
An online media practitioner, Dr. Ifunanya Eke, believes new media trends should be accommodated as they provide a platform for voices to be heard.
Bloggers actually need that freedom because we're actually the ones that get the first sight information in the field. We're sometimes available at where we're needed, and the journalists, the social media, well, the co-registered bodies are not there. So most times when we have this news firsthand, we now help broadcast this information. So getting people aware is actually what we do. So it's important to, give us that freedom because we need it. Our journalists, information is free, and because we are first-hand in the field, we can all reach out to each other, try to get information as when necessary. But in as much as while we get that information, there are prior things we omit in the field, like safety first. Sometimes you get into an accident scene, and instead of trying to save the situation, you're just making videos. While we do that, we should just keep checkmating that moral discipline actually helps.
As new media continues to shape the media landscape, it's crucial to balance innovations with responsibility, ensuring press freedom and freedom of expression are protected. The World Press Freedom Day celebration serves as a reminder of the importance of a free press in promoting democratic values and human rights. Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
Welcome back. The management of Afia Television and Signature TV agreed to work together to deliver quality service and coverage to the Southeast and South region of the country. One particular thing that is so significant about this partnership is the fact that this is the first time we're having this kind of partnership where two media outfits are coming together to partner to grow the talents, indigenous talents in the region. This was made known when the Chief Executive Officer of Afia Television paid a courtesy visit to the ENUGU corporate headquarters of Signature TV in Tinkers Corner, ENUGU.
The ever-evolving media industry is getting more complex and challenging, with running costs heading towards the rooftop. The challenge is even more with the television station, which requires more complex, sophisticated and expensive equipment to run. But Afia TV, the first privately owned regional TV station in the southeast after the default to Minaj Systems Television and the Signature TV, have agreed to collaborate and go into strategic partnership for the mutual benefit of both organizations. According to the Chief Executive Officer of Afia TV, Emeka Mba, such a collaboration and exchange of ideas will help strengthen their presence in the media landscape for greater success. Mba emphasized the need for innovative thinking in the media industry, particularly in the Southeast region, for survival and growth.
So having conversations around such thing is very important for us, whether it's Afia TV and I dare say for Signature, that both of us have some understanding if it's around security or insecurity. Telling stories like that, I mean, just an example, if the two biggest media organizations within here were to say, okay, let's investigate this thing and have a common, I think people will like, okay, for these two platforms to say this is a joint special report or investigative report, I mean, then it will travel much further. How we can work together to have more access is good and break the barrier. And also, I think what is even more important is that the people looking at us from the outside, that they understand that yes, we compete in the same market, but there are things we should fight for.
The President and Chief Executive Officer of Signature TV, Vim Martin Obiorilo, who appreciated the visit by the Afia team, recalled his tenure as a member of the board of the National Broadcasting Commission after Mba had served as its Director General, where he left a good record. Ilo, who stated that Signature TV is in ENUGU to collaborate with and complement rather than compete with Afia TV, suggested that the two stations should engage in joint and commercial projects to raise revenue for both stations.
I've been asked in a number of places, especially when we came, they said, Afia was there, what kind of relationship? I say it's complementary. We are here to complement each other. And to add to, we are here to collaborate. There's no competition. The market is so big that if we sufficiently sensitize our people, some of your business, you don't be just like the hotels, it's overbooked, so you look for your neighbors. Yeah. But come, help me put people here. But we need to jointly work on the psyche of our people. So I think that we need to collaborate. I don't think there's any governor or any businessman that will see you and I and some of our colleagues that want to visit them and talk about what we are doing, and they will say, we get out of here. And we should also use what we have to get what we want.
The president of Signature TV, Vim Martin Obiorilo, later took his visitors on a tour of the facilities at the station and later presented some items to them in appreciation of the symbolic visit. The coming together of Afia and Signature TV and their commitment to partnership rather than competition has a lot of promise for the media landscape, the audience and the region. This will no doubt ultimately boost the fortunes of the two stations that have committed themselves to telling the Southeast story in compelling ways. In ENUGU, Ugonna Owalo reporting for Signature TV.
Another Ponzi scheme has crumbled. This time, it's CBEX. Life-saving gone, and yet still some claim they cashed out big as the dust settles on the CBEX Ponzi schemes losses. Correspondent Nasir Usman took to the streets of Abuja to find out why Nigerians seem so to financial gambling. Nasiru would be joining us via Zoom to talk about this Ponzi scheme, particularly why Nigerians, against all odds, keep falling victim of such dubious schemes. Let's look at that report.
Recently, the collapse of CBEX, another Ponzi scheme, has sent shockwaves across Nigeria, leaving many investors counting their losses, while a few people claim they made money.
All right, we'll bring you that report later on. Let's take Nasiru. Nasiru is joining us via Zoom from our Abuja studios. Nasiru, can you hear me? Welcome to the program. It's a pleasure having you once again on the show.
It's my pleasure. Good afternoon.
All right, Nasiru, thank you so much for joining us on today's segment of From the Correspondent. And there is a pressing issue on at hand, the issue of get-rich-quick syndrome, the quest to make money in a hurry, looking at, first of all, the economic situation and how the hardship is taking a toll on Nigerians. A lot of people for victims, a victim of this Ponzi scheme. Please, Nasiru, can you tell us what this whole CBEX thing is all about? What is even CBEX, if I may ask, Nasiru?
Okay. Good afternoon, and thank you for having me. You know, this CBEX is a Ponzi scheme. It's a trading platform that defraud a lot of Nigerians. And many people are still counting their losses up to today, whereby they invest in the Ponzi scheme CBEX, thinking that they will get multiple income within a short period of time. And to be fair with you, a lot of Nigerians cash out on CBEX, but those people that cash out are not up to those people that lost their money, because a lot of investors are still crying and are still in shock why such thing happened. Because the thing goes like this, that it is those people that invested early that they were able to cash out on time, because a lot of people know that this thing is a Ponzi scheme, but they still want to invest in it. They bring referral, they will ask other people, okay, this is a trading platform, you get, just put this within 30 days, your money is going to double. And you know, this kind of thing is going like that. A lot of people are falling victim into it, and the shock wave is still ongoing in Nigeria, and a lot of people are counting their losses, whereby they were shocked that CBEX is going to collapse so easily like that, because CBEX started in 2024. Let me just take what I jotted down here. It started in 2024, and after receiving the registration approval from the Corporate Affairs Commission on September 25, 2024, and the EFCC Special Control Unit Against Money Laundering on January 16, 2025. So the scheme collapsed in 2025. That's in April last month, leaving thousands of Nigerians still helpless and counting their losses. You know, they are still shocked that this thing is going to happen like this, and whereas some are regretting why they invested in CBEX.
All right, Nasiru, thank you so much for that insight on CBEX. We've seen the wave of this kind of schemes. We had MMA, we had some other ones quite prominent, which people invested a lot of money and ended up disappointed. But before we come back to why we have these trends occurring frequently in Nigeria, we'll take a look at your report or your conversation with Abuja resident on this particular issue. Let's look at that report. We'll be right back shortly.
Recently, the collapse of CBEX, another Ponzi scheme, has sent shockwaves across Nigeria, leaving many investors counting their losses, while a few people claim they made money. With financial scams on the rise, we took to the street of Abuja to hear Nigerians' thoughts.
Why invest in something that will always crash? Something that they tell you it is the early birds that benefit from it. Unfortunately, Nigerians will still try. Most Nigerians would say there's this street slang. Most Nigerians will say, at all, na which. I will not go, no. No life without risk, something like that. You must always take risks. If I make it, I make it. If I lose, I lose. We try again. So they will keep trying all of those stuff. CBEX is a Ponzi scheme, like you said. All these pyramid structures will always collapse. It's not a wise investment decision. Like I told my friend the other time, he was telling me to invest in the same CBEX. And then I told him that the interest they are giving you is too much to be realistic. It's going to crash.
So me, as far as I'm concerned, no matter how much people made from that things, I can't put my money because I don't even believe on it. I don't believe on it. I'm not going to do it, and I can't do it.
I wouldn't put my money on Ponzi scheme because it's against my moral ethics. Because I don't. If I want double of my money, I put it in a bank or fixed. So of course, Nigeria will still keep on falling in that situation, and it's as a result of greed and poverty. But then, as for me, I can't fall a bit. If I want to double my money, I do business or put in the bank. I've heard of CBEX. Even prior to that, I think I've heard of also MMM, Twinkers, and something like that. So yeah, I've never invested in anyone before because before I do such a thing, I have to, as I said, I have to verify and know the source of where they're coming from because I know that people want to get rich easily. But before you start doing such things, make sure your instinct, number one is if your instincts aligns you. Not that people that do their instinct, but it's that maybe because of the nature of the land or because of maybe they don't have much, they have to now venture everything that they have. But before you do such a thing, think twice before you do something so that when it happens, you commit, you as if you should have committed suicide.
Personally, I would never, because at the end of the day, it's a Ponzi scheme. Anything a Ponzi scheme, pyramid scheme doesn't last. It dies over time. There are other things I know you can put your money in. Just go ahead and do it rather than put your money in a Ponzi scheme.
I would never try it. I've never even done it. Even MMM and the rest, I never did that. I'm not a fan of Ponzi scheme. Anything I don't have control of my money in, I don't invest.
That's the opinion of Nigerians. From the nation's capital, Abuja, I am Nasiru Usman for Signature TV.
All right, welcome back. You're still watching From the Correspondent on Signature TV. We are discussing the CBEX Ponzi scheme that have left many crying and regretting why they invested their hard-earned money into that. And joining me via Zoom is Nasiru Usman, our correspondent from Abuja Studios, who is giving us insight about this whole Ponzi scheme and his discovery why he was working on a report concerning this. Before we get back to Nasiru, let's take a look at what the ENUGU State Waste Management Authority is planning to do to reduce waste, indiscriminate waste disposal and manage waste in the state by introducing the door-to-door collection of refuse and eventually phase out refuse dumps in the state. The acting managing director of SWAMA, Richard Onaga, disclosed this when he granted audience to the management of Signature TV, which paid a courtesy visit to the headquarters of the organization in Enugu. Let's take a look.
The Enugu State Waste Management Authority, ESWAMA, has as its core mandate the maintenance of a clean and healthy environment. This it tries to carry out by implementing effective waste management practices that eliminate environmental threats and foster a greener, more livable Enugu State for all its residents. However, these efforts are being frustrated by scavengers who now throw away the refuse in the ESWAMA dumpsters and do away with them. There were several dumpsters right at this location in front of Signature TV office on Alo Street, Thinkers Corner, Enugu. Unfortunately, the dumpsters have been stolen by scavengers, forcing residents and other people to throw their trash on the ground. The result is what you are seeing here right now, a roadside littered with refuse. Receiving a management team from Signature TV, the acting managing director of ESWAMA, Richard Onaga, disclosed that the organization has lost several other dumpsters to unscrupulous scavengers.
What we are doing now is to find a lasting solution to this demeanors of these scavengers. You see them, you can pass some areas, you see that the waste bins are empty, but the floor is littered. It's scavengers. They come at night, put their hand, pick up the bags, trash it on the floor, where they are looking for recyclables. So the government is working on a permanent solution to eliminate these guys.
But as a way out, ESWAMA has procured some tricycles which are now being assembled at its corporate headquarters for eventual deployment for door-to-door collection of refuse. Onaga believes that apart from solving the problem of illegal dumping of refuse on the streets, the issue of stolen dumpsters will also be a thing of the past.
The strategy is to go on street-wide door-to-door collection, whereby you don't need to go to the waste to dispose waste. All the means to us is that you receive public waste permits. You go to your house with tricycle, pick your waste bin, pick your waste, put it in a tricycle, and go and dispose to the big waste dump. This door-to-door collection is the way forward for us to eliminate all the potential challenges associated with waste, illegal waste disposal. So, which we are already working on. We already have 10 tricycles. When we are having 30 now. So, before 15th of next month, we have a tricycle assigned to the customer with no of two. They go street by street, street by street, street by street, picking from households.
The ESWAMA boss, who disclosed that the street collection will commence by the middle of next month, also said the authority is introducing 25 cubic meter waste bins that will be kept in strategic locations for refuse collection. Head of Program Signature TV, Chris Madoka, said the purpose of the visit is for the two organizations to work out areas of collaboration that would be mutually beneficial to both organizations.
We felt that we have something we can use to help your job, and that's publicity. And we are offering that. I made him an offer, we struck a very cordial relationship. He waived us our monthly payment, and we are giving that as better publicity. And sending your people or you when you have time to come and speak before the monthly arrangement.
The visit is one in the series intended to build partnership with organizations and bodies in Enugu and the Southeast as part of its mandate to be the mouthpiece of the people and engender development in the region. I am Favor Nwachi for Signature TV.
You're still watching From the Correspondent on Signature TV, and today we'll be beaming our light on the rising concern of Ponzi schemes in Nigeria with our correspondent from Abuja studio, Nasir Usman, who did a report on that, and we've already started discussion with him on why these Nigerians often fall victim of such Ponzi scheme. We have MMM, we had MBA, then now CBEX, and each time such schemes come up, we get people who we find people who have fall victim of this kind of schemes. So Nasiru, back to you. if you're still listening to me. Nasir, are you there? All right, so Nasiru, if you're listening to me, CBEX, you've been able to give us the background of what this whole CBEX scheme means. But then again, a lot of public outcry and media reports, including EFCC, the Financial Crime Commission, which has weighed into the matter and is investigating this issue. We've seen reports, media reports, where they have trailed this particular person who is in charge or who introduced this to Nigeria, to a particular country. But why this investigation is still going on? We also saw media reports where that says that they have resumed oppression in Nigeria. They have continued their oppression despite these issues that people raised. From your finding, what is the true state of the CBEX team or the investigation so far from what you found out on the field?
Okay, just last week, the head of the EFCC, head of media reports, Dele Oyewale, if I'm not mistaken, said the commission is still investigating the CBEX, and he said there's one national and one foreign national, Eli Bitar, a 41-year-old man. The commission has declared him wanted because he also is involved in the fraudulent activities that happen, which is being linked to the CBEX, and a lot of Nigerians have been arrested already concerning the CBEX, and there are some of them that willingly they went to the EFCC headquarters that, okay, we're involved in these investigators so that they will be clean, and the commission will do justice to Nigerians by providing relevant information that, okay, this is what they are doing. And from the EFCC spokesperson, he said the commission is still doing everything possible to make sure that they track this money and those people that are brought to justice. And they are cautioning Nigerians that Nigerians who love free things, anything that is free, Nigerians love is free money, anything that is free. So they are urging Nigerians that anytime there is anything like about this Ponzi scheme or anything that Nigerians find irrelevant or unnecessary, Nigerians should not invest in it, because a lot of investors are still counting losses, just like I've said earlier. And it's not the fault of EFCC, it's not the fault of the CBEX people. The CBEX, their own is just to introduce what they have, and it's now left for Nigerians to accept or to reject it. If you look at that vox pop that I did, majority of the people were saying no, they can't invest in CBEX. Anything that you bring two people to get this, invest and bring money to, I will add it up, or maybe after 30 days, your money is going to double. I will not involve myself in it. A lot of Nigerians still have the orientation that, yes, anything that is Ponzi scheme, anything that is not my own, anything that I did not do, I did not sweat for, is not going to last, or it's not going to, they're not going to invest in it. Why a lot of people were like, if another cryptocurrency or another trading platform is out today, they'll still invest in it. So those that is their own mindset, that yes, that is what they want to do. If the cryptocurrency or trading platform is being introduced 100 times in Nigeria, they will keep investing in it, and they don't mind the consequence that is going to happen. As long as they invest in it, they believe they are going to get profit at the end of the day. Why a lot of Nigerians believe that no, as long as I did not work for it, as long as it is not my sweat, as long as it is not my legal money, this is my money, but it is not in a legal way, there's no way I can invest in it. So a lot of Nigerians are optimistic that whenever such thing happen again, they're not going to do that. For instance, just like the MMM that you mentioned, MMM was introduced in 2015 or 2016, I'm not mistaken, by Russian-born people. And it was happening, it was going, and all of a sudden it crashed. And a lot of Nigerians were crying that they lost their money, and to their biggest surprise, another Ponzi scheme was launched. I think it was in 2017 or 2018. Still the same thing. A lot of people invested in it. Now we have the NDA, we have the Loom Nigeria. Now we have the CBEX. A lot of people invested in CBEX. In fact, there's a musician that I know. I won't mention his name. He was even singing it on the live stage. He said his friend introduced him to CBEX and he invested 10 million naira in it. And before you know, the CBEX collapsed. Everything has gone. So he himself is not as if he's not business oriented, or he doesn't have the knowledge. He has the knowledge, but someone has influenced him that, okay, why can't you invest in this? You get double your money. Imagine for someone that has 10 million and invest in CBEX, thinking maybe after 30 days he's going to get maybe double or triple of that amount. Now imagine just an ordinary Nigerian that invested maybe with 100,000 or 200,000 naira. You know, a lot of people are cashing out. To be sincere, a lot of people are cashing out in it because sometimes they use some influencers that, okay, come and advertise this thing for us. Those influencers already know that, yes, this thing is a Ponzi scheme, is going to crash at the end of the day, but they're after their own profit. They, okay, do advertise for all, they advertise for them, and they get their own money. Even those people, they invest in it, but before you know, they withdraw their money and leaving those Nigerians, those are followers that are follow them, that have think, yes, this CBEX is true, yes, so person has advertised it for us, so person is fan of it, so person is supporting it. A lot of people crash. A lot of people, in fact, a lot of people die. A lot of businesses collapse because of this CBEX. So I'm calling on Nigeria to make sure that they do the best thing, and the EFCC that are still investigating the issue, they are doing their best, because they are warning a lot of Nigerians that they should not invest in it. They should make sure that they invest in a legal way, and they should desist from getting free things that come from foreign people or foreign country.
Cyril, the thing is, you can't stop people from trying to survive, looking at the way the economy is and the hardship that is affecting all of us. I must confess that some years back, I also was a victim of something similar, you know, but then EFCC coming out now to tell Nigerians to be careful of the kind of schemes or the investment they make. It's kind of unsettled, because the government has an agency that is responsible for regulating schemes or investment or platforms such as the CBEX, the MBA, and all of those ones we've had in the past. But then we keep having one experience, then another one, then the third one, the fourth one, and more or less the media just carry it. After that time, it dies down. I want to believe that EFCC didn't hear about CBEX the first time when the whole thing went south. CBEX gained a lot of traction in the media, on Twitter, and a lot of people invested in it. So I don't know at what point are we going to, as a country, at what point are we going to be proactive in putting up measures that will prevent such kind of incident from happening, because we've had it way too many times. I can mention about 3 or 4, and another one will still come after CBEX. So which government agency is responsible for this kind of action? What do you think can be done in order to stem the tide? Because it's so unfortunate that in the face of biting and very harsh economy, someone would take his or her life savings hoping to get a return, which for me it's an act of greed, only for the person to get disappointed. So you've already mentioned that a lot of people died and all of that. How can we stop this kind of thing from happening over and over again?
the regulatory agencies should do their work. The EFCC, Security Exchange Commission, SEC, even though they frown at this Ponzi scheme of a thing, they regretted that a lot of Nigerians invested in it and it's happened this way. So one other thing is that I think a lot of people invest in it or do this kind of thing because of the mindset that they have. Yes, they want to do this thing. I believe I can get it. I believe more money will come if I invest in it. But to some Nigerians, they don't have the knowledge. They don't have the orientation. So I believe this is one of the work of the Nigerian or National Orientation Agency, NOA, to make sure that at least they inform Nigerians, they educate Nigerians, they enlighten them about some certain things. This is also another call for the EFCC and SEC. At least they should bring out some adverts or they should bring out some jingles or some kind of information that they will inform Nigerians, they will educate Nigerians, they will let Nigerians know that yes, whenever there's anything like Ponzi scheme, you people should not invest in it. They should desist from it. If there's anything like that, you can report to the EFCC. Just like you said, the Ponzi scheme gain attraction on social media, on WhatsApp, on Instagram, on X. And I believe these anti-graft agencies, they're also on those media or social media outlets, and they must have seen what is happening. A lot of Nigerians must have been promoting it. Yes, do this, don't do this. I think that was the time that those commissions should have do something like enlighten Nigerians. Okay, don't invest in it. This thing is a scam. If you invest in it, you are on your own. So I believe when the security agencies, anti-graft agencies did that in the first place, it will be like a wake-up call to Nigerians that this particular thing is a scam and they won't invest in it. But since the anti-graft agency that should do the work kept quiet till when the thing happened like this, that a lot of people lost their investment. In fact, some Nigerians have to go to their headquarters in their head office in Ibadan. They cut away their properties, some things that they saw in those in their office. So that shows that Nigerians were not happy with it, and a lot of people found it so difficult and unbelievable that CBS crashed at the end of the day. I believe Nigerians can do better. And one other thing that I found that is causing the issue of this investing in Ponzi scheme or investing in trading platform is because they think or they believe they get double money. So poverty is one of the things that is affecting us as a nation. If our poverty level has reduced drastically, I don't think there is anyone or the people that we said they want to stake their money. It's just like Bet Nigeria, for instance. Now you say, okay, there's the match. Let me just say this thing over 2.5 or Google or first half goal or something like that. It's not something that it will happen. It's just like you are just trading your money on it. You are just trying to gamble. Will it work? We don't know. Will it not work? You don't know. You only just to gamble it, and at the end of the day, if it works, fine. You celebrate, you'll be happy. And if it is the other way around, you'll be causing the team, or you'll be putting all the blames on the team that made you lost your ticket. So now it is a wake-up call on Nigerians. on
Nasiru, I really appreciate your insight. Because of time, we would not want to go beyond this. But then again, May 3rd was World International World Press Freedom Day. In 30 seconds, what is your take on the reality of being a journalist on the field in 30 seconds before we'll let you go, Nasir?
Okay, concerning the World Press Freedom Day, I believe the press, to some extent, enjoys some freedom of press or freedom of expression, but I believe the Nigerian government can still do more, because in some cases, you find out that the journalists or the press are harassed by other security agencies, by ministries and agencies and the rest, because sometimes the journalists will need some information that is very critical, that is very vital, but at the end of the day, they did not provide it to them. So I believe we still have a long way to go concerning the media press freedom in Nigeria.
That has been Nasiru Usman from our Abuja studio, who spoke to us about the Ponzi scheme known as CBEX, which have made away with a lot of people's fortune, life savings and investment, if you would want to call it. It's been a pleasure having you on the program. Thank you very much, Nasiru.
Thank you for having me.
And back to our stories, the Labour Party in Enugu State has yet again lost another high-profile member to the ruling party, People's Democratic Party in the state. The member representing Boise North and Odeno Federal Constituency under the platform of Labour Party, Dennis Abo, announced his defection, which took place at the PDP State Secretariat GRA in Enugu. Let's look at how that event went.
The Nigerian political landscape has continued to witness a wave of defections almost 2 years to the 2027 general elections. Some political watchers have attributed the development to the unseen hands of the ruling party, both at the federal and state levels. The latest defection in Enugu State is that of Dennis Abo, who before now was a member of the main opposition Labour Party in Enugu State and member representing Igboeze North and Udeno Federal Constituency in the House of Representatives. Abo said his action is in response to the call by his constituents who want him to close ranks with the state governor, Peter Mba, an arrangement which they believe will be for their greater benefit. He said that being in the opposition will be an unnecessary expedition, going by the giant strides being recorded by Governor Mba in Enugu State within his first 2 years in office.
And make clear, particularly people from my constituency, for your understanding, great people, you have wisdom, you have understanding, you have foresight, you can see, you can understand. Even the House of Assembly, all the House of Assembly members are with us, we are in one place now. These are the foot soldiers. And what are we saying? We are saying that opposition is very difficult in Enugu now. Very difficult. And one man has made it almost a mission impossible. And that is the performance of the governor. Governor, you are visionary. You can see very far. With your smart school, you have seen the next generation. And you are preparing the people of Enugu State, the children of Enugu State, to participate in that unknown future. There are so many things that you are doing. And you have given us the opportunity, the access to contribute our quota to what you are doing in Enugu.
The Enugu State Chairman of the PDP, Martin Chukwuemeke, commended Governor Peter Mba for his effort to create a conducive environment for citizens of the state, which he said is driving growth and development.
So we want to thank everybody who made this day possible. Like you have always said, it's because of our governor's performance. 2027 will be very, very seamless. It will be very, very easy. We are going to deliver on all the promises. Because if all these people are with us, who can be against them?
The Igboeze North PDP woman leader, Chioma Ezeja, congratulated Dennis Abo for the bold decision he took, urging him to work closely with Governor Peter Mba to attract more development to the area. She also emphasized the need for the inclusion of more women in governance at various levels.
One of my expectations from Right Honorable Dennis Nnamdi Abo, the things that the governor is doing in our state within the month of, let me just say, within 2 years now in office, is not what you tell people. It is visible, and his works are visible. So my expectation from Right Honorable Dennis Abo is that he will emulate the governor of Enugu State in his good works. You know, they said that iron sharpeneth iron. I pray that now that he has come back, that they will join hands together to make the dreams of His Excellency for Enugu State to come true. I want him to advocate and promote the law that promotes gender equality. I want him to carry the women along in politics.
The defection by Abo is coming shortly after that of the 2023 governorship candidate of the Labour Party, Chijioke Edoga. From the PDP State Secretariat, GRA Enugu State, Ugonna Owalo, reporting for Signature TV.
You're still watching from the correspondent on Signature TV. The Enugu State branch of Nigeria Labour Congress, NLC, and the trade unity UC have appealed to Governor Peter Mbah to improve the payment of consequential adjustment of the new minimum wage to reduce the plight of workers in the state. The union leaders made the call during the 2025 Workers' Day celebration held at the Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium.
The labor unions highlighted the plight of workers in the face of the excruciating economic condition that appears to get worse with each passing day. Despite their tireless efforts, many workers continue to face challenges complicated by the non-implementation of the minimum wage and the consequential adjustments in some states of the country. At the Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium, Enugu, the Nigerian Labour Congress chairman, Enugu State Chapter, Fabian Nwibo, said the minimum wage received by workers in Enugu State does not contain the consequential adjustments. He pleaded with the state government to correct the anomaly and lessen the plight of the state workers.
It is obvious that people tend to deviate from their mandates when they find themselves in a precarious situation like the present economic situation in Nigeria, where a worker's take-home salary cannot even take him to the bus stop. Feeding and other necessaries of life have become luxuries, and the average worker is living like a pauper. But we are encouraged to remain firm and reclaim the civic space, because a silent worker is a suffering worker.
He also appealed to the state governor to hasten action in the ongoing verification of pensioners in the state and resume the payment of arrears of pensions and gratuity to workers who retired in the ministries, parastatals, local governments, as well as in the primary schools without delay. Chairman of the Trade Union Congress, Bennett Asowa, said that the issue of consequential adjustment is a major component of the minimum wage, which should be firmly addressed.
We are also in need of a whole lot of other things, Your Excellency, which we want to bring to your notice. One of them is the issue of consequential adjustment.
Governor Mbah, who was represented by his chief of staff, Victor Ude, thanked workers and their leaders for their sacrifices and the industrial harmony in Enugu State. He assured them of the governor's commitment to the improvement of workers' welfare.
TUC in his speech may seem quite challenging, especially for our senior citizens, but it was conceived with the best intentions, which are to lay the groundwork for seamless payments of pensions and gratuities. Today is not a day to outline this administration's many milestone accomplishments. Today is an opportunity to thank you for the industrial harmony that has prevailed in Enugu State. It is generally reflective of the maturity of the leadership of the unions and the entire workforce.
The message from the 2025 Workers' Day, as in the previous years, is simple: that Nigerian workers deserve a better deal and improved welfare package from those who manage the country's resources to reflect the current economic realities in the country. The full implementation of the new minimum wage and the consequential adjustments for the workers and, by extension, the retired public servants is the least that can rightly be asked for in Enugu.
Welcome back. It's been a wonderful time with you on our program today. If you're just joining us, we had a discussion with our own correspondent from Abuja Studios, Nasir Usman, who spoke on the new wave of Ponzi scheme, particularly the issue of CBEX, which have gained a lot of attention from various stakeholders, including the government and security agencies who are trailing the people involved in this Ponzi scheme. Following the death and burial of Pope Francis on April 26, 2025 at the St. Mary Major Basilica, cardinals are about to go into a meeting, a conclave, to discuss the future of the church, and the conclave to elect the next Pope, which is set to begin by on the 6th of May, from 6th of May to 11th of May 2025. The important question remains, will the call for an African Pope by the Catholic Church in Africa be answered? With 18 African cardinals among the 135 and the continent's growing Catholic population, accounting for 20% of the global total of Catholics, hopes are high for a historic first black Pope to emerge to continue Pope Francis' legacy. Will this dream actually be achieved? And that's all for on our segment today on From the Correspondent. We draw the curtains here, and until we come your way next week, I am Emmanuel Tewasi. Have a nice day and a wonderful week ahead.
Welcome back. This is Signature Morning on Signature TV. Hope you're good out there. So we are 13 days into the month of May, almost halfway into the month of May 2025. So we switch gears to health, and it's health out of the University of Nigeria, ENUGU campus. They are doing their Department of Nursing Science Community Health unit. Apparently that unit is doing something quite interesting. They're doing the 29th annual Health Day, and they picked a very, very important theme, which is breastfeed the child, build a community. That topic has been one that has been a touching one, giving the importance of it. You know, every single child today turns out to become an adult, and while they are kids, you know, there are a lot of things that happen with you know, breastfeeding, which the two nurses that I have in flanked will be speaking to. I have with me in the studio Chisom Letitia Ibekwe. Chisom, thank you for joining us. Good morning. I have the second nurse with me in the studio as well. She is one that would also speak to the issue regarding breastfeeding the kids. I'm talking about Miracle Chinezekbere Ozioko. Good to have you. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning to you too.
So how important is it talking about breastfeeding, especially for kids and their mothers?
Breastfeeding is a very important topic, you know, because we all were birthed and we went through that process once in life, and we all had breast milk. And breast milk is one that every child needs because it helps in brain development, cognitive development. So you see that sometimes when someone does something in public, you hear people usually say, "Oniwura randegi," because breast milk is very, very important. So it is a very crucial topic, and recently the way that you know, some mothers try to avoid breastfeeding these days, you know, it's something that we need to talk about.
So is that the reason why you chose the theme? Because I mean, it could have been anything. It could have been puberty, could have been anything. So why specifically that topic?
We chose the topic because we need the communities, because public health nursing, you know, we have to go into the communities, people who are staying in the rural areas. So we chose this topic because we need them to understand the importance of breastfeeding. We need them to see that it's important that you breastfeed your child. Exclusive breastfeeding. Exclusive breastfeeding, I mean just breast milk from the first hour of life for the baby till 6 months. So we need them to see the importance of breastfeeding, the benefits there. So that is why we chose the topic. It could have been any topic, but breastfeeding is something that we need to talk about. We need to talk more on it so that mothers don't shy away from breastfeeding their babies, and babies will have all the benefits that comes with breastfeeding.
Okay, let me come to you. What are for you the roles of the nurses in assisting mothers to breastfeed their kids?
Okay, because of the importance of this particular topic, the nurses have a very crucial role in breastfeeding. Now, the nurses, they come in as the educators and the advocates, because we teach the community the importance of this breastfeeding, and we teach them why mothers and every family needs to imbibe with this particular process. Now, nurses also, they are the ones that they also go for training so that they can get the knowledge and the skill that they need for this particular event, for this particular process. Now, the nurses also, they find out and they identify the problems that could be associated with mothers breastfeeding their babies, while these mothers shy away from this process, and they go ahead to address these issues one after the other, and, you know, encouraging and supporting women to breastfeed their babies. Yeah.
Well, how do nurses support women who don't have breast milk after birth?
Okay, that is why we have the prenatal care and the antenatal, that is the antenatal and postnatal care. Yeah, under the prenatal and antenatal care is like the care that mothers are given to before they give birth to their child. Now, if there is any complication that might result in this woman not having enough breast milk, or anything that might happen that this woman might not be able to breastfeed their child, it is during this antenatal care that nurses will find out these things. For instance, if it's a woman that takes alcohol on a normal, during this antenatal care, she'll be advised that she needs to stop, because taking alcohol will not be good for the child, because definitely the child will be getting stuff from the alcohol through the breast milk. So she'll be advised to stop. And then for women that have any other complication, this is the period it will be found out. So this is how nurses are able to help women. And also, they also try to educate the women on good nutrition, feeding well, because it's true that breastfeeding, the quantity of the breast milk that will be coming out might be the quality might be affected by the food that a mother eats. So the woman needs to eat adequately and nutritious diets during this period of her pregnancy and even after she has given birth, so that she can to produce a quality and a quantifiable breast milk.
There are women who would say that it doesn't really matter, that using formula would do for them. What advice would you give to those kinds of people? Because I mean, there are people who don't really think that breastfeeding is that important.
Okay, breast milk is very important, and that is why, as nurses, we have a crucial role to play with the mothers, especially during the prenatal and the antenatal period. You explain to the mothers that you can't compare breast milk to formula. Those are like milk. They are not gotten from human. Yes, they are not gotten from human. And then breast milk has like so many other breast milk has vitamin A, D, E, K, and also breast milk has so many nutritional contents in it that you cannot compare with formula. Breast milk also has protein in it. It has proteins it has both whey protein and casein protein, which can help to keep the baby for a longer period, especially when like the mother is not there to breastfeed the baby. And also, when you want to compare breast milk and formula, you find out that most babies that they are formula fed, they are usually prone to obesity. But when you breastfeed your baby, the baby has less chances of being obese. And also, when you are giving formula, some mothers, they are not even neat. They don't even keep their environment clean. They can't even wash the things that they use to feed the baby, like the tubes and the cups and all of that. You need to have like a measure whereby you keep those equipments clean to avoid infections to the baby, because you know that newborn babies, they are prone to infections, like easily prone to infections. So breast milk will help you prevent all that, because it's from the mother's breast to the baby. So there is nothing like you want to wash the spoon so that you use it and feed the baby, or you want to keep the cans clean. So that is why we encourage mothers to breastfeed, because you can't compare breast milk to formula. Breast milk is God-given, it's from God. Well, formula, I mean, it's man that made it. So you can't compare what man has made to what God has made.
You want to say something?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, years before now, and even presently, so many mothers are still saying that giving their child breast milk is not really necessary, since there is formula, there is, all those formulas there. But I want to bring to the notice that studies has been going on, right? Studies has been going on, and we found out that babies that are not well fed, that's giving their mother's breast milk well, how it should be, that they come down with some kind of illnesses. These babies, they are at risk of sudden infant death syndrome, because they are also at risk of respiratory distress, they are at risk of asthma and all those other diseases that could have been prevented if they were adequately fed with their mother's breast milk. They're also at risk of diarrhea, like my colleague said, because they might be fed with food that is not clean, Then also, it has also been, that is why healthcare encourage every mother to please to do make it an importance to breastfeed your child, because it's really important. And also that first milk that comes out when a woman gives birth is called a colostrum. Yes, that milk is very important because it's filled with antibodies. These antibodies will help to fight against disease in the child's body. Imagine where this child does not get this antibody and he comes across any diseases that is, of course, diseases are flying around. Yes, they will come down with them. So.
What are the signs of breastfeeding complications, and how do you respond to them?
Okay, when we come to breastfeeding complications. For instance, okay, let's say it like this. Once a woman gets pregnant, the breast milk starts forming. So the hormones that are responsible for that are at work. But it doesn't come out then because there's a particular hormone that helps this breast milk to come out, but it is inhibited at that time the woman is pregnant. So once the woman delivers, the hormone that was inhibiting the breast, like the breast milk lets down, becomes reduced. So the breast can come out. But then if a woman does not breastfeed her child, this breast milk will continue to accumulate. And of course, even us humans, we eat and we do a lot of things, so we are prone to getting some microorganisms. Of course, we have microorganisms inside our body. So when this microorganism continue to multiply and multiply and multiply excessively in the breast milk, it can cause inflammation, it can cause problem in the breast milk, it can cause swelling in the milk, it can cause swelling in the breast. So that is why we advise, as long as the woman is giving her child breast milk, this swelling will not be there. Even though as you are giving the child, more milk is being produced, you will give the child, more milk will be produced, but you will know that it's fresh milk that is always in the breast. Do you understand? So there will be no stored milk, there will be no need for growth of excessive micro or dangerous microorganisms in the breast. So this complication will not arise. And also some mothers, sometimes they will have some sensitive or discomforting sensation during breastfeeding their child. Maybe they can have sore nipples and stuff like that. But for that sore nipple, we advise that mothers continue to give their babies, because it will just last for few days, especially for first time mothers. Yeah.
All right. Do you think lack of breastfeeding causes cancer, breast cancer specifically? Okay.
So one of the benefits of breastfeeding to the mother is that it helps to prevent breast cancer and cervical cancer. It helps to prevent some of these cancers that women experience.
Two nurses with me from the ENUGU campus. They are doing the 29th Health Day, and apparently it is one important day because they have chosen a topic that all women should actually look out for. They're also having a reach out to communities across ENUGU State. I understand that they're going to be meeting with a lot of women, teaching them the importance of breastfeeding. But one would wonder really, beyond the community that they are going to, because these people are located in the rural areas, there are people who are in town who really don't care about feeding. What do you say to them? How do you advise them to note that this is important?
Okay, first of all, I'd like to say something. We're not just going there for the women, because you cannot talk about breastfeeding without the father. So the women always need support from their husband. So you find out that a woman who breastfeeds their baby properly, regularly, will always have support of the man behind her, because it is not easy. And for the women who are well educated but shy away from breastfeeding, you know, we just have to keep on talking about it, because you just have to keep on talking about it, telling them, encouraging them, educating them. Breastfeeding will help in the cognitive development of your child. I mean, who doesn't want their child to be smart? So we'll keep on talking about it. That's why even in school, we talk about it all day long. So we'll just keep on saying the benefits and encouraging mothers. They don't have any reason not to breastfeed. There is no reason not to breastfeed. If you are running away from your breast being sagged, it will definitely sag one day. I mean, when time comes, you will see it the way it is. So when it's for breastfeeding, I think you should consider your child first before the way you look or the way you want to look. So, because most of the times these educated women is because their appearance. I don't want my husband to leave me, or I don't want my husband to leave me and be carrying a young girl that their breasts are still standing. But you're not thinking about your child. You're not thinking about how
is enough for the child. You don't have to add any other thing at that tender age, because you don't want to give the child too much nutrients that the child become very fat, obese. Because weight is, you don't want the child to become obese, because once the child becomes obese, he's also exposed to other diseases that are around. And also, we don't want to introduce germs into the child's body because we cannot assure of how you prepare this food. It's not what you, because we might eat something as adults and we are okay, but once a child eats that food, you might think you might think you prepared it in a very clean environment and all of that. They can come down with diarrhea and stuff like that. So that's the difference. And also, like I said before, the breast milk, the complementary breastfeeding can give the child excessive protein which they don't need. This breast milk have a specific quantity of protein, a specific quantity of lactose, which is carbohydrates, a specific quantity of every nutrient that this child needs. So we don't want to give this child excessive nutrients.
Does it have any adverse effects as they grow up or when they become adults? Is there something you could tell to say, okay, just like the example that you gave, that when somebody behaves a certain way in the society, you say, are you sure you even... So what is that thing you see in somebody that you say, maybe this person wasn't even breastfed properly?
Okay, apart from the cognitive... I'm not saying that a child that was not breastfed, please get me right. Definitely this person will have they will have developed mentality and all of that, but we are just saying that the exclusive breastfeeding will help the child to have a smarter, like there is a difference between this child is this age and he's supposed to be understanding this thing, but he's not understanding it. He does not have sense, like, or he does not have mentality. But this child is this age, he's supposed to be doing this. It's called milestone. A child that is supposed to have crawling, but he's not crawling, it could be because of what's been fed before. So it could be adverse effects. And even before that, there is something that is called what's it called? Sudden infant death syndrome. It's common among children that are below 5, from age 5. So giving your child so many things that you are not even sure of if they are good, because this breast milk, like we said, has antibodies. Once you eat this food, your own, like the mother's own antibodies will fight if there's any infection, if there's any germ, will fight it. And we now know that what she's giving to the child is sterile, let's say, right? So this child will not have to be fighting with infection, all of that. But when we begin to introduce other feed to this child's body, it might cause this child to have infection, and it can even lead to death. It can lead to respiratory distress. Like we talked about obesity, this child will become obese. Obesity is not good for anybody. It's not about my child she's eating well. The child have to be in the normal range of weight that he's supposed to be for their age mates. There's a normal, So I think that's as effects, the obesity, the sudden infant death, the respiratory distress,
All right. So we've now tried to speak through to some of these issues, because sometimes these decisions are taken by just one person, sometimes by two persons. Sometimes the husband is not even aware of some of these things. You want to extend this communication to husbands, but how much of knowledge do you think the man should have, especially in things like this? Because a man can also direct the wife to do the breastfeeding if she refuses, or if she doesn't want to, because of her own personal conviction of the fact that all of these that people have said is actually false. Do you think that the man also requires the knowledge? And to what extent, and how much of that knowledge do you think that he seeks?
That is why I said that you can't about breastfeeding and leave the man outside of that talk. You have to bring the man. It works like both the mother and the father, the wife and the husband, they work hand in hand to ensure that the baby is properly breastfed. Because there's no particular time to feed a newborn. You constantly, even when the baby is sleeping, you will tap the baby and you feed the baby. So at least 12 times in 24 hours. So the father, of course, is needed for this to happen. Okay, so the mother needs the support of the man. So whenever we are talking about breastfeeding, we always involve the men, because their support is needed for it to be a successful exclusive breastfeed. Their support is needed. You will also teach them the benefit of exclusively breastfeeding a child. so that when the woman does not want to, he will encourage her. And when the woman wants to breastfeed, the husband will also encourage her. So sometimes, my brother's wife, when I stayed with her, when she put to bed, in the night she doesn't sleep because the baby is usually awake in the night. And they're always breastfeeding the baby in the night. So when I enter the room, I usually see my brother carrying the baby. So it's like that. You have to bring the men to involve. They have to be involved because their support is also needed. When it's time for the woman, because during these periods, it's as if the woman's life have been taken away from her. So the husband is needed to encourage her, because those periods, a lot of things that she will be doing, she won't be able to do them again because the baby is the most important at that time. So now who takes care of the woman? It's the husband. When she's taking care of the baby, the husband is taking care of her. So men also need all the 100% education on breastfeeding. We don't leave them out. When we have a component of public health that we call maternal and child health, it has to do with family planning and also this exclusive breastfeeding. We carry the men along. We don't leave them behind because their support is what keeps the women going.
Support is key. Very important. Maybe this is practically unrelated, but let me ask you people this, especially as it relates to our health services. I heard that most of you are doing what you're doing in order for you to, at the end of the day, leave the country. The Japa syndrome has hit the health sector and it's becoming really bad. Sources say that more than 90% of persons who are in your sector, the nursing sector, have already thought about leaving the country to practice. Let's start from you. Is that true, and why is that?
I can't say if it's true because I will only talk about my own self. I don't know what is in the mind of others.
But have you thought about leaving the country?
Yes, I've thought about leaving the country, but still, Nigeria is my country, right? If the opportunity comes for me to leave, I will definitely leave, right? But if not, why will I leave my country and patronize others? I have to nurture people in my country, give them nursing care. They need enough care too. Yeah. They need
enough care up to the extent of the fact that if the opportunity comes, you have to leave.
Yes, because they say something that if I know that the system might not be very right in the country, right? But they say that sorry, my voice. That you can, if you want to change the system, you have to leave that system.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So if you want to change it, if you want to bring change to a system, you have to leave that system. You don't have to work under that, work with everything they do. So I might have to leave to get something for Nigeria.
But I thought you just said that this is your country, that you will not
It's my country. I work for my country. Okay. But then if the opportunity comes, who am I to say no?
What about you? The same thing with you? Have you thought about leaving the country when you're done?
Of course, I've thought about it, but I also want to say that I don't like the fact that Nigerians, we don't appreciate nurses enough.
Oh, okay.
And I think that's the reason why most people that's why the Japa syndrome. And it's not just for nurses, if you can tell. Because there are also people who are not nurses, but they want to Japa. So, but for nurses, Nigerians don't appreciate nurses enough, because when you come to the healthcare system, nurses are the first line of action between the patients. But they don't treat nurses like they are that important. And if they start to look into it and give nursing the accolades that it deserves, I think more people would stay back in Nigeria than leave. Personally, for me, I've always wanted to practice in Nigeria. I mean, even if I was going to leave, I always wanted to practice in Nigeria. But it pains me that with all the efforts that we put into these healthcare systems, we are not being appreciated the way that we should. Because I go to the hospitals and it is nurses that stay with the patients 24 hours. When you go to any ward, because we've worked in the hospitals like general hospitals, so when you come to a particular ward, you see that before a patient says anything, they don't say doctor. What they say is nurse. So Do you get? When there's an emergency, what they usually scream is no, so no, so. Even if like they actually need a doctor, they usually call out for a nurse first. But when it's saying they now treat nurses like nursing is just a common thing. But I'm praying to God and hoping that my generation will change the narrative, because if we are able to do so, there will be less people to leave the country than more of the Japa syndrome.
So for you, it's all about appreciating the nurses. But who doesn't appreciate the nurses, though?
I mean, the pay for the nurses is not encouraging.
Okay.
It's not encouraging. So if something can be done about it, so I think that's the reason why. Personally, if I was going to leave the country, that would be the reason why I would leave. But
you would if you have the opportunity.
I mean, but I want to practice. And I'm going to practice. Even if I want to leave the country, I want to practice, and I'm going to practice in Nigeria.
I mean, you can practice elsewhere and get paid for it. I mean, I've already seen the disdain on your face with the way you spoke about how nurses are treated badly in Nigeria. So,
but then we're not going to leave these people because they are also depending on us, you know. So sometimes we don't do it because of how they treat nurses. We do it because of what nursing entails. So I might want to leave, but I might also want to stay back and take care of people, because obviously we'll take care of them if all of us Japan now.
Well, it's interesting. There's a fine way to live it, but let me come to you, Letitia, on your final note to just rehash what you guys would do on your 29th Health Day program that the institution is doing. Just tell us what exactly it's going to do, what you guys are going to do, what your engagement will be like, the importance of it, and then what it intends to achieve at the end of the day.
Okay. For 29th Annual Health Day, that is coming up on Wednesday, which is the 14th, tomorrow, and it's holding at ENUGU East
Local Government
Center, right? Headquarters. Thank you. So on that day, we are going to start with medical outreach. The medical outreach, we need the community to come out, because we have to do outreach for the community. The doctors that are coming, the dentists that are coming, the nursing care, the optometrists that are coming is for the community, right? So we need them to be present so that we can see them, we can give them medications, we can do all the necessary things that we have planned to do, like the dentists come in, they will wash, do what's it called?
Scaling and
polishing, yes. Then the optometrists that are coming, and we also have the consultants, so they have the opportunity to meet these people and receive that care from them. Then free of charge, yeah. Then after that section, we'll now go into the events of the day. The events will be having guests, our school lecturers and the dignitaries in our school will be attending. Then the community members are also there, and the nursing students, which are us from different health centers. And we also have delegates from the different health centers that have gone to during this our period of hosting. They will also be present tomorrow. Then we have entertainment for the people, we have refreshments for the people, we have health talk for the people, we have drama for the people, and we also have cake to cut.
Oh, interesting.
And we also have dance, like
we
are dancing ourselves, like we the students. We are going to, all these entertainments will be done by us, all of us, the 400 level students of University of Nigeria's ENUGU campus. So we are all going to be performing this drama, the health talk, the dance. We are
prepared for the events. So we want the community to be present, because they are doing it for them, for the community.
Does look like a dancing competition for people to come and watch, you know, but it's all good. I mean, it's all good. I love what you both are doing, what the school is also doing. So we look forward to it. I'm sure that we're going to come through to cover it. So I want to say a very big thank you to both of you, Miracle and of course Letitia, both from the ENUGU campus of the University of Nigeria, giving us an insight into what the importance of what they're doing as they head on to tomorrow's program, which is the 29th edition of the Health Day. the University of Nigeria ENUGU campus. Charles Pius is my name.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Welcome back. This is the morning show here on Signature TV. And Charles here. So the President, Tinubu, has come to Anambra State and returned back. The ripple still remains with us. This is the very second time he would be visiting the Southeast.
I think that it is too early to call anything to say that it is that Governor Chuma Soludo may be home and dry for November 8th. But as of today, if you take an opinion sample in Anambra State today, from what people are saying in the streets or elsewhere on social media, Governor Chuma Soludo is the man to beat for 2024 November. But what happens once the campaign begins and with the quality of candidates that have emerged in other parties, it's not something that the APOGA need to, of course, they know that it's a task to return Governor Chuma Soludo on November 8th because we have just now a lot of heavyweights and people you can push over at all. Nicholas Ukachukwu has a lot of capacity, and that is the APC, the ruling party. We are not sure where, nobody is sure yet if the president has given the nod to supporting APOGA in Anambra State because, of course, as far as we are concerned, all we heard on Thursday was a political statement both from the governor and from the president. What is left to be seen is where their actions, what they are going to do as we lead up to November 8th. But suffice it to say that there is at least a three-horse race between Governor Chuma Soludo, Chief George Moalo of the Labour Party, as well as Nicholas Ukachukwu of the APC. So November 8th will be very interesting, and I'm thinking that Governor Chuma Soludo may score just a bit lesser because last time he won in 2021, he scored above 40% of the votes. I'm thinking that even if he's going to win, it's going to be probably less than 35% of the votes.
You said that he's now half as popular, as he was in 2021 when he ran the first tenure. I'm just wondering how much of Peter Obi's influence, or should I say, how much of his non-support for Peter Obi in the 2023 election dampened his popularity in Anambra State?
Well, you look at it from the angle of what the APOGA party have always preached all the years. So people are seeing Governor Professor Soludo as somebody Galonwane. Galonwane in the sense, I think for the non-Igbo listeners, mean that you shouldn't leave your brother behind. And so his actions in 2023 his actions were interpreted as though he left his brother behind, his brother Peter Obi behind in support of others. And you know, in politics, politics is local. And for Anambra, who gave 97% of their votes, even despite his criticisms and his articles, you know, in series of articles lampooning Peter Obi, who, of course, is being seen as somebody who did nothing to him. Of course, you find that the sentiments of the masses here in Anambra State, so many people who used to like him, no longer like him on that note. And of course, you also see the other option, the other angle of his loss of popularity is also coming from the fact that when he came on board, he promised a Dubai Taiwan Anambra. And the Anambra, a lot of people still feel that his performance so far has been underwhelming. You know, when you compare it with the kind of laudable promises he made in 2021 leading up to the election. And so on these two counts, he's lost a lot of steam. You also know that Governor Peter Obi is still considered the best governor Anambra had up till now. Even up till now, you see with the indices in education and how Anambra is falling back in education, people are now comparing and saying, okay, if a trader could put Anambra at number 1 and 2 throughout his 8 years, how come a professor is putting us at number 28, you know, in the performances in WAEC and NECO? And so there are questions that to be answered. People are saying that Dr. Soludo is not living up to expectation, and his criticism of Peter Obi is also not helping the matter, because as far as Anambra is concerned, Peter Obi would always be a factor. Will always be a factor, far more than Soludo would be in terms of national politics.
So if Peter Obi's influence, you know, really affected his popularity, you know, would that really make him lose that elections on November 8th, you think?
It will. It depends on what happens. You know, again, this would now bring me to look at the candidate of the Labour Party, which is Chief George Moalo. If Peter Obi brings his weight, you know, puts his weight during the campaigns and comes down to Anambra to really campaign alongside somebody as sitting that George Moalo, I don't know who is going to pitch for his deputy. Of course, you see how that could cause a lot of trouble in terms of how people are going to vote, because of we note that Labour Party is very recognizable. I mean, their logo. People just last election in 2023. A lot of people voted overwhelmingly for Labour Party across the southeast, not just in Anambra State. So if Peter Obi should bear his weight down in Anambra for the campaign and really come out and lead that campaign alongside George Moalo, then you would find that it's going to be a very serious tough one for Governor Soludo. Then if you add that to the APC, you know, with and the deputy now, I don't know if it's confirmed officially, with Ekunife deputizing him. This election is going to be the toughest one ever. As I see it, it's not as the people, some people are looking at it, especially people in the ruling or progressive Grand Alliance. They're not seeing the bigger picture of the effects of the support that Governor Soludo gave to deny Peter Obi in 2023. It's going to be a huge talking point for this election.
Now, you know, this election looks to me like a double-edged sword. For Peter Obi going into the 2027 election. I mean, that is his state. That is the only state that gave him 97%, you know, votes in the last elections. Do you think he should be interested? Do you think, you know, he should be vested in this, because it's also going to spiral with the results? When the result comes out and maybe Abga wins, it will look like he or Labour Party, their steam has been reduced. You know, there is this talk in town about the fact that Labour Party has been decimated. Peter Obi's popularity has dwindled over time, giving you know, to experiences of what we're seeing in the Labour Party and or whatnot. Do you think he should be interested in Anambra state election? Some people say, you know, he should not be interested because Anambra is given for the presidential. But in the state election, do you think there's something to show for it so that, you know, when he goes into the national, you know, people can point out to the result of the Anambra elections and say, look, by and large, he was able to bring his weight and the results show that he's still popular?
Well, you know that by now that Peter Obi is what he is, amidst all these whole tantrums being thrown by the governor unprovoked. Abitobi has maintained his cap, because he alone knows how much how much he's endeared to the hearts of Anambra. And so you will find that his participation in the state government election would count so much. Why it will count is that Labour needs to pull their weight. Labour needs to be seen as a force in Anambra State. The people who say that it will not affect the outcome of the presidential election are correct. They are correct because, the Igbos, especially in the Anambra,
quite interesting. And now we have, like you mentioned, a number of disenchanted people who think that he has performed, below par. So you wonder really the dynamics of that election, what the result is going to be. Would it be one-way street? Would it be, people not really showing up to the election because they feel that, the elections might be rigged? So it just plays out a very, insatiable, or you can't really predict what's going to happen on the day of the election or what the result is going to be about, really. Do you think the unity of the opposition, like a measure of some sort, say for instance, decides that, the only way we can oust the governor, given that he's not that popular anymore, like he was in 2021, is by coming together or collapsing his structures together into one in order to beat it? If he does that, do you think that it would have more chances to oust the governor?
Yeah, that would ideally be something, in more developed democracies, that is ideally something that one would expect to see. But in Anambra State, of course, in Nigeria, our democracy has not reached to the point where people are ideological in their leaning. But suffice it to say that, of course, just like you are ideological in their leaning. But suffice it to say that, of course, just like you mentioned, there are people who who may not be voting in this election because, for the simple fact that they don't like the type of politics, why they may, be comfortable with the level of work that the governor has done. On a program last time, somebody called in and said there was not going to be, I think three or four people said they were not going to be voting in the election. It remains that the opposition in Anambra State is structured in such a way that I don't see them aligning. You see a George Moralo, let's look at the figures. A George Moralo, who is of the APC, who is of course, his DNA is the APC. He was part of the founding members of the APC. And just last year, he moved to the Labour Party, and he's now the political flag bearer for the Labour Party. Then you look at the other part, Nicholas Ukachukwu, who is the flag bearer for the APC. These are people who have contested elections time and again. This is not the first time George Moralo is running for election. He ran for election as far back as 1999. 2003. Same thing with Nicholas Ukachukwu. He ran election as far back as 1999 in Anambra State for governorship. So these are not newcomers to election. So I don't think that they may, because of their ambitions have been crystallized, they may not be able to come together. But that would have been something to be seen, a shocker if it happens. But I am very sure that given their antecedents, that there may not be, a merger. But what will be interesting to see is the role that whoever they choose as deputies will play. Like I informed you now, there's been an announcement that possibly Senator Uche Ekwudife will be the deputy to St. Nicholas dynamic of its own, because that's Anambra Central. And it is the turn of Anambra Central after Anambra South. So that is how you are going to see some kind of alignments where people who want, because in Anambra Central there's and then there's Senator Victor Ume, who are being looked at, and then there's also Osachidoka who are being looked at. So the election isn't beyond 2025. People are also looking, when the of Soludo on Peter Obi, one would not expect Peter Obi to respond back to him in words, but one would expect that he's going to use the election to teach him a lesson. And so you may find that also on the part of Labour Party, there will be a lot of shocker. So that's why I said that the governor, Governor Soludo, won the election in 2021 by 46% of the votes. But I'm not seeing, even if he's going to win, I'm seeing a lot of surprises. It's going to be a very slim win, with a lesser number of governments won. When you look at when they consider the factor of zoning. The zoning system that exists in Anambra State, and how the districts may vote, regards to the interest that they hold collectively. that will also spell a lot of another dimension in terms of number of states that whoever wins is going to sweep. So there's a lot of dynamics, but opposition unity is not something I'm seeing because, of course, of the antecedents of the leading candidates. There's another candidate on the fringe, the YPP candidates, who I've not mentioned before now. What's his name now? He's from the Anambra North. So he's already misaligned because this is the turn of the Anambra South in terms of the rotation that Anambra has. Paul Shukuma, yes. I think Paul Shukuma is of the YPP now. He was before of the APC, but because of during the primaries, just before the primaries, he left the party and joined YPP. They were too glad to they have given him the ticket for the YPP. So I don't know how much of a contribution he's going to play, role he's going to play in the election, but I'm very sure that because he's not from Anambra South, that already gives him, that's already a problem on its own. But of course, the YPP, which is the vehicle he's using, is formidable. You remember that it was a party that Patrick Ifeanyi used to win, the Senate for two election cycles. And currently, they have a lot of people in the House of Assembly and House of Rep from Anambra South. But the point still remains that the factor that made the YPP formidable, that is the late Senator Patrick Ifeanyi, is no longer there. And also, Paul Chukwuma is not from Anambra South, where it is deemed the next the election should go in November 8th. So that is also something that his effect may be negligible, but of course he may just carry maybe one or two words along with him. But opposition unity is not something I'm looking at that would be possible in this election, not in this November, because if it were going to be possible, we would have been seeing signs of that before now. And just now, with the visit of President ENUGU, everybody is trying to gather his own people to himself. The APC is trying to gather their people and be able to show that they have capacity in Anambra State to be able to get the endorsement of the president. The APGA is also endorsing President ENUGU to see if he would be adopted, if they will be adopted as his candidate for the election, because of course we saw what happened in Edo, where that election still has to be one for the history because of the things that kind of infractions that happened during the election, even after the votes have been cast. A lot of votes were found in the gutter and all that. And that is the kind of elections that the APC have given us since 2015. And it speaks to the fact that the masses, that is why mostly here in the Southeast, where people really come out to vote and want their vote to be counted, people are disenchanted with the APC. And that is why you see the race between APGA and the APC in Anambra State to see who wins in favor of the center. Because the APC is trying to win it because they want the endorsement and possibly the impunity that comes from the federal. And also then the APGA is trying to win it to avoid that impunity being meted up on them. Of course, the people who are trusting on the masses to win the election will be the Labour Party, who have who are neither aligned with the center, nor are they have off incumbency. And so you see, the election dynamics is very, it's really an interesting one, and it's left to be seen what happens during the campaigns and who. These figures we have mentioned now, how much interest and how much weight they pull will determine how the election is going to go. But something is for sure, the winning of this election will be very slim.
And, very good point that you put out there. But I'm just thinking, you have mentioned that APC, especially around the Southeast and even a number of cities, viewed as a party for the Northerners, a party that did not give Igbos the opportunities, So I'm wondering, if Ifeanyi was to be alive, he was going to run on that platform. Do you think anything would have changed?
Surely things would have changed because just again, like I said about it, sometimes people have high political currency and they are good campaigners. Ifeanyi had this force. Listen to Ifeanyi, he had this force. Which worked for him, because you'll see it in the way he came out with the YPP for the first time in 2017, a newly registered party, and won election in the Anambra South Senatorial, contesting with kind of heavyweights like Senator Oba, the other Oba from Agwata. So you find that it's really about politics in Nigeria and in Africa for the most part, and anywhere in the world. You saw it with Trump in the US. Any other person, any other Republican would have lost that election. So in the same way, because of course, the sentiment against Republicans was also not very palatable for the American public. So in the same way, even though the sentiments of the people here in the East is not so much in line with the APC, you find that there can be an individual that they may be able to trust, there's a way they call it, they say it in Southeast, when they want to vote beyond the party and vote individual, they will say, no, it's a common saying in the streets here. They will now tell you, no, meaning no, meaning that it is the person that they want to support, not really the party. So that's how sophisticated voters here are in the Southeast. And you may find that would have been, of course, you will see the language or the body language of Apuga and the governor when Dr. Patrick Ifeanyi was alive. And now, nobody was making comments like there's no space or there's no vacancy. Everybody was just working hard and working fast to see what they could deliver. But now, after his demise, we're hearing comments like there's no space in Agwaka and what have you. These are comments that were not anywhere heard. So it tells you that it was a real nightmare that could have just become a reality. If the universe also does its own part, because as far as anybody observing Anambra politics is concerned, if I was going to do his own part. So it was just if the universe does its own part, and then the man would have found himself governor, as he has always dreamed. But the APC is getting some deodorizing with what Governor Soludo is doing now. I think he may be helping the APC at the end of it, because he's now showing people through his comments and his support, saying that Africa will support the APC for the 2027. He has now shown people that there's not much difference between the APGA and the APC. That what elites have always been saying, that in Nigeria that there's nothing like party. That parties are just mere vehicles in Nigeria. There's no ideology. So Governor Soludo may have inadvertently even helped he has helped to deodorize the image of the APC, which may come back to haunt him in the election, because now that he has declared the support for President Tinubu, what it now means is that people would now see that there's no difference between APGA and the APC, and that may be the shift that they have been wanting to have a mindset that will not even make them vote the APC. So when in the desperation, politicians make certain comments, they may not know how far-reaching those comments and those actions may be. Of course, people now are now comfortable. Before now, when you wear the APC jersey or anything in Anambra State, people may be looking at you like somebody has Fakwa. But right now, with after the visit of Tinubu and the endorsement by Soludo, people are now, you see in the street, people are comfortably wearing APC, and people are comfortably identifying themselves with the party. And that could be very much the undoing of the APGA in Anambra State.
Indeed. Caleb Festus, OKK and Yobi, many thanks. We truly, really appreciate you for your insight into Anambra and its pending elections. Many thanks again.
Thank you so much, Charles. Thank you, Nigerians, for listening.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT 1600 hours GMT.
You are welcome to Signature Television Unscripted program, a program where we discuss vital, ongoing national and regional issues, and we give you a lowdown of what is happening in our country for you to be properly guided. Today, we are going to continue on that trajectory. And my name is Mike Obane once again. With me in the studio is Dr. Stan Ukeje. Dr. Ukeje is an economist and public policy analyst. Dr. Ukeje, you are welcome to the program.
Thank you very much, Mike.
Thank you. And our good friend is also here with us, Mr. Martinani, public affairs analyst. He has held several public offices in the past. Mr. Andy, you are welcome.
Chivubani,
thank you very much.
Pleasure to see you once again.
Thank you. Like I said,
thank you.
It's going to be an exciting moment for our viewers out there. And well, you look at it from the point of view of a country that its people are suffering in terms of economic, because of the economic downturn, in the country. A lot of families cannot feed themselves; they cannot feed well. But remember again that the primary purpose of government is providing for the security and welfare of the people. That is enshrined in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. But here we are. You see those elected, those who we have elected, public officers, they don't seem to be concerned with the provision of security and welfare for the people. All they are talking about is how to capture power. We are in the year 2025, and many politicians are thinking about 2027. They are holding meetings here and there. And that brings us to the issue of coalition. Talk about coalition between among the opposition political parties. It's interesting to note that the PDP governors, senators, and leaders of the party, a few days ago they talked about the issue of merging with other opposition parties to chase away the ruling APC government. But that is being spearheaded by the former Vice President, Atiku Abubakar. But somehow there is an opposition to that effect, to that plan. The PDP governors are saying, no, instead of building an opposition, let us build the party. And you do remember that the PDP was in authority for 16 years. So I want to ask, how do you feel about the opposition? I mean, the major plan, which is being spearheaded by Atiku Abubakar. Do you think it's something that we need, against the backdrop of the fact that the PDP governors, senators are saying, no, we don't need coalition, let's build a party? Do you think the PDP is able to build itself to the point of recapturing power from APC, Mr. Ani?
All right, thank you, Jivubani, for that question, for that prosa. Well, it's a big one. I don't know how they intend to go about it, but one thing I know is that PDP is facing internal crisis. And then most of the members are not agreeing to what each others are proposing. So basically what I want to say is that while you have those who believe that there should be a merger and then to enable them capture power in 2027 and then of course defeat the ruling party, there are still those who believe that they can still organize a house and still have a formidable front going into the elections. So what I want to say is neither here nor there, and of course you still have most, within their fold. A lot of persons are members of APC and they are still members of PDP, I don't want to start mentioning names. It's already in the public domain. Even the blind can see, that PDP is having a lot of internal wranglings and then division, which will obviously affect them, to have a common front going into that merger, because you might end up seeing those who will agree and those who will not agree. Those who believe that they will lose what they've gained, the ground they've gained, if they go into merger, and then those who believe that they will gain a lot if they go into merger will certainly be agreeable to a merger. So the issue is neither here nor there. And then until they settle what they have internally, even the leadership is still being contested. It just looks as if it's still in the cooler for some time. The Damagun-led PDP. Some people are still contesting it. But then now they face a major problem from the ruling party, which they believe is trying to erode democracy. Yeah. That's why it looks as if they are coming together to fight. And then Atiku seems to be everywhere. But then when the chips are down, at his age, is he going to allow certain persons fly the flag of the party? Or will he want to use his domineering influence and big thick pocket to, grab the flag of the party ahead of 2027? So the issues are neither here nor there, but as time goes on, we'll see how they...
Yes, thank you, Dr. KJ. Let me get to you. Do you think is timely? Do you think the time is ripe for elected, public office holders, the politicians, to begin to run from the north to the south, from the south to the west, talking about major and when they ought to be talking about how to build our economy, how to build the economy, how to make it possible for the ordinary person to put food on the table, how to generate, grow the economy to the extent that there will be unemployment and a reduction of the stress that we see among the youth. Do you think the government is not missing its track?
Well, what we generally call democracy here is actually participatory government. And one of the checks on office holders is strong public opinion. Where there is a strong public opinion based on issues, you will find that those who are representing the people will respond. But because of the complexity of the country, opinion is manufactured and divided. I think there was a recent incident in Edo State where some people were murdered on suspicion that they were kidnappers.
Yes.
Uromi.
You can see that it concerns some people. It doesn't concern others. Nobody has said from Elele that we knew when these people came to hunt and we knew when they were leaving. In fact, there's an account I read in Daily Trust that the Emir of Kanu authorized them to go to, is he the Emir of Elele? But it is the complexity of the country that makes the country divided. If the country was better organized, opinion will matter. I remember when Jim Ngobodo was governor of ENUGU State, of old Anambra State, and there was mealybug infection on cassava. I think, if I remember very well, the government dropped everything it was doing. Professor Egbete was commissioner for agriculture, and the government tackled it. It tackled mealybug because it affected the people who they were governing. And if the government did not react, it would have been a negative. It would have been a negative. But if you look at Nigeria as a complex area, opinion is divided. So opinion is not one. This last election, I read from the press that Barrister Shagari, who was a former deputy governor, said that he will not be running mates to Peter Obi because Obi will not win in his area, forgetting that his father or his uncle had Kweme as a running mate. Kweme didn't join him because he will win, but he joined because it was a party. If you join, you make effort to make your party win. But if you reject somebody ab initio, your opinion cannot be the same. So, what does it mean? People in politics in Nigeria are careerists. They are not representing anybody. There are people there like job men. They are not. If they were representing people, issues concerning their people will govern what they do. Okay?
Yeah.
Let me give a final example. Bayo Nanuga, during the election, warned the Igbos never to interfere in the government of Lagos, in the politics of Lagos State. But he is now a spokesperson in a federal system in which Igbos are major stakeholders. If the Igbo politicians in APC represent their people, they will insist that the president should not appoint him, that they will leave the party, or they will continue to vote against his programs if Bayo Nanuga remains a spokesman for the president. But you can't see it happen because they have gone there to get money to build hotel, marry second wife, get US citizenship. So what their people feel does not concern them.
Yeah.
So it is expected that the politicians will be maneuvering to remain in office.
Yeah, well, I think it's interesting to note that the Arewa Consultative Forum has knocked politicians already campaigning for the 2027 general election, saying it's too early to do so. They should consider the raging hunger and socio-economic hardship in the country should be addressed in the first place. So it's quite exhilarating. It's quite comforting to know that a particular segment of the country, like I did say, the Arewa Consultative Forum is asking politicians to cool down and look at the economic, first revive the economy of the country before delving into 2027 politics. And that brings us to the issue that the APC itself is a problem that the APC itself is having, and that is to one is talking about the warning by Ali Ndume, Senator Ali Ndume, to Tinubu, not to President Tinubu, not to think that the former president is with him. But I mean, Buhari, the president Tinubu, if Buhari didn't like Tinubu to be president, he wouldn't have supported him. So why would anybody at this point in time now say that there are differences, discrepancies? I mean, between, or rather, a quarrel between Buhari and Tinubu. Mr. Adi, do you think it's possible for that kind of, for us to get that kind of development under 2 years of Tinubu's agreement? What I'm saying specifically is that without the support of Buhari, for instance, as a president, Tinubu perhaps might not have become the president. And 2 years down the line, some people are saying that Buhari may not be, happy that Tinubu emerged as the president. So, what's your take on that?
Well, it's interesting, and then it's interesting times too. We are talking about a former president who has ruled Nigeria for 8 years as a Democrat, in quotes, and then from 1983, to 1983 to 85
as a military head of state.
Ruler. So he has a lot of followership, a kind of a cult-like followership, if I may use the word, as a corner and as a Fulani man. But the point remains that talking about whether he supported Tinubu or he didn't support Tinubu may not be material at this point, because he has served his tenure and is now observing. Of course, you can notice that he's been quiet for some time, meaning that he wants to allow the president to run his show. And then because he ran his show, and then he had about, he's the one that told us about the dot in the circle, the 5%. and then he treated Igbos like a dung, a piece of trash. And then he gave Igbos maybe less than 5% of the appointments under his tenure, you know. And then now this one is also taking a cue from him, and then having lopsided appointments also coming from majorly Lagos, not just Southwest, because the Southwest Southerners are even saying that they are majorly Lagos. So, but then I don't want us to dwell, you know, whether he supported Tinubu at the outset or he doesn't want to support him. But the point remains this: Nigerians are suffering, and everyone is crying, and people are running from pillar to pole, looking for a way out of this trouble. Remember, the opposition started coming together when there was almost an affront on democracy, and that was the Rivers imbroglio, which is still raging at the moment, having a part of the federation. This is a federating unit, for crying out loud. Suspending a sitting governor, suspending the legislature, and of course, the current administrator, which is unconstitutional, which is not known to law, has also suspended everything about democracy from head to tail. That's to tell you that there is a challenge. And that was when the opposition came together. P2Bs of this world, Atikus of this world, of course, Kwankwasos, everybody. In fact, there is no known voice in Nigeria that didn't condemn that action, except Tinubu and his loyalists, the Onanugas, you know, those who are eating from the crumbs falling from the table. So it's obvious to our President Tinubu, that that action is not proper. But given that he knows what he wants to achieve with that action, he and that Wike, he doesn't want to back off. He is still allowing Ibas. Of course, Ibas is being challenged in court, and some of his actions have already been, you know, contested in the court. Well, while we wait for how the court resolves, of course, his illegitimacy, the actions he has taken, the budget he wants to go and present, and all that, well, it's already, it will be sub judice for us to dwell into that. But then the point here is this: Nigeria is at a crossroad, and all Democrats must put their hands on the deck and see what to do to redeem the nation. If not, we don't know what will become of 2027, the so-called 2027 that everybody is clamoring for and looking for a united front to. We don't even know whether it will happen, because it looks as if Nigerians have been caged. You can't protest, you can't do anything. You look at the other day, some people wanted to protest, you know, and then
so what do we actually do? So I'll come back to you.
All Democrats need to
I'll come
unite,
back to you, Mr. Andy.
And then
what do we actually do to redeem the country? We've talked about the declaration of state of emergency in Rivers State, which a lot of people, so many organizations have, described as unconstitutional. You know, and there seems to be, Nigerians are said to be docile, you know, people. You remember what happened in France about 2 weeks ago when this party, the leader of
Le Pen
was, banned her from contesting the next general election in France. The people protested. They said they were going to hold a public protest. Yeah. And that was the Supreme Court decision. But in Nigeria, they will tell you that if whatever the Supreme Court says is final. But over there, the highest court in the land had decided that Le Pen should not contest the next election. She was accused of having embezzled EU money.
Funds, yeah.
Okay, but her supporters came out and said they were going to the streets to demonstrate against the ruling of the highest court in it. But in Nigeria, they will tell you, oh, the Supreme Court has ruled and there's nothing we can do. Our hands are tied. Do you think we have gotten to that level where Nigerians will come oppose some decision or decisions of the government, like the decision to disband the democratically elected government in Rivers State. What can we do? He talked about redeeming the country. How do we redeem the country when, if you come out to demonstrate, the army or the police will be sent after you? So what will Nigerians do or are expected to do to demonstrate against some of these government, anti-people policies?
Well, consistent with what I said before, the country is divided. It's not one nation. There are many nations within Nigeria. I think there was a time there was a crisis in between Benue and Taraba, between the chiefs and Jukuns.
Yeah.
Danjuma remembered that he was a Jukun and told his people to take up arms, that the Nigerian army is not neutral.
Yeah. To fight.
It's true, because he himself was not neutral when Ironsi was in power.
Yeah.
So people fight for themselves. I am sure that if Fubara was in the southwest, all hell will be let loose. So what you are seeing in Nigeria is what is called machine politics. The moment Fubara came to office, Disu, the current commissioner of police in Abuja, was posted there. So it's like Southwest trying to control the Niger Delta. The current commissioner of police there is also from the Southwest. Out of 36 or 37 commissioners of police around the country, only one from the Southeast, only one from the South-South. These commissioners of police, don't they have mates when they were recruited? Were they recruited alone? Where are their mates? So it's machine politics. You use office, you convert office to power. For instance, Mike, you are leading this discussion. If you convert it to power, you can talk from now till tomorrow.
Exactly.
And we'll become spectators. But people cannot react because, one, the country remains unbalanced. One of the things that challenged Nigeria into civil war was the unbalanced federation. In spite of the creation of states, one part of the country remains dominant. If I go back to the Edo State incident, the chief of the defense staff, that is the commander of all commanders, made a comment about the Edo State. But when people are killed in a Hamufu, it doesn't concern him. When people are killed in Jos, that one is family affair. Are you following what I'm saying?
Yes, yes.
Is the unequal relationship in the country. If during the post-election court decisions, Kano, where the NNPP won, there was a sheikh, somebody Bauchi. As the Supreme Court was trying to rule, he made a public statement that if the court ever dares to remove, that there will be consequences. Yeah, did anybody arrest him?
Not.
No. So it is unequal distribution of power. In other words, you need to organize the country in a way where the lions and the cows will stay in their different compartments.
Yeah.
If a cow strays into the lion's den, well, good luck to it. But if you leave it the way it is the voice of one person that will be, so you can't have a national opinion.
Yeah.
And like I said sometime here, football is popular, very popular, because the rules are known and it is followed. In the past, Radio Nigeria and radio stations in the north, especially the far north, didn't broadcast football matches because they felt, or their leaders there felt it was a rascally game. But because of its popularity and the openness, many people now play football all over the country. Our politics is not like that. It's machine politics. If you have money, you buy people. You ask this man, follow me. If you want to be my follower and benefit, I want you to abuse your father. After abusing your father, come, I will give you money. Then you go there, slap your father, come back, and you are settled. You tell your father, don't worry, it's politics, I will settle you later. So almost everything that is wrong in the country are done by public officials. The River State is a clear example. It started by the Supreme Court taking a decision that revenue due to River State should not be released to it. I don't know what it was thinking about revenue collection from River State.
Exactly.
You collect from me and say it will not be given to me. But this is also part of machine politics, because the people in the Supreme Court ought to know basic things. You don't need to be a lawyer to know that there should be equity. When you are doing it, there should be fairness.
And if
there should be inclusion.
If you deny them that revenue, how will the state governor pay salaries and
now the man who is there as administrator has even appointed people to be state independent electoral commission. I mean, how can it's just like a rogue coming into a house and allotting things to the owner? How can you say you are not elected, but you are trying to appoint people who will organize the election? It's machine politics.
Under democracy.
I mean,
it is for the.
Just to add to what Doc said, remember recently, the current president of America, Donald Trump, he slammed a lot of tariff on almost all the countries of the world, including with China having most of it, up to 104%. But then the point I want to make from there is that there was wide protests all over the world. And it didn't take 2 days, and Trump paused those trade tariffs for 90 days. That's the effect of protests and people voicing out their concern all over the world. And Trump saw that this is going to diminish his popularity and could affect his Republican Party. So he quickly paused it for 90 days. And then he was open for negotiation. The other day he said, I have a lot of respect for Jinping. He's my friend.
That's why I said, public opinion is very important.
So very important. You gauge the mood of the people.
Once you demolish public opinion, you can't have participatory governance. Exactly. And I think South Korea gave us a very recent example. When the president of South Korea declared martial law, the police of South Korea refused to implement it.
Exactly.
And they went for an arrest of the president. I mean, you can see that the president has the commissioner of the inspector general of police in his breast pocket in Nigeria to be doing his will.
Exactly. And today he has lost his position.
Yeah, but that takes us to the issue of tariff, which you talked about, and the federal government has set up a committee to review the impact of the tariff imposed across the world, Nigeria is affected. So how far do you think this committee can go in a situation where we have very few, where we import almost all that we use in the country? The only export that we can think about is oil, and oil is not being managed to the extent that it will benefit the country. So how far do you think this committee can go?
Well, Chief Ubani, I must tell you, he's amusing. He's interesting, because as a student of international relations, I know what we call a balance of power. These are people of unequal power, influence. What is our total export? What are we taking to America? What are we bringing to America? Bring it on the scale, and then you see the scale like this. US is here and there. So we can only maybe set up a committee and beg Donald Trump to help us and to save us, because we are not doing enough for our people. We are not able. Even the people at the presidency and the rest of them, the ministers, which car they're driving, which country, where did they manufacture them? Some of them, they eat rice from some of these countries. They take toothpick, they use toothpick from these countries. They wear shoes from this country. They don't believe anything in that comes out of Nigeria makes any sense. They are not supporting our local refinery, their local manufacturers. They don't even have power for them to run their machines. They are bad shoes. They don't even have roads for them to export whatever. No government incentive for them to thrive. Even the clothes, they prefer imported materials. Meanwhile, we have all these things here. Our agriculture is in tatters. You can see the Fulani herdsmen troubling everywhere. The other day yesterday I was in a university and I saw herders almost in all the compound of the school. I was like, wow. So they too come here. So what are we trying to say? We have not organized our house. We are just like tenants. We are, as a country with over 250 million persons, we are still unable to take advantage of our size, of our number, of our GDP, and bring about an economy that can even begin to do something. What can we do with US? All we need to do is maybe set up the committee and then we're going to beg the envoy, US envoy to Nigeria, and then beg them to say, please, beg Baba. It's almost an unequal, there's a party, so there's nothing that can come.
Yeah, let me
Let's
come.
grow our economy.
Let me come over to you, Dr. Okeje. You're an economist. Can you, educate our viewers on, the import or the impact of this tariff issue? What is it all about? What is it all about?
Yeah, the imports tariff, some people even have export tariff, is a tax. It raises the price of a product. And economic theory is that the higher the price, the lower the quantity demanded. Specifically, the United States wants to raise the price of imports generally in order to increase their cost to compare with domestic production in the United States. That's their idea. Why are they taking this step? Well, Trump has, more than enough enemies in the United States, mirrored by some section of the media. These tariff policies have been on. Mm-hmm. The one that Trump imposed in his first term, Biden increased it by 10%. But you didn't hear about it because Biden was in the good book of some media, and of course it was consistent with what Trump had done. So tariff is a trade barrier, and you'll find it in all cultures. Some people can use tariff, some people can use exchange rates. What is causing problem between the US and China is that China uses exchange rates to manipulate trade. It continuously depreciates its currency. It doesn't allow its currency to float. Nigerians go to China to buy goods, but when you go to Owerri Road and ask for yuan, you won't find it. Mm-hmm. China collects dollars from Nigerians for import from China. They don't collect yuan. So we earn dollar from the United States and they will give it to China. China manufactures, sells to the United States, and does not use the money to import from the US. They store it there and use it to buy US Treasury bills, investment. So, and the US have been complaining. The European Union started as a coal union in the 1950s between France, Italy, I think Belgium. There were 4 countries. Now, because of the power of the US as an economy, they felt that if the Europeans were to form an entity that had one currency, they can challenge the dollar. That was how they came to the euro. Now, but their problem is that they have multiple finance ministers. So they cannot come to a decision very easily. The US is aware, but because Europeans are the dominant people in the United States, they don't worry. But they're also manipulating trade with the US. The difference between China and the United States is that China is a country of natives. The US is a country of immigrants. You have Chinese Americans, you have Japanese Americans, you have Nigerian Americans, you have Igbo Americans, Efik Americans. All these people are in the United States, but still loyal to their country of origin. You get the point I'm making. So they tend to rig rules in America for their countries. But the Europeans don't do exactly the same thing, because, I mean, they know their country, they also own the United States. The Chinese are not that loyal.
Yeah.
But the United States don't want, because trade is an alternative to conflict. Trade can be conflicting, but it's an alternative to war. If it were to continue, if it were in some countries, if the United States was a country of natives, they will exclude Chinese people from some of their strategic industries. They will ask Indians to leave their pharmaceuticals, because that's where they get the patent. They steal it and go back to India to produce what they call generic products. So America wants to play by rules. The United Nations, I mean the World WTO, the United Nations Conference of Trade and Development, UNCTAD, and other agencies that govern trade have rules which the Chinese violate. They violate it. They have a trade. US, Canada, and Mexico have an agreement. That agreement emphasizes that people who work in producing products that are imported into their countries must be fairly paid. But criminal groups in Mexico manufacture products and smuggle it into the United States. Canadian companies owned by Chinese, you know, bring in third-party parts, put it in products made in Canada, and export it to the United States. The US have been complaining. But, I mean, I saw the Canadian Prime Minister making a broadcast. That's the former one. His father was a former premier, making a broadcast to the United States people, telling them to remember that Canada and US are united. You know, you will suffer if there are not too many countries that will tolerate that type of thing. US is so big and strong that it can destroy Canada in a twinkle of an eye. But they tolerate it. So US is a very tolerant country.
Yeah.
Forget about what people are saying. Not too many countries will tolerate it.
Yes, Dr. KJ, I did hear the Canadian Prime Minister, the former Canadian Prime Minister, saying that Canada will retaliate, you know, over the tariff.
You know, the one they call Trudeau.
Yes,
Trudeau.
over the tariff issue. Do we have a situation where Nigeria can tell US we will retaliate? Do you foresee that kind of statement coming from Nigeria?
It cannot happen, because I told you we are doing machine politics. Professor Bolaji Akiyemi had been appointed chairman of Nigeria International Affairs. One of the first things he said was that the government should be careful not to confront the United States. But that is just academic. Three of us here, if we don't go to Ogbete market in ENUGU for the next 1 year, Ogbete will not know that we didn't come. So Nigeria is an infinitesimal player. The US has more oil reserves than Nigeria. In fact, I think only Russia has more oil than US. Why US is importing is that, one, they want to reserve their own, and two, they have this politics of preserve our own, let us do green. But Trump says, why should we have oil and gas and we are not producing it? One of the things that China has taxed against the US imports is coal. But in ENUGU here, we are cutting down our wood instead of bringing out coal for firing. So we are not a trading country. There's nothing we can do. Like I said, this pause you have seen is because through the back channels, people are begging the US, because the US is the only market in this world where if you export to US, you will be rich. If you don't trade with the United States, you will be poor. To give you an illustration, in 2018, under Trump, the US and China, in order to deal with these problems, agreed that China will increase its imports of US goods by 200 million by the end of December 2021. By the end of 2021, when Trump was no longer in office, China had only imported 58% of what it was agreed on. Now, what the US did was to impose tariff under Trump to some specific Chinese goods. That's what's called specific tariff. You know what China did? They imposed tariff on US soya beans. US said, okay, no problem. But there was diversion of trade. They started importing that soybeans from Brazil. That's China. What the US did was to pay compensation to the soybean farmers
in Brazil
for loss of market.
Okay.
In the end, after the price of soybean in Brazil increased, the price that the Chinese consumers were paying for soybean was equal to what it would have paid if it imported from the US at the same tariff rate. You can see that America is big, strong and reliable, to use the old Union Bank.
Yes, yes, I agree with you that America is big. America is big. Nigeria is also big. But what the two elements that are missing is that of reliability and which other one? Strong. I think these are being stronger and reliable. Is what is missing, you know, these two elements appear to be missing. But we are a large country, a country of over 200, a country of about 200 million people. It's on record that we have vast, you know, mineral resources. You know, once before we came in here, we were talking about the reserves. You know, Nigeria has in crude oil reserve hit about 37.28 barrels. You know, of crude oil. I mean, that Nigeria. So you find in Zamfara, you find is it what is it? Gold. In Zamfara, in ENUGU here, you find coal. You find all kinds of minerals, you know, across Nigeria. We have very fine weather. The rains come at this time. The dry season come at its own time. We don't have all these natural disasters that you find happening in America and all the rest of them, like earthquakes and all that. It's a beautiful country. And what is it? I want to find out what are those elements that are, you know, responsible for the underdevelopment of Nigeria. Why can't we grow as reliable, big, reliable, and like America, so that we, you know, when America speaks, we can now say we will retaliate.
Yeah. Just to jump at your question, one of the things that is missing is that we cannot conduct free, fair, and credible election. That is one of the missing link. Once people know they can get power by any other means apart from the votes of the people, they will always dribble the people when they come to power. So if Nigeria can conduct fair, free, and credible election, then those who want to lead the people will always strive to be men of integrity. People who will keep to their words, keep to their electoral promises. As long as people win by this other means, they come to power, they will dump the promises they made. They can do whatever they want to do. And of course, it looks as if the institutions are weak. We also have weak institutions that cannot, like you, Dr. Okeje, pointed out. The Korean police refused to implement the order of the president, the martial law, simply because they knew it was against the constitution. It was unconstitutional, and they refused to do that. But think about Nigeria. If the president says, do this, there's executive order or whatever, you see how the IGP will take gun and kill 100 persons. Nobody will take him to any court. No panel will be set up.
Are we saying a government of impunity?
Yeah, electoral. We've not been able to get our elections right. We've not been able to get our institutions to the point that they can stand. And whoever comes, even with what Donald Trump tried to do to roughshod America, but America stood strong and insisted that the law and the court must be supreme. And the constitution remained supreme. At the end of the day, he lost that election and cried foul everywhere, even though he was re-elected. Thanks to God. Those ones belong to him. But it was still the people that elected him. That means majority of the Americans still loved him in spite of losing the other election. And the beauty of democracy, they keep saying, is that those who lost yesterday can win today. And those who win today can lose tomorrow. Because people are free to make choices. Because Nigerians are not free to make their choices of who governs them at every level, that's why you see impunity. That's why you see underdevelopment. Unlike what we are seeing in Enugu today, the governor promised he was going to change the face of Enugu, and it looks as if he's changing the face of Enugu without making noise. That is what democracy should be about. But you have in Nigeria as a whole, if someone is elected as a president, nothing changes in the north, nothing changes in the south, nothing changes in the east.
Are you saying we export the Enugu democracy to the national level?
Yes, it's a model. Of course, the Southeasterners should come and learn, including the security. In recent time, I've not had people being picked by kidnappers within town. It has gone down. And you could see DPR vehicles everywhere. They have monitors, and some of the streets are connected. So I keep commending Dr. Peter Mba for the wonderful work he's doing. It's a model that can be exported. You know, so what are we trying to say? Let's get our democracy right. A situation whereby a president comes to power, he's looking for someone to put in INEC who will play by his own rule and not by the rule of the electoral body and the constitution is unacceptable. And
well, I think it has to do with our constitution, you know, stipulations, provisions of the constitution.
The constitution is right.
The constitution has given the president the authority, the power to appoint the INEC chairman. I was quite impressed with what happened in the states, one of the states in America, where an election was conducted. You know, to elect people into that state's Supreme Court.
Yeah, they do
all right?
that. Yes.
Okay, instead of allowing President Trump to appoint the justices of the Supreme Court, which is what happens in the Nigerian, in Nigeria, where a president decides on with NJC and all that.
Just before you land, I want to say that even in America, the America we are copying, the democracy we are copying, even when a president elects someone close to him, but when it comes to that institution, he will be forced to play by the rule of that institution. He cannot come and manipulate the institution and then suppress everybody. Just like what we had last time. You have IRF, you have where records will be voting, will be dropping. And then somebody said there was electoral glitches and it didn't work. He said server. Somebody said you have a back end. You could go to your system and call it up, even if there was but then you see that there was lies, series of lies, rigmarole, you know, until it looks as amazing has taken over everybody, and then we are still sleeping. And then 2023 has passed. Now we're in 2023.
Dr. KJ, do you think we get it, or we will ever get to that, position, that position in our country, Nigeria, where the leader of the country can rise up to challenge what the American president says, or the Chinese president says, or like this tariff thing we are talking about? The Canadian people stood up and said they were going to retaliate.
It is not going to happen.
It's not. You think it's not going to? It's not going to happen in Nigeria.
Chinyere Achebe said that they have put a knife in the things that kept us together. Things have fallen apart. I'm sure that if there was an Igbo republic in Nigeria, what happened in Imo State would have been resisted by people from even Enugu Ezike, that there is no way somebody who came forth can become the winner. But because they have put a knife on the things that keep us together, people will hear that somebody who won the election, who is already running, have been removed. Somebody who claimed to be a commissioner of police or deputy commissioner, like has information that INEC does not have, and the court accepted it. And the person who get that ruling is now the Chief Justice of Nigeria. You can't get it. One of the things that make for unity is solidarity. There was a time, I think under Abacha or Babangida, that one colonel, I think from the southwest, was made administrator of Abia State, military administrator. When he came, he tried to do some mago and removed the secretary to the government who opposed some contract he wanted to award. Of course, he removed him, but the person he appointed rejected the offer.
That's institution.
The man quickly recalled the man he removed.
Yeah.
Ebitu Kiwe was deputy to Babangida. You know, it's all this manipulation that Igbo man has been giving chief of general staff. But when he came to the brass tacks, the man said, I will not take this from Abacha. If I'm the chief of the general staff and deputy head of state, on a national day, I should come in only before the head of state. Sure. Abacha said, no, I'm senior, I'm the defense. He said, no. This is not a military engagement. That one passed. Babangida went to register Nigeria with...
oh, I see.
He said, we never discussed it. He removed him. Did any Igbo person of responsibility condemn him for losing the post? He didn't go there for an Igbo person. But I am saying this as a citizen. We never discussed it. So, his behavior was one of solidarity. He was not speaking for Igbo people. He was not speaking for Yoruba people. He was speaking for Nigerians. We never discussed this thing. How many politicians will say, this thing you are doing is not what we discussed? Mr. President, how can all the offices in the economic section be held by people from your place? How? You know?
They are the most qualified.
That is solidarity. If you speak out, let me give you an example. In the 1960s or 50s, there was a committee set up by Zik when he was premier.
Yes.
You know, they set up, they now gave people appointments. The late Igwe of Halumona, but he was a barrister at Abakaleke. He wrote an opinion in a newspaper, Outlook, condemning the composition. He said that some people were not represented. You know what happened? Zik traveled from ENUGU to Abakaleke and met him. I said, my friend, you have access to me. Why didn't you tell me? That is an error, but we will correct it.
Yeah.
Imagine Zik, who had graduated in the 1930s from the United States, going to talk to somebody who he was above, but he knew that the man's opinion
was very
mattered. You know, I talk about public opinion in participatory government.
Yeah.
So, the lack of solidarity is the cause of disunity, and where there is disunity, you cannot have a complete opinion. Or many of these NGOs you see, people who carry placard, they are recruited. People are paid 2,000. Come and demonstrate.
Go and do recall.
Yeah.
Go and do a field recall. Because
thank you very much. Thank you very much. Whatever has a beginning must truly have an end. We are coming closer to the end of our discussion today, and it's been quite an exciting moment discussing the affairs of Nigeria, lamenting over the lapses, lamenting over the road that we ought to have traveled that we didn't travel. And I believe Dr. Keje did say in his closing remarks, did say about unity, unifying our country, and having a common opinion, and getting the public, to have an opinion, a common opinion on an issue. And I believe that very soon we'll get to that point where when you see something, you say something in the interest of our country, Nigeria, because we've gone so backward, looking at the humongous resources that we have. We are still drawing back. It's not good for our country. It's not good for Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, this is where we are going to call it call an end to this day's discussion. It's been a wonderful time discussing with you, Mr. Ani. Thank you for coming.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you, Dr. Ukeje.
Thank
you
for
coming.
Thank you very much for leading the discussion.
Viewers, I thank you out there. Still get tuned to our Signature Television. Thank you.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, Senate calls for urgent military deployment to Borno and Yobe State following resurgence of Boko Haram attacks. Court fixes date for judgment on Senator Natasha's case against Nigerian Senate. WTO chief meets Japan's foreign minister amid global trade tensions. And Australia's Conservative Liberal Party elects first woman leader after election loss. Details shortly.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The Senate on Tuesday asked the military to urgently redeploy personnel and advanced equipment to Borno and Yobe states following a resurgence of attacks by Boko Haram terrorists in the areas. The resolution followed renewed insurgent attacks in the northeast region, including the killing of over a dozen soldiers in market town of a Munguno local government area on Monday, and subsequent assault early Tuesday on Gajiram, the headquarters of Ngazai local government area. In a motion by Senate Chief Whip Tahi Munguno, lawmakers described the recent developments as very disturbing. Munguno observed the use of modern technology by the group, including drones, and an increase in the deployment of improvised explosive devices, which have led to high civilian and military casualties, disrupting transportation networks. The Senate subsequently urged the military high command to swiftly redeploy sufficient troops to the region and ensure they are adequately equipped with modern technology to effectively combat the renewed threat. Lawmakers also mandated the committees on the Army and Air Force to monitor and ensure compliance with the resolution. A member of the House of Representatives, Yusuf Gadgi, has claimed that Boko Haram insurgents have seized weapons and military assets worth trillions of naira during attacks on military bases across Nigeria's northeast region. Gadgi made the statement while contributing to a motion moved by Ahmed Satome from Borno State at a recent fire outbreak at a military arms depot in Giba Barracks, Maiduguri, and increasing attacks by Boko Haram in Borno and Yobe states. Gadgi noted that the scale of destruction being inflicted by insurgents on military equipment is unprecedented, warning that failure to take swift and decisive action could have dire consequences, especially for elected leaders. National Assembly said allocated significant funds for the purchase of over 40 combat vehicles and other weapons for the military, amounting to trillions of naira to ensure the protection of citizens. The chairman of Gwer West's local government area in Benue State, Tosa Victor, has ordered a dusk to dawn curfew to curb rising insecurity in the area. Victor said in a statement that the curfew, which begins at 6:30 p.m. daily, takes immediate effect and applies to all movement into and out of the local government. The decision comes in the wake of renewed violence in parts of Benue State, particularly following a series of deadly attacks on Friday in the neighboring communities of Ayilamo and Jatu Aka. At least 9 people were killed when suspected herdsmen launched coordinated assaults on both villages. In Jatu Aka, over 20 armed attackers invaded the area, killing 6 residents and touching several homes. The violence later spread to Ayilamo, where 3 more people, including a livestock guard, were reportedly murdered. Benue State Governor Hyacinth Alia is appealing for unity among the people of the state as they face escalating security concerns stemming from persistent attacks by armed headsmen. Governor Alia, who was given his mid-term report at the Township Stadium in Vandekia, described the situation as a critical threat to the very survival of the state, calling for collective resolve and solidarity in confronting the menace. The governor, who thanked the federal government for dispatching additional security operatives to bolster peace efforts, urged residents to maintain vigilance and work hand in hand with security forces to defend their communities, highlighting his administration's achievement in key sectors such as education, healthcare, agriculture, ICT, infrastructure, security, transportation, and human capital development. The governor said his government has recorded accomplishments surpassing those of previous administrations over nearly a decade in just 2 years. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, says the 10th Assembly has been very proactive and productive since its inauguration almost 2 years ago. Speaker Abbas made a session in Abuja at the inaugural policy dialogue on legislative agenda of the House, which are top government officials and organizations at the federal and state levels in attendance. Speaker said the dialogue is a clear demonstration of shared effort to promote parliamentary accountability, transparency, and truly citizen-driven legislature. They said the goal of the event is not only to celebrate the achievements of the House, but also to examine areas of improvement in the spirit of openness and democratic inclusion as the House marks the midpoint of its tenure and reflects on its journey so far. The agenda, according to him, encompasses 8 broad priority areas that address Nigeria's diverse needs, including strengthening good governance, enhancing national security, revitalizing the economy, reforming the laws, and promoting social development. The event was organized by the Office of the Speaker in conjunction with the Policy and Legal Advocacy Center, the National Assembly Library Trust Fund, and the UK International Development. Meanwhile, the Speaker has challenged the executive arm of government to ensure the implementation of laws and other interventions made by the Parliament in the overall interest of the citizens. Speaking at the inaugural National Policy Dialogue on Legislative Agenda in Abuja, Abbas noted that the House has conducted robust oversight of executive over the past 2 years, investigating economic reforms and national security efforts.
Recognize that passing laws is not enough. We must also ensure that they are implemented and implemented faithfully, and that government actions are almost always subject to scrutiny. In the past 2 years, the House has engaged in robust oversight of the executive branch, holding ministries, departments, and agencies accountable to foster accountability and transparency in governance.
The Deputy Speaker, Benjamin Kalu, revealed that over 1,059 bills have been presented by the House for implementation.
Become a legislative powerhouse. Since June 13, 2023, the House has considered over 1,059 bills spanning every facet of national life, from constitutional amendments to sector-specific reforms in education, in health, and security, as well as the economy.
The chairman of the House Committee on Monitoring and Evaluation of Implementation of a Legislative Agenda, Cyril Godwin, highlighted the importance of integrating input from stakeholders into the 8-point legislative agenda of the Green Chamber.
Of the 10th House, surely Green flags the House of Representatives as the Green Chambers, as the House of the People, or the People's House, the beacon and the bastion of our democracy, as it heralds a new era of purposeful alignment with global parliamentary best practices benchmarked by the key indicators of strategic focus, measurable impact, and parliamentary audit.
The chairman of a conference of state legislature at Debayo Ogundoyin called for security reforms and some proactive intelligence-driven measures, as well as recruitment of unemployed graduates into security services as long-term investments.
Is a paramount concern for every Nigerian. It is not enough to merely condemn acts of terrorism, banditry, kidnappings, and communal violence each time they occur. As legislators, we must enact laws and support proactive, intelligence-driven security measures, strengthen the capacity of our security agencies, and promote community-based policing.
The Minister of Labour, Mohammed Dingadi, urged the House to pass pending labour bills for the benefit of Nigerian workers and growth of the economy.
That I make a passionate plea to the House of Representatives to partner with the Ministry to facilitate the speedy passage of the national labour laws, which will be brought before the House in a short time to come. These bills include Labour Standard Bill, Collective Labour Relations Bill, Occupational Safety and Health Bill, Labour Institutions Bill, the Nigerian Social Insurance Trust Fund Act 2010 to align with the Employers' Compensation Act, the National Directorate of Employment Act 2004, the National Productivity Act, and the Michael Omodu National Institute for Labour and Studies.
But the challenge has always been the implementation. Whether you're talking about allocation of resources and then intervention from some other arms of government. I remember one of the cardinal points we had in the 8th Assembly legislative agenda was the issue of the sectoral debates. And we started it. It was going on very well. And then I had a call. Mr. Speaker, my ministers are complaining that you have prevented them from working. And it was just for a minister to show for just 30, 40 minutes, present in areas that we thought were very, very critical to the national economy, because then we were talking about diversification of our revenue sources.
The event also featured goodwill messages from various stakeholders and development partners. The ENUGU state government has officially launched a high-level steering committee aimed at eradicating gender-based violence, GBV, across the state, declaring a policy of zero tolerance towards the issue. Inauguration ceremony, which took place at Government House, ENUGU, was performed by the Secretary to the State Government, Professor Chidebere Onya, on behalf of Governor Peter Mba. Governor Mba said his administration remains committed to prosecuting offenders and implementing preventive measures to combat such violence, safeguard all citizens irrespective of their gender. Commissioner for Children, Gender Affairs and Social Development, Ngozi Eni, who chairs the newly inaugurated committee, noted that the policy reflects the unique realities and challenges within local communities and assured that the committee will deliver on its mandate. The committee comprises representatives of key government institutions, including the Nigeria Police Force, Ministry of Agriculture and Agro-Industrialization, Local Government, Rural Development and Chieftaincy Affairs, UN Development and Poverty Reduction, Trade, Investment and Industry, Justice, Health and Education, as well as civil society organizations. The Post-Primary Schools Management Board, PPSMB, is conducting an exam monitoring exercise to ensure the smooth administration of a senior school certificate examination, SSCE, in Enugu State, Nigeria. Initiative aims to maintain the integrity and transparency of the examination process, while also promoting a conducive learning environment. Correspondent Ugona Awalu witnessed the examination monitoring for Signature TV.
The PPSMB was created to address the unique challenges facing post-primary education in Enugu State. The board, under the leadership of Father Mbodili, has set for itself the task of quality assurance, staff development, and infrastructure development. The monitoring exercise took the team, led by Father Hilary Mbodiri, to some schools in Ezagu local government area where it monitored the conduct of the ongoing senior school certificate examination. The team checked for adherence to examination guidelines, cleanliness, and overall atmosphere in the examination halls. The PPSMB chairman, while addressing students at Community Secondary School and Model Secondary School in Olo, emphasized the importance of hard work and good reading habits to improve their academic performance and ensure a brighter future for themselves and their community. He also warned students against engaging in examination malpractices, which he said undermines the integrity of the education system.
I want to warn you and to advise you. Begin now to cover your syllabus, begin now to read your books. It is no longer business as usual. It's not only in Model Olo. There will be nowhere to run into. If you go to private school, we are there. If you go to mission school, that's where we are based. If you go to public school, that is also our permanent settlement. So there is nowhere to run to. The only shortest cut is to read your books, read your notes. For today, we found your students contributing to 2,000 naira in order to aid my practice. And the truth is that we cannot smile. We are changing. The supervisor is going and facing panel in this board tomorrow morning. She's facing panel. She continues as a teacher. That's good for her. The person coming to contribute. So, and this indictment, we don't pretend about it. Principals were warned to remain in the hall. Your principal was not in the hall. He's also indicted. He's also coming to the board tomorrow morning.
Father Mbodili encouraged teachers to provide necessary support and guidance to their students to enable them excel in their studies and grow into responsible citizens and leaders.
My dear teachers, for those of you who are still making effort, I want to encourage you. Be diligent, teach the students, do your best. Avoid our trouble by coming to school. We have done it for 2 years, concentrating on punishing offenders. From June 2025, we are bringing a new page, rewarding the most diligent, school after school. That's what we are concentrating on. I'm not talking about 5,000 reward or 10,000 reward. We are going to establish an elaborate reward to reward those who are very diligent, those who have never missed work a whole term. School principals will give us their names. Those who are able to cover their syllabus, school principals will give us their names. Such diligent people will come to the headquarters and be rewarded zone after zone, and it's going to be handsome reward.
The exam monitoring exercise is a testimony to the commitment of the PPSMB to ensure improved standards of education in the state, as well as the integrity of the examination process. In Enugu, Ugonne Owalo, reporting for Signature TV.
The federal government has supplied vital equipment and components for two 132/33 kV substations and associated transmission lines to Ekiti State. In a statement issued in Ado-Ekiti on Monday, the Ekiti State Commissioner for Infrastructure and Public Utilities, Professor Bolaji Aluko, confirmed the delivery, stated that the substations will be sited in Ilupeju Ekiti and Ijesha Isi Ekiti, with a switching station at Ikere Ekiti. Aluko commended both the federal government and Governor Biodun Uyebanji for accelerating the substation projects, which is said would add a total of 240 MVA, comprising 460 MVA transformers, to the existing 140 MVA capacity at the Omisejana substation in Ado-Ekiti. He assured that the project is expected to be completed before the end of the year. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has called on contractors handling various projects across the territory to maintain high standards. Wike made a call during the inspection of ongoing projects in Abuja ahead of the planned inauguration to mark President Bola Tinubu's second year in office. Among the projects inspected was a 16-kilometer inner northern expressway from Idu to Dede and a construction site of Ijahi interchange, which will link Wole Soyinka Way to the Murtala Mohammed Expressway. The minister expressed satisfaction with the progress and quality of work, commending the contractors for working round the clock to meet deadlines. Up ahead, FEC approves Medipool to lower drug prices. Health practitioners raise awareness on breastfeeding as cornerstone of infant health. Stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
An Abuja Federal High Court, presided over by Justice Binta Nyako, has fixed 27 June 2025 to deliver judgment in a suit instituted against the Nigerian Senate by Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, challenging a suspension over alleged gross misconduct. Kogi Central Senator had instituted a suit against the Clerk of the National Assembly, the Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, and the Chairman of the Senate Committee on Ethics, Privileges and Public Petitions. After taking arguments for and against the suit, Nyako fixed June 27 date for judgment in the matter and informed the parties that she would also deliver a ruling on the contempt and applications brought against Akpoti-Uduaghan and Akpabio. Counsel for the Senate, Paul Daudu, had accused Akpoti-Uduaghan of acting in breach of an order of the court by posting a satirical apology on our Facebook page, while the Akpoti-Uduaghan legal team also alleged that Akpabio did the same with comments by the Sabakoba and Mandubani in his favor during media appearances. In their arguments, the Clerk of the National Assembly, the Senate President and the Chairman Senate Committee on Ethics, Privileges and Public Petitions all challenged the jurisdiction of the court to hear the matter, urging the court to dismiss a case instituted by the suspended Kogi Central Senator. The dispute between Akpabio and Akpoti-Uduaghan started from a disagreement over sitting arrangements during a Senate plenary session on February 20, 2025, after which Uduaghan subsequently made allegations of sexual harassment against Akpabio. The federal government has approved a new policy known as Medipool, which may lower the cost of drugs and other medical consumables for Nigerians. This was part of the decisions reached at the Federal Executive Council meeting chaired by President Bola Tinubu at the State House, Abuja. The coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Ali Pate, who disclosed this to newsmen, said Medipool is a group purchasing organization for competitive pricing and to be a supplier of essential medicines and healthcare products across Nigeria. Party said Medipool was developed to consolidate the demand from basic healthcare centers and federal tertiary hospitals to enable the government to leverage bulk purchasing power to lower medical costs. He emphasized that the administration aims to support local manufacturing, promote import substitution, and ensure Nigerians have access to high-quality, affordable medicines. The Minister of State for Industry, Trade and Investment, John Eno, says the economic value of implementing a Nigeria First policy is about 3 trillion naira annually. Briefing State House correspondents shortly after the Federal Executive Council meeting at the State House, Abuja, and said the policy would also contribute about 20% to the growth of the manufacturing sector in Nigeria in the next 3 years. Further explained that over 500,000 jobs will be created through the policy in the short term and lead to a reduction of about 30% of imports. Also briefing the correspondents, the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, confirmed full payment of a sum of $3.4 billion loan received from the International Monetary Fund than the COVID-19 pandemic. The news broke out last week that Nigeria has officially removed itself from the International Monetary Fund's debtor list, following the full settlement of its outstanding credit obligations, which stood at $1.61 billion in 2023. The minister said the council also directed the Bureau for Public Procurement to communicate the new threshold for procurement of goods and services. Idris said FEC also noted the need for the private sector players to participate more actively in Nigeria's economic growth, and directed ministries, departments, and agencies to deepen their collaboration with the private sector, especially in terms of infrastructure development. Health practitioners are raising awareness on breastfeeding as a cornerstone of infant health to empower mothers make informed choices for the well-being of your babies. Nursing students of the University of Nigeria ENUGU campus made the appeal when they featured on Signature Morning Show as part of activities to mark 29th Annual Health Day with the theme, Breastfeed the Child, Build a Community. One of the guests, Miracle Dozioko, urged nursing mothers to prioritize proper breastfeeding techniques and steer clear of artificial feeding methods. She expressed concern over the growing trend among modern women to rely on formula feeding, emphasizing that breastfeeding offers unmatched benefits for infant health and development.
Breast milk is very important, and that is why as nurses we have a crucial role to play with the mothers, especially during the prenatal and the antenatal period. You explain to the mothers that you can't compare breast milk to formula. Those are like milk. They are not gotten from human. Yes, they are not gotten from human. And then breast milk has like so many other nutritional. Breast milk has vitamin A, D, E, K, and also breast milk has so many nutritional contents in it that you cannot compare with formula. Breast milk also has protein in it. It has proteins it has both whey protein and casein protein, which can help to keep the baby for a longer period, especially when like the mother is not there to breastfeed the baby. And also, when you want to compare breast milk and formula, you find out that most babies that they are formula fed, they are usually prone to obesity. But when you breastfeed your baby, the baby has less chances of being obese.
Another guest, Letitia Ibekwe, who highlighted the importance of exclusive breastfeeding, said that breast milk contains antibodies that fight infections, making it the best source of nutrition for babies. Letitia explained that artificial feeding methods increase the risk of diseases and exposure to germs.
We teach the community the importance of this breastfeeding, and we teach them why mothers and every family need to imbibe with this particular process. Now, nurses also, they are the ones that they also go for training so that they can get the knowledge and the skill that they need for this particular event, for this particular process. Now, the nurses also, they find out and they identify the problems that could be associated with mothers breastfeeding their babies, while these mothers shy away from this process, and they go ahead to address these issues one after the other, and encouraging and supporting women to breastfeed their babies.
They also called on husbands to play a supportive role in encouraging their wives to breastfeed and care for their babies. The Group Chief Executive of Nigeria National Petroleum Company Limited, Bayo Julari, says the company will resume oil drilling in the northern part of the country. Julari stated in an interview with BBC News Hausa that the suspended project will be resumed under its leadership. He said the projects would allow previously closed companies to reopen so they can continue operating and bring benefits to the region, which would lead to everyone benefiting from the increased wealth. Former President Muhammadu Buhari in November 2022 launched a crude oil drilling project in Komani area at the border of Bauchi and Gombe states in the northeast of the country. marking the first time that oil drilling had begun in the north. NNPCL also announced that crude oil drilling in Nasarawa State, located in the north-central part of the country, would commence in March 2023, which is yet to take place. Northerners had expressed joy over the plan by President Buhari to turn the region into an oil-rich zone like the Niger Delta, but the project failed to continue for undisclosed reasons. The Nigerian senator calls for stronger collaboration between pension administrators and lawmakers for greater public trust. Businesses brace for higher interest rates and rising inflation. Details and more in our business news.
Senate Committee on Establishment and Public Service, Senator Oluwole Fasuyi, is urging stronger collaboration between pension operators, regulators, and lawmakers to restore public confidence in Nigeria's pension system. Speaking at the first ever leadership retreat by the Pension Fund Operators Association of Nigeria, PENOP, in Lagos, Fasuyi highlighted rising dissatisfaction among contributors, many of whom are considering exiting the contributory pension scheme. He said the pension market has far greater potential than the 22 trillion naira currently recorded, but suffers from low public trust and engagement. The senator also stressed that legislative oversight should be seen as a partnership rather than interference, and called on pension fund administrators to prioritize contributor welfare alongside profitability. The federal government of Nigeria has opened its 300 billion naira series VII sovereign sukuk for public subscription, targeting the development of critical road and infrastructure projects across the country. The sukuk, which operates under a non-interest financial model, offers Nigerians a secure and ethical investment option. Subscription is open to individuals, corporates, and institutions, with a closing date set for May 17, 2025. Proceeds will be channeled into projects across the 6 geopolitical zones, promoting inclusive development and economic growth. Nigerians and businesses are preparing for tighter financial conditions with expectations of higher interest rates and inflation, according to the Central Bank of Nigeria's April 2025 surveys. About 70% of firms cited high interest rate as a top challenge to operations, while many also foresee elevated borrowing costs and inflation in the months ahead. Despite these pressures, business confidence is rising, especially in agriculture and construction, with firms expressing cautious optimism. However, insecurity, taxes, and power supply remain key concerns. Capacity utilization improved slightly, and hiring plans are expanding in sectors like mining and construction. In a bold statement of intent, Coronation Group has reaffirmed its commitment to Africa's transformation through sustainable investment and strategic leadership. Group CEO Mr. Wole Onasonya announced that Coronation will return as a gold sponsor of the 2025 Africa CEO Forum, which began yesterday, May 12, and will conclude today in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire. Chairman of the group, Mr. Aigboje Imokude, will lead the company's participation and feature in a headline discussion on transitioning Africa family-owned businesses from survival to legacy. Acting CEO of Coronation Merchant Bank, Paul Abiagam, is also billed to speak on strategies to boost Africa's cost of capital crisis. Onasonya emphasized Coronation's vision for inclusive economic growth, describing the company as a prosperity partner committed to delivering transformative financial services. The United States and China have reached a deal to slash tariffs, signaling a possible end to the long-running trade war. After weekend talks in Geneva, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said both sides agreed to a 90-day pause on new measures, cutting tariffs from over 100% to just 10%. The talks mark the first direct engagement between senior economic officials since President Trump returned to office and reimposed steep duties on Chinese goods. China has responded with export curbs and raised tariffs on U.S. imports. The dispute had frozen nearly $600 billion in trade and rattled global markets. But Monday's announcement boosted investor confidence, with Wall Street futures rising and the dollar gaining strength. In international markets, European stocks climbed on Monday after the United States and China announced a breakthrough agreement to slash the reciprocal tariffs, offering a ray of hope amid escalating trade tensions. This comes after years of retaliatory moves that crippled global trade and supply chains. The pan-European stock 600 index jumped by 0.9%, while Germany's DAX hit a record high of 23,911 points. Semiconductor, logistics, and chemical stocks led the rally. Infineon and BASF saw gains of up to 8% and 5%. Shipping giants Maersk and Hapag-Lloyd also surged, gaining over 10% each. However, arms manufacturers dipped following Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's announcement that he's ready to meet Russian President Vladimir Putin in Turkey later this week. That's business news on Global News. I am Tomsinime Natus.
Still to come, Trump attends official ceremony held in Saudi Royal Court. WTO chief says China-US economic trade meeting marks significant step forward. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Director General of the World Trade Organization, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, has said that the latest China-US high-level meeting on economic and trade affairs in Geneva marks a significant step forward for international trade. Okonjo-Iweala, in a statement, said that she was pleased with the positive outcome of the talks. She said amid current global tensions, such progress is important not only for the United States and China, but also for the rest of the world, including the most vulnerable economies.
And fragmentation does not impact the world in an adverse way. Let us not rush to take action and counter-action. So let's keep steady. Let's keep everyone deliberate. Let's chill.
According to a joint statement released after the meeting, both China and the US commit to remove 91% tariffs and suspend 24% tariffs for 90 days, while retaining the remaining 10% tariffs. On this basis, the two sides will continue to negotiate on economic and trade relations. Also, the World Trade Organization WTO Director General Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala met Japanese Foreign Minister Takeshi Iyawa in Tokyo on Tuesday amid tensions over global trade. Okonjo-Iweala visited Japan on occasion of the 30th anniversary of establishment of the WTO, according to the Japanese government website. She said our visit came in the midst of some of the biggest disruptions to global trade in history.
As you know, these anniversaries come in the midst of some of the biggest disruptions to global trade in history. The multilateral trading system is under stress, with rising trade tensions and risks of fragmentation.
Victims of racial discrimination under an offer by U.S. President Donald Trump flew to the U.S. on Monday. Under Trump, Washington has blocked mostly non-white refugee admissions from the rest of the world, but is prioritizing Afrikaners, the descendants of mostly Dutch settlers. Police interviewed in Cape Town. People interviewed in Cape Town said it bore no ill will to the departing compatriots, but doubted they will find life much better in the U.S.
I don't believe in running away from problems. You know, we've got a lovely country and we make it work, and especially Afrikaans people. I think since we came here, we always made it work. It doesn't matter what happened, you know, in the past and so on. We always look up and just make things work. And so my point of leaving South Africa, you know, I've been all over the world and always come back. And this is definitely the country of milk and honey. You know, we're very blessed in South Africa. The lifestyle we're living, with all the drama going on, it's still one of the best countries in the world to live in.
I feel nothing. I'm happy for them. They must go back home. I agree that's where they come from. They must go back home and seek refuge at home. How many foreigners do we have in South Africa that comes each and every year to seek refuge in South Africa? So why must I feel something about them going back home where they belong? They must go back home and seek refuge at home. I actually don't feel anything. I'm actually happy for them. They must go back home where they belong. I feel absolutely nothing at all.
America, maybe they can help us one day. But we should be helping ourselves right now. That's the only way. We can't run away from our problems because they will always be there. If you run away, you're just leaving it behind, but then you still have kids, you have family, you have friends, you are still in these things. So that means you are still involved as well. Even if you take your pace, if you take yourself out of it, but there's still somebody there that you know, that you love, maybe that you have worked with. Even these people, I'm sure they're even leaving businesses behind just to go there because they are tired of what's happening around.
Since Nelson Mandela brought democracy into South Africa in 1994, the once ruling white minority has retained most of the wealth amassed since colonial times. Whites still own 3/4 of private land and have about 20 times the wealth of the black majority. According to International Economic Journal, the Review of Political Economy, less than 10% of white South Africans are out of work, compared with more than a third of their black counterparts. Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman welcomed U.S. President Donald Trump on Tuesday in an official ceremony at the Saudi Royal Court. Trump will go on from Riyadh, which is hosting a Saudi-U.S. investment forum, to Qatar on Wednesday and the United Arab Emirates on Thursday. Trump hopes to secure trillions of dollars of investment from the Gulf oil producers. Saudi Arabia had pledged $600 billion, but Trump has said he wants $1 trillion from the kingdom, one of Washington's most important strategic partners. Also, the U.S. President Donald Trump and Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman greeted Tesla CEO and billionaire entrepreneur Elon Musk. The two leaders spoke with Musk during a reception held for the U.S. President at the start of his 4-day visit to the Gulf region. Trump's Gulf tour focuses more on economic deals and on regional security issues, including the war in Gaza and talks on Iran's nuclear program. U.S. and Gulf Cooperation Council states will hold a summit in Riyadh on Wednesday during Trump's visit. Australia's Conservative Liberal Party elected Susan Ley, a former Outback pilot with 3 finance degrees, as its first woman leader on Tuesday after an election lost partly due to comparisons with U.S. President Donald Trump's policies. Ley said appointment as the first female leader of a Liberal Party sent a signal to Australian women, although our agenda will be much more than that, flagging the need for new policies on economic and tax reform.
It is an enormous privilege to have been elected the leader of the Parliamentary Liberal Party. I am humbled, I am honoured, and I am up for the job. Ted, it's terrific to have you join me as a deputy. And I've spent a lot of time this week talking to my colleagues, and I'm optimistic that they have the right ideas. And I'm positive about what lies ahead. But on May the 3rd, we faced a significant defeat. And the scale and the size of that defeat is not lost on any of us. And right now, we have to respect the result and reflect with humility. When I say that we have to meet modern Australia where they are, I think that gives some sense of the listening that we need to do. And we do need to hear what people say, and we do need to act on what we hear.
Prime Minister Anthony Albanese was sworn in for a second term on Tuesday after his Labour Party rode a voter backlash against global instability caused by Trump's policies to a come-from-behind victory in the May 3 national election. Opposition Conservative Liberal Party leader Peter Dutton, who had been labelled Dodge G. Tootin by Labour after echoing Trump policies to cut thousands of public service jobs, including diversity and inclusion roles, lost his seat. California Governor Gavin Newsom has directed the state, cities and counties to clean up homeless encampments, releasing a blueprint for local jurisdiction to follow in addressing the issue. Newsom said this at a virtual news conference where he told local governments it was time to end excuses on clearing encampments. The directive was issued as a model ordinance for local jurisdiction to follow, adapt or use to create their own policies, which Newsom said should be done without delay, backed by billions in state funding and authority affirmed by the U.S. Supreme Court last year. Newsom says cities and counties should use state and local funding to provide care and support to homeless people in their areas. Newsom also announced the release of $3.3 billion for communities to expand behavioral health housing and treatment options for seriously ill and homeless people.
Again, I'm just not interested as a taxpayer first, as a guy with 4 kids that wants to walk the streets, that wants to be in parks and playgrounds, someone who wants to see our communities revitalized and small businesses supported, to see the quality of life return in this state. I'm just not interested in this state continuing to fund programs that aren't fundamentally addressing that issue. If nothing else, let's get that issue addressed. And I'm proud. Look, Caltrans is not perfect. The state's not perfect. There's humility here. But we have now, we've numerically stress tested this. Over 16,000 encampments we've cleaned up at the state level. That's unprecedented in the state's history. We'll do more. We have to do more. We have a model ordinance that the state is using, and that's what now I want to see happen in other municipalities across California. Some have model ordinances that are unbelievably effective, and they actually enforce them. They've adopted them. Some, frankly, a little too extreme. You saw that even Fremont came back on a component part where they recognized they may have gone too far, and others are just nowhere damn to be found. Tulare County being a classic example in the case I gave you a moment ago.
Serbia remains committed to its plan to join the European Union and wants to speed up its membership bid, despite President Alexander Vucic's recent trip to Moscow. He said on Tuesday, after meeting European Council President Antonio Costa, Vucic traveled to Russia on May 8 and 9 for a parade marking the 80th anniversary of victory in World War II and met Russia's leader Vladimir Putin there, drawing Western criticism. Vucic said after meeting Costa on Tuesday that Belgrade wants to accelerate its European integration and open more negotiation chapters with the bloc. Russia is Serbia's historical Orthodox Christian ally and a main supplier of natural gas, while Gazprom and Gazprom are also owners of Serbia's NIS oil company. Moscow also supports Belgrade in its opposition to the independence of Kosovo, its former southern province. Vucic, who has been beset by months of anti-corruption protests led by students, pledged that the government will work to introduce reforms needed for joining the EU. Serbia must root out corruption, reform its judiciary, media and election laws, mend ties with Kosovo and align its foreign policies with those of the bloc, including imposing sanctions against Russia over its invasion of Ukraine. European Union officials have repeatedly urged presidents of nations aspiring to join the EU, including Vucic, to avoid Moscow's World War II victory commemorations. Out of the Western Balkan nations, Serbia, Montenegro, North Macedonia, Albania and Bosnia have secured a status of an EU membership candidate, while Kosovo lags behind.
Belgrade-Pristina dialogue is a crucial point. And of course, we cannot ignore in this regard that, as you know, a key element of our common foreign and security policy is a clear condemnation of the Russian brutal invasion of Ukraine and the support of Ukraine to achieve a just and lasting peace.
That's the news this hour. I am Barry Kumo Ado, thanking you very much for watching. Up next is Signature Evening. Stay with us.
artificial intelligence actually help us to imbue a program, either a program, a project in form of technology that will help us achieve success, become more efficient in any of our operation, whether in farm, because I noticed there's a kind of an AI instrument that I noticed I watched in a video where you see that AI is being used in collaboration with technology, solar technology, to scare off animals that normally attack the farm. You know, it will blow bugle, make different sound, you know, even release a gunshot sound, but these are not real gunshots. But when maybe a monkey or that attack maize, that harvest maize and all that came to that very farm, you will censor that very monkey and begin to make those or birds perching on the crops. So it will sense them and begin to make those sounds, and they will scare them away and they will never come to those farms. It's also goes a way to show that AI and technology is a hallmark of our development. It's very going to enhance our development. But the only caution is that we need as well to protect the human race, protect the human privacy, protect, while we are implementing the AI and technology in any spheres of life. So if we must grow, we must go with technology, we must go with AI. That's the current thing about it.
Artificial intelligence, it's come to stay, right? Whether you like it or not, it's really helping drive a lot of sectors, technology, medicine, agriculture, and all that. So it's something that has come to stay. And the only reservation that we have about it is that it's going to take a lot of valid jobs from humans, right? And I think that's the only concern. But you wouldn't compare the benefits, right? Because globally, AI drives the economy.
It is this Tuesday edition of Signature Evening. Many thanks for joining us on Signature TV from our ENUGU studio. Highlights of some of the activities tonight would be interview sessions on topical issues, especially on politicals, where we'll do security and business. But we're taking off with business. And this time around, we'll be looking at the mass transportation in ENUGU State. The conversation will be with Barrister Aja Peter Obiora, former SSA to ENUGU State's governor, on transport. And thereafter, we will look at the resurgence of insurgency in Nigeria. It's going to be a security issue. It's a security subject matter with our regular Chief Jackson Lekon Ojo, a security expert. And thereafter we'll go core politics on political party loyalty versus national interest. And our guest on that subject matter is Okechukwu Edenkwo, a socio-political commentator. Our regulars will come this evening regardless. Fashionista, autograph, chat box. We'll make it worth a while if you keep it locked on the Signature TV, following us on all our social media handles, and as well as on SLTV channel 256. My name is Ngozi Kamba, and I am running the show this evening with Quinsley. Good evening, Quinsley.
Good evening, Ngozi. Good evening, everybody out there. My name is Quinsley Rowland, and this is an amazing Tuesday evening. The weather is a little bit cold over here, but it's fine. Thank God it's Tuesday. As Ngozi will say, thank God it's Friday. We'll go on a short break, and when we're back, we'll have a first discussion for tonight. Stay with us.
every second, every minute, every...
Being is at the center of everything in called development in a country. There is nothing, absolutely nothing, that we will talk about. Talk about security in the state. Talk about commerce, entrepreneurship, every segment of development in the state. There's transport. Just mention the place, and I'll tell you where transport comes in. Having said that, it is quite a pleasure to see the action of His Excellency, the incumbent governor of the state, trying to roll out mass transit. I would like to start by making a little difference for the public to know a little difference between mass transportation and mass transit.
Oh.
Yes. We tend to use them interchangeably, but there is a subtle difference between mass transit and mass transportation, and it's good we know that little line that differentiates both. In the first instance, mass transit has to do with that means of conveying people within the metropolitan city, within a particular geographical, especially the city.
The metropolis?
Yes, the metropolis. That is where you now talk about mass transit. But when you talk about mass transportation, it is all-encompassing. It is wider in scope. That is to say that mass transit is even subsumed in mass transportation. But mass transit is narrower in definition. You can now, when you talk about mass transit, you are talking about those vehicles that convey large population, the large number of people within the city. But when you talk about mass transportation, you include even the one that may be going to Abuja from ENUGU, the one that may even be going to Ghana from ENUGU. We are talking about mass that conveys population to those areas. But mass transit is a bit limited in nature.
Okay, with this explanation, what
we are now talking about mass transit
is about to do is actually mass
transit.
Oh, okay. I was
Enugu
thinking
State mass transit.
Okay.
Yes, that is exactly
with the airline, the rail line, the terminals, and all of those. It is mass transit.
No. That one is mass transportation. Yes.
Okay. I think that's what we want to talk about.
Exactly. But that I only wanted to make, because people tend to
interchange
exactly. Just for the public, what we are discussing is mass transportation. Yes.
Okay.
But sometimes we use them interchangeably.
Okay, so how will the newly introduced hybrid buses in Enugu operate when it starts operating?
Okay, now in the first instance, I'm speaking as somebody who understands transport. I'm not speaking from the authorities. I'm not in the government, because
speaking with out of residual knowledge.
Exactly. That is just the issue from experience. Having worked in Abuja and as a consultant in transport in FCT, and having the experience internationally. So I know the best practice, how it's being practiced abroad. So I can speak from that angle, from residual knowledge, as you said, but not as a government. I'm not
the spokesperson for the government.
Yes.
Okay. We'll get to the point where we look at the challenges.
Yes.
Because we have had other mass transportation, mass transit, whatever launched in Enugu State. But looking on, I don't know if with rising concerns about costs of transportation, if you're looking at this provision as something that will ameliorate that.
Okay, now the main reason for introduction of mass transit and the involvement of states in this mass transit is to ameliorate, is to subsidize costs, there are many other reasons why, but one of the greatest reasons is to subsidize cost for the people. That is one of the greatest reasons why states must be involved in mass transit. However, it is important to state now that mass transit, especially buses, mass transit buses are not all that profit-oriented anywhere.
Okay, so the government is not to benefit from
Not that they don't, but especially at the first instance, the government must plan it in such a way that they will have at the back of their mind that they want to help the public, to render service first to the public. Let me give you an instance. There was a time I went for a training on transport, mass transit in Malaysia. Malaysia is also almost like Nigeria, though they have gone far ahead of us, yes.
But at the time, probably
yes, we are even
Nigeria.
ahead of them before. So when I went there for a training, and after the rail training, now we are taken to their bus, mass transit, buses. And we are now asking them how they cope to maintain those buses. Do you know the surprising response they gave to us? That they are sustaining the mass transit buses through the rail, through the revenue they are generating from the rail, that they gain more through the rail. From there, they subsidize the prices and sustain the operation of that bus mass transit. So the introduction of that's coming to your question. The introduction first is to reduce cost for the masses. You use it. Those people who are at the lower cadre can actually afford to patronize that sector. And at the same time, you maintain the buses in such a way that even the high class will also use it. In a developed world, there are some enablers. There are certain things, facilities or infrastructure that must be in place that will now encourage even the people of higher class to even use those buses. For instance, where somebody from maybe Opin Soka wants to come to work is working in Enugu Secretariat here, he may decide to use his vehicle, drive out, then park in a facility called Park and Ride facility. Then hop into the bus, and from that bus, he will get to the terminal in Enugu. Then get a little, a smaller taxi, then to his office. After work, he will now get into that bus again, go back to UP, then get his vehicle from the Park and Ride service center, and now get to his house. You now see that the cost of driving his private vehicle has been totally reduced. So there's no way anybody can now actually patronize that bus because of the infrastructure available and the facilities available for him.
Interesting. So moving forward, do you think that the mass transit, the differential is sustainable?
Sure, it's sustainable. It's sustainable, from, if you look at other places, going beyond Nigeria, where all these things are being used, you understudy how they sustain it. Once you apply it here, it will be sustained.
So what will likely happen to other forms of transportation? Because this one now is going to be of less cost. Won't it really affect other forms of private-owned means of transportation?
Okay. Now, for you to effectively run, now I'm talking about the bus mass transit now. Mass transit goes beyond bus. Now, using the bus mass transit now, you now see that there are certain things that must be done. One of those things will be proper or route planning. You must define the route that bus must take. By defining that route, definitely other lesser means of transportation that are not mass transit or in nature will now give way. Definitely they must give way if that bus mass transit will survive. You reduce that competition, but that route must be there for. Because if you don't create that opportunity, you may not, that bus mass transit may not survive. Let me give you an instance, a very clear, practical example. There was a time in FCT when even the mini buses, the tricycles are operating within the FCC. FCC is the Federal Capital City. That city itself, they were all operating. Then, in order to allow mass transit buses to operate, something happened. Those mini buses were restricted to a given area. Tricycles were restricted to the satellite towns and suburbs, so as to allow those mini buses, those mass transit buses to operate. And that was the only way it can operate. You cannot imagine a situation where these very big high capacity buses are dragging or using this as an example. I'm not a spokesperson for the government, but let's assume they are operating on New Haven Isis. That Chime Avenue Road, and you now imagine that buses, those long buses, dragging or operating on the same road with tricycles. There will be accidents. There will be no safety for even those. So there must be proper planning of routes. You must say this is where this one will take, and because of that, this one must give way on this very particular route. That is the only way it can operate. Otherwise, there will be difficult, there will be chaos. So there must be planning, proper route planning.
So for other states that have these mass transit buses, are there like ways that they can compensate these private owned buses in order, because you're taking away their source of livelihood and you're taking them to remote areas per se, places that you can't really have so much access to people and you don't have so much road access, so they're limited to the extent they can actually travel.
Okay, now what I am telling you is best practice. Remember I said, and I repeat it again, I'm not speaking for the government, but I'm telling you best practice. Whatever the government wants to do for those lesser buses or lesser vehicles or means of transportation will be up to them. Not for both of us to discuss. It's up to them to say this is how we make sure that they will sustain them or they are still in business. It is still up to them. Remember, for you, there's no way, ENUGU is relatively large. There's no way, even if you bring 100 now, there's no way those long buses will service the entire city. No way, it's not possible. But what I'm saying is that you must designate areas where the mass transit must operate and where they are not even supposed to operate. So those places where they are not supposed to operate, the other means of transportation can now operate in those areas. But where they are designated to operate, it's not that they cannot operate with like private vehicles and so on, that the whole entire road will be left for them, but some things must give way. For others, yes. It must be for overriding public interest. Remember that one of the reasons for the introduction of these mass transit buses is first, to reduce cost for the people. 2, to reduce emission. Let me explain. there are certain quantity of gaseous emission that are being emitted by each vehicle. Each vehicle. Now, if you don't even say because of the size. For instance, there's this motorcycle that use two-stroke engine. Once it's operating, the gaseous emission from that two-stroke engine motorcycle is 16 times more than a Hummer bus, what a Hummer bus is emitting. So it's not because of the size. Now, if you remove of course, remember the high capacity buses will carry a lot of passengers, thereby removing great number of vehicles that will carry those people from the road. You understand? And not only the commercial vehicles, even the private vehicles, because if it is running effectively and efficiently, there will be no need, if I'm going to work out, to use my private vehicle. I'll park my private vehicle, hop into that.
So it will reduce the number of vehicles on
the road. It
and
will
probably reduce traffic congestion.
These are some of the reasons. It will reduce congestion, it will reduce emission, it will reduce cost in our pockets.
Is there any other place in Nigeria, city, state in Nigeria, where this has happened and we're having these results you just painted?
Well, let me use FCT for instance. If you are conversant with what was happening originally, maybe between 2000 down or 2010 down, you know there was chaos in FCC. I'm not talking about FCT as a whole. FCC.
The capital
center. Yes. Federal Capital City. Okay. There was chaos. You see mini buses, you see you see KK everywhere dragging the road, until that announcement was made. Stop operating on all these places, and the enforcement actually took them away from the road. And that was what even brought the beauty within the city. At that time, there were concessions. The FCT now concessioned some routes to given companies who now brought in their big high capacity buses. They now brought those. There was sanity in FCC. So I can use that as a typical example.
But then it would...
But the sustainability is a different thing entirely.
We're not yet there with the sustainability. We are looking at... I know that with the high rate of inflation, with removal of fuel subsidy, all of these things are impacting negatively on Nigerian people economically. Now, you have brought these buses. I know that people will drive them. It's offering employment, making available employment for these people. Yes. But what about those other people who already have minibuses, keke, taxis, and the likes already in the city, let's say in the city of ENUGU, and then you are bringing in this government initiative? Most of them will be out of employment, don't you think?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. It doesn't happen just within a twinkle of an eye like that. Just as you asked before, you are bringing the high capacity buses. You are giving them routes. You are giving them routes. And in that route, you only say this size of this capacity of vehicles should not operate on all those roads. But that will not stop them from operating in other places. So you are not taking them.
Just like Okada.
Yes. Okay. Just like Okada. There are certain places you go to. You see Okada operating, yet Okada is not permitted to operate within the metropolis. So it's not taking anybody totally out of business.
Okay. Still looking at the cost of transportation that the government at various levels are looking to ameliorate by the provision of transportation, mass transportation.
Yes.
I don't know if really there are other things that could be put in place to also help solve transportation problem, or is it just the provision of this mass transportation?
Okay, that's a very good, a very wonderful question. Mass transport, particularly on road mass transit, that is these high capacity buses, can only operate effectively and efficiently if the enablers are provided. And there are some things that will make it work better. One of those things is the terminal. If you come to ENUGU, that's why I see the personality of His Excellency the Governor. Not trying to patronize anybody, but we are saying he's doing the right thing. I remember when I was SSA to the Governor on Transport, one of the things I was shouting and begging the government, even on radio, your sister, on radio and so on, was let's have terminals. Let's have terminals in ENUGU. That is a better a starting point. You must create terminals. That terminal may not only serve for the vehicle, for only the vehicle, those buses. The terminal will also link even when the rail, call it tram, call it monorail, call it light rail, call it anything, will be a meeting point. You may even have park and ride in that terminal.
Can you break that down? Park and ride. We didn't travel to Europe with it.
No. Park and ride is an English. You are even better off in it. Well, park and ride is just what you call it. You are walking here, and there's no way the rail will just get to this place. There may be a station just somewhere in Ababa, a rail station in Ababa. So, because of the existence of that rail station, an investor may now come and have a good place where you can even park your vehicle and ride the train. Hop into the train. Your vehicle will be safe there. Once you are coming back, you enter the train and you get there, you take your car and go to your house. This is park and ride. You have so many types of parks. You have park and ride, you have on-street parking, you have off-street parking, you have other means of...
And we don't have all of this in Nigeria.
Well, that is why we say we are developing...
Nation.
So coming to... so when His Excellency, the incumbent governor, started by creating these terminals, I say, yes, this man is getting it right.
In terms of transportation.
In terms of transport. Transport goes to everything, in everything. So he's getting it right. Though the siting of those terminals may not be my own idea, I may not be so comfortable where those terminals were sited. But the major thing is that he created terminals. And it's a good start. It's a good start. So with those terminals, so many other things may flow.
Okay. So that will also aid transportation in any society.
Very well.
Is there any other place that this, bringing it home to our own climes, that these terminals have helped to, help a transportation system, to enable effective transportation system?
Yes. I believe in Lagos, we have terminals there. Now, in Abuja, when I was working as a consultant in Abuja, we had an issue. You know what we used to have is motor park. Now, for me, that was the genesis of this word terminal here.
And there's an actual difference between motor park and terminal.
Now I want to tell you.
My grandmother would think it's just an upgraded motor park.
Now, let me tell you what happened then in Abuja. We were having issues, wanted to create a modern park, motor parks. Then we had issue with the transport regulation there. The FCT transport regulation did not incorporate motor parks. Motor parks were domiciled in the laws governing the area councils. That's motor park. So in a meeting, we now brought a suggestion. Yes, there must be a way out. So let's call it another name, but we are still targeting one thing. That was how we now suggested, let's use the word terminal. Then in Abuja, that's what I'm telling you, in Abuja. So we now created the one, we created along Nyanya. It's a motor park, but we called it terminal. So the area council could not go to court. Because if we call it park,
motor park, they already have.
Yes, it's in their law. It's in their law. So if they go to court, if we call our own motor park, if they go to court, then we'll stop work because we are entering or we are venturing into their own jurisdiction. So we now use the word terminal, to run away from it. So, but what we wanted to do there is a modern motor park. So instead of calling it modern motor park, we now called it terminal. So in other places like Lagos, I know they have operational terminals. But if you go to Holy Ghost, if you go to all these places where His Excellency is constructing or has constructed.
When you say His Excellency, you need to mention his name.
Yes, His Excellency. We are in Enugu. Okay, yes, because this is an international. Yeah, His Excellency, the Governor of Enugu State, is constructing a terminal. Of course, if you go there, you'll be happy and you'll be proud of that you are in Enugu State.
Okay,
you are from Enugu State.
So it's a difference comparatively.
Yes, very, very. It's wonderful, and he's planning. I think he's planning 50 years ahead. Oh. Yes, if you go after visiting those terminals, you know that His Excellency Dr. Peter Mba is planning 50 years ahead. We'll continue to benefit from those, even though some people are having some pains, because of the effect of demolition and so on. But it's for overriding public interest.
Okay, railways in Nigeria, it's something that has been dead for a period of time now. And people in different, like Lagos State, they have their railways working right now. They have a train station in Lagos State. And I'm sure other states as well are trying to adopt that. Do you see, that being incorporated as the new, as a normal way of transportation in the future?
Railway is a mass transit, a mass transport is within the mass transport. With rail you can convey thousands, if not up to 1 million, in few hours. However, let me tell you that in Nigeria, before now, railway was in the exclusive legislative list before now. But recently, what does it mean? Let me explain. Is we have in our constitution those items within the exclusive legislative list are items only the federal government can legislate upon. So, and rail happened to be there. So only the federal government can say we are building a rail line so place on so place. Of course, when the rail died in Nigeria and they are trying to bring it back to life. In fact, it's working now in some places, but unfortunately, within the southeast, we don't have the. We don't have it. Yes, but fortunately enough, rail has been removed from. Is now within the concurrent legislative list.
Okay. So it's now
zones, states.
Anyone can get into it.
Can get into it.
Okay.
So, and happily, I heard over the radio just is it last week or last 2 weeks? I can't remember. Where is being. I read on the news where they are talking about His Excellency Dr. Peter Mba trying to, create ENUGU rail that will even go outside Enugu, go within Enugu and outside Enugu, and I was very happy. He has the power, the states has the power to venture into that now.
Okay, still on this rail matter, that's rail transportation, means of transportation matter. Sometime in 2022, an Abuja-bound Kaduna train, or is it the other way around? I can't remember. Okay, Kaduna-bound Abuja train. There was a mishap. It wasn't a rail accident.
Yes.
It was a pure kidnap of about 900 passengers.
Yes.
Looking at security, the kind of security issues, this kind of security challenges that we currently have, are there measures? We are not expecting that unfortunate situation repeats itself if we can handle them.
Yes.
If we begin to put this system of transportation in place across board in Nigeria.
Yes.
How are we going to mitigate, knowing the precarious security situation we are in? What measures can we adopt to ensure that people don't get into the train to make a trip and they don't get out alive, or they don't get to their destination in one piece?
Yes. The necessity brings invention. Nigeria was not like this years back. We are operating a rail from Kaduna to Lagos from freely. Until recently, rail started operating, and there was security issue on it. The only solution is to provide security. This security problem is not only on rail, on train. It happens everywhere.
And certainly not on air. While you're flying.
Yes. Well, I don't think in Nigeria they have gotten to that level.
Hijacking
airplanes. But that will not stop us from planning and being proactive. So, apart from providing security on our on other areas, rail must be, when you are building rail, you must also provide enough assurance to people who will patronize that system of transportation. Yes, you must assure them by providing security. Of course, I know that if there will be rail in Enugu, if Enugu State will venture into that rail issue as they promised, I'm very sure they will take
care of security issues. Are there
issues.
other states already involved, in fact, that already have effective railway system?
No,
Other than Lagos State, we know they've been doing a lot.
Yes, I know in Lagos, but I cannot speak authoritatively that is owned by Lagos.
Oh, that's true.
I'm not sure. I think it's still. I think it's still national line. I think, though I'm yet to confirm, but any state has, since it has been removed from exclusive legislative list, any state, yes, to the concurrent, any state can venture into rail transportation. If you go to Abuja, of course, you know that we have light rail there. It's being built by FCT. That one is FCT light rail that now connects the national line. That one that has security issue was along the national line. The light rail was the one from Idu going inside town. Then it meets to the national line.
Okay, there's such railway transportation.
Yes, in Abuja, yes.
Where you move, for instance, if we use Enugu to make a description, you move from Gariki or Konano, for instance, to Ababa.
Yes.
Such things are
it's possible, very possible.
Oh, really?
The one of Abuja has is about more than 6 lots. I think they have only done 2. Only 2 lots. But by the time they complete the 6 lots, the entire Abuja will be covered. You can go from airport to Nyanya. You can go from any, but the one they have done, I know you can operate through the light rail from Idu, from to airport, and coming inside town, but it has not gone far. That's the same thing can be done in Enugu, from Ababa to Gariki, even from Opi to Enugu, then to Gariki even to Aniri, Mpu, the border town to Ebonyi. So it's possible. It's very, very possible.
Okay, so what are some strategic recommendations that you'd actually give out for sustainability and effectiveness of mass transportation in Nigeria as a whole?
Do we have mass transportation apart from rail in Nigeria? You say mass transportation. When you are talking about mass transportation, you are talking about entirely.
Yes.
Oh, the only thing I will say, each of them has its own ways of running them. If you come to transportation, let me give you an instance. ENUGU has ventured into CNG. That is the gas, the one, the buses they brought, I think is CNG, right?
They are CNG.
So which will reduce the cost of maintenance. The cost of running.
Okay, that's the benefit of running on CNG.
Yes,
okay.
It will reduce the cost of running operation, the operational cost. It will reduce it.
Okay,
now,
because petrol is
higher,
okay.
It's more expensive, and the other one burns
less.
Yes, less. That is one. Two, the boss, they need to start looking at bringing in investors to start coupling and maintenance, maintaining those vehicles within here, having the parts, the vehicle parts in Nigeria here. For instance, if ENUGU should sustain the mass transport, the buses in ENUGU, they must have a way of, creating a chain for spare parts supply.
So each state or city that gets into that will also adopt what
yes,
you're talking
that
about.
is you must make sure that you maintain those buses. Of course, you know that during Sullivan's era, he introduced.
We were going to talk about that,
okay.
but you have just taken it so soon.
Okay.
There's also Entraco, Barrister Aja. There is also Entraco.
Yes.
Let's talk about what has gone wrong with.
No, I don't think you should go into Entraco right now. Yes, there's a difference.
You think it's as effect? Okay, there's a difference in each scheme.
Operation, yes. Operational distance.
Let's understand the difference.
Like this Entraco now, when I was in government, Entraco was just a name, a company registered by ENUGU State. That was then. Now
run by ENUGU State.
Yes, that Entraco. I think it's still answering Entraco, right?
It is still Entraco. It used to be, what is it? Anambra State Transport.
Exactly. Now
Trackers.
Okay.
Trackers.
So we now have Entraco. Now that Entraco, as a company, when I was in government, I remember having a conversation with the MD. He actually told me that almost all the vehicles, there was a time, almost all the vehicles are owned by investors.
Yeah.
None from the state. Not even one from the state. So they are the company, just managing the company. And people are investing in it. So their aim, of course, an investor like that, their aim is to maximize profit. But in mass transit, like these high capacity buses, for states to get involved, they must also include some incentives that will make the running of those vehicles a bit cheaper. It's a bit cheaper. So that somebody who is receiving 70,000 naira as minimum wage can also afford to pay and still have change to run his home within the month. That is the difference. But the other one, you dare not tell anybody to subsidize the prices of Entraco because those vehicles are owned by individuals. So, but this one, these high capacity buses that will just run within the city or within the state, I expect that there should be subsidy. That there should be subsidy from any source, except if they want to run it purely as business. Then that means its sustainability will depend on how much it generates. The revenue, the fare people are paying. So, of course, for you to maintain such vehicles, high-capacity vehicles, to run within the city and not go far distances like Lagos and Abuja, the prices will definitely be high. Yes. High.
Still on the sustainability, I don't know what the challenges are, but you can supply us with that information. Using Enugu State as a case study,
yes,
it was a beautiful thing that happened to Enugu, especially the metropolis at the time that Barrister Sullivan Chime was the governor, when there was these buses, the luxurious buses that can run through intra-city, and the taxis at the time. It cut down transportation costs. It did quite a lot. I know a lot of persons who began to experience taxis at the time, those of us who were born before that time, who lived in Enugu, when it was quite better,
Yes.
okay, we experienced taxes, but you saw people at the time who were very, 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 very at home, comfortable, very, very okay with the fact that they can hire a taxi to take them around the city and
Yes.
even visitors. But the moment Sullivan's regime ended,
Yes.
Gradually we stopped seeing the taxis.
Yes.
I think some of them were repainted, and then we stopped seeing the buses.
Yes.
What are the challenges of sustainability of this kind of transportation arrangement that benefits the masses? The masses.
Yes.
I'll tell you something, Barrister Aja. The number of persons that patronize mass transportation
Yes.
is quite greater than the number of persons who do not. Those who do not are just in the a very small minority.
Yes.
So when I talk about these things, I talk about the greater majority of Nigerians.
Okay.
Sustainability, the challenges,
Now,
because of your experience too.
Yes, yes. Now, the sustainability of this scheme is dependent on many variables. One, we must start it from there. You must create an environment that will cut down corruption in the system. I don't want to give you an ugly experience I had when I was SSA about those long buses. Government was releasing funds for the maintenance of those buses, but those funds were going straight into private pockets, and those buses started going down until they were parking. No more maintenance, no repairs. There was a time it was only one on the road.
Whose responsibility?
Now it falls squarely on the government. Now that His Excellency Dr. Peter Mba is now rolling out these new ones. Before now, and I'm sure probably that's why they packed it until it's been it will be rolled out, to make sure that they plan and put up some legislations. In fact, the House of Assembly should even get involved. There are some legislations that must be created for its sustainability. That is one. Two, there must be that law must take care of the duties of all the personnel that will be working in that organization or that subsector. So once corruption is taken away, the next thing is that there should be regular fund made available to them in order to augment whatever revenue they will be generating from the fare. Because to tell you the truth, to maintain those buses, except you make it purely business. If you don't make it purely business, if you want people to benefit from those buses, there must be subsidies.
Okay.
Then another area is that you must make sure that there is we have access to the spare parts. They are readily available. Once the brake pad is going down, change it. If it is the tire, change it. Keep on maintaining them, because once it starts breaking down the road, people will start running away from it. You can't imagine you coming back, let's take for instance, coming back from Aban, maybe from Esut, and you are coming to Enugu town, and along the road the vehicle stops you on the way. Then you have to come down, alight from the vehicle, take another one, which may cost you more. Next time you say, let me just take another means of transportation straight. So you must reduce the number of time the vehicle is breaking down the road. Of course, I commend the current governor of Enugu State for his ingenuity in road maintenance. Of course, if the roads are bad, you will see those vehicles going inside the gullies, the potholes, and will be breaking down more often than you expected. So these are some of the challenges that they face. Once all these things are taken care of, especially making a legislation that will govern, give protection, not after the administration, the next administration will come and mess up the entire system. You create you make a legislation that will sustain those vehicles and that scheme.
You talked about subsidies, subsidizing that scheme.
Yes.
For you, I know you said that if there's a subsidy in place,
yes,
it will benefit the masses
yes.
more. But talking about sustainability, what would you actually propose? Its availability, or is it be cost-based subsidized?
Well, you must marry both. You must marry both for you to sustain that. The number of persons that will patronize those high capacities, if the fare is high, will go down. And when you bring the price down, and make sure you collect the fare gets to the right places, because that is where you now talk about proper ticketing. Proper ticketing. Maybe make it possible that I can stay in my house and book.
Just like you can book a flight.
Exactly. Then another advantage is that you must also have time in, scheduling. You will say, if I'm going to Gariki from here now, I know that once I get to this so place at so time, there's a bus. That's proper scheduling off. Then there will be tracking, proper tracking. All these things are not rocket science. These are something you sit down and you plan. You can actually track real-time tracking of those vehicles. You can actually stay here.
Private mass transit is huge on that. So why can't government?
That is exactly. So once these things are done properly, then I'm telling you, even the subsidy, with time, government may even. But the problem is that if there is corruption, even the little ones that should trickle in through the will now be diverted into other.
Okay, Barrister Aja, in conclusion, when we talk about mass transit not mass transportation, the focus is really in the cities, in the metropolis. What about the marginal? Okay, let me say the population in the hinterlands. How would it benefit them? How would it trickle down to those in the various communities outside the metropolis?
Now, the Rome wasn't built in a day.
We have to start from somewhere.
We must start from somewhere. Once you get it right within the city center, I suggest, this is my opinion, that the state government should collaborate with local governments. As state is providing some subsidies, every local government should also get involved so that those vehicles can also operate in their areas. For instance, in Enugu State, we only have 17 local governments. And if in my own local government, Aniri, the bus is not coming there, then of course I'll ask question. But with the collaboration of local government and the state government, it will be seamless. It will come there on time. There will be routes. Everybody will now know vehicle will come from Aniri to Enugu at this time. If you want to travel, you come there. And if you are going to, you know the time. You can even track their time on your phone and know how to. With that, there will be an effective and efficient transportation system in the state.
I thank you, Barrister Peter Aja, former SSA to Enugu State Government on Transportation, for a very knowledgeable contribution to the subject matter on Signature Evening this evening. Mass transit, mass transportation, whatever angle we're looking at it from, still matter now as before, and even in the foreseeable future. Nigeria is still car dominant. By this, I mean that more people use road transportation than any other means of transportation. And so when we look at these things, it should be from the angle of the benefit of the masses. Thank you very much, Joe, for joining us.
Thank you.
The pleasure is mine.
After the break, we shall return to look at another subject matter on Signature Evening. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day.
Suspected Boko Haram fighters launched a deadly assault on a military forward operating base in Mata local government area of Borno State early Monday morning, killing 5 soldiers in a surprise attack. Military insiders disclosed that the terrorists tracked down, ambushing the troops with heavy gunfire in a coordinated raid that lasted close to an hour. The insurgents reportedly overran the base, catching the soldiers unprepared. The slain soldiers were said to be within the ranks of private and lance corporal. In a separate but possibly coordinated incident, an improvised explosive device IED believed to have been planted by Boko Haram operatives detonated along the Damboa-Maiduguri highway, killing 2 travelers. On the resurgence of insurgency in Nigeria, our resource person is a security expert, Chief Jackson Lekon Ojo, who is standing by on Zoom. Good evening, Chief.
It's my pleasure having you. Thank you.
All right, if I have your attention, for over a decade now, civilians in Nigeria have faced multiple security threats and risk of atrocities due to attacks. We have kidnappings, we have extortion by various non-state armed groups. And so looking at the security issues in fact, scrutinizing current security issues in Nigeria. You will agree with me that it is no longer just about Boko Haram in the north, for instance, or various secession agitations in other regions, but there is somehow something more to the security challenge in Nigeria. Or don't you agree so?
I agree. It's saddened. Honestly, it's devastating that this thing started about 10, 15 years ago. And with all the high and mighty, our military and paramilitary and security people, 10, 15 years, we have not been able to surmount these people. Then, what are we talking about? God forbid any external invasion in this country.
Chief Jackson, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so what exactly would you say are the main factors that are really contributing to the resurgence of insurgency in Nigeria?
There is nothing contributing to resurgence. If there's any leakage in your plumbing system at home, not until you are able to block all those leakages. It may take you a month to block all those leakages, but by the time you finish blocking all those leakages, definitely the leakages will stop. But if you stop some part of leakages and you are jubilating, before you know what is happening, you will be in your bedroom, you will want to enter your restroom, you will discover that is full of waters, just because you have not been able to block all the leakages, but you are celebrating. So that is the problem we are facing. When maybe 2,000 of these people, Boko Haram, came for attack, and at the end of the day, we were able to kill like 50, and the other people ran away. Did you run away? Did they run away to come back? Immediately they run away, we begin to celebrate. That way, we have chased them away. You have chased them away does not mean that you have neutralized them. Before you know, they will go back and gather momentum. They will go back and re-strategize, and they will come back. When they are coming back, they will take us by surprise. That is exactly what has been happening. We used to celebrate when it is not yet Uhuru. That is the problem we have been facing.
Chief Ojom, most worrisome is the attack on security personnel. Is that a case of incapability or a case of a mole planted among security personnel?
I said it on several forums. I've said it that these people, they know our military men, our military vehicles are marked, our men are on uniform. These people are not on uniform. Their own vehicles are not marked. There is no means of identifying them. But our own, we are known by our uniform, by the kind of rifle we parade, NA, Nigeria Army, written on it, our vehicles, our tanks, and everything are marked. That means those people can easily identify them, but we could not identify these people. I've said this several times.
Go undercover. Is that what you're suggesting?
No, I'm coming. I'm heading somewhere. I've said it. I said Nigeria government should plant some eavesdroppers among these Boko Haramists. Eavesdroppers, they will pretend to be working in support of the Boko Haram, whereas they will go and join the Boko Haram. in order to gather intelligence and send the intelligence back to us. So the intelligence, those people will be there and say, this is where we are now. This is what we are planning now. All these, we call them eavesdroppers. How many of the eavesdroppers do we have in their midst? I think no way. But in their own, I think they have a lot in our midst that goes to tell them, oh, we are moving from social place to social place today, and we are taking off by 6 a.m. and by social time we'll be at social spot. And before you know what is that, these people will go and barricade and taking our people by surprise. It is not the lackadaisical attitude of our military. It is not their laziness. It is not that they are not prepared, but just because these people, their movement are being monitored by the sadistic Boko Haram people. That is the problem. They have their eavesdroppers as moles among our men in the military and paramilitary, but we do not have a mole within their rank and file over there. So they know everything about our movement. They know everything about our preparedness. We don't know anything about their movement. We don't know anything about their preparedness. That is why they can easily lay ambush waiting for our men, and they will neutralize our men. Simple as ABC.
Chief, we have seen this situation play out. I mean, this is not the first time. With how we have the military and how intelligent we feel they should be towards situations like this, spotting out the moles in their midst and the rest of it. Don't you think that these Boko Haram people are like 2 steps ahead of us in this case?
They are 10 steps ahead of us. They are not as well trained as we are. I don't think they have sophisticated weapons better than us. But the most important thing, Jackson Lake, I was just speaking with you now, I'm in Port Harcourt, River State. If I have a mole in your station there, definitely any information that I need there, I will get it. But you don't even know where I live in River State. So if I want to attack, I can easily attack. But can you attack? You cannot attack because you don't even know anything about me. You don't even know where I stay. You don't even know me by height or anything. That is it. These people are not well trained. They don't bear sophisticated weapons better than our own. They don't have superior technological equipment better than our own. But the problem is that they know much about us through the implanted moles among us. That is the problem. If we are able to see anyone that belongs to the Nigerian army that must be sent to the war front, from the commander down to the private, their phone communication must be bugged. We must be able to monitor any one of them, from the GOC to the brigade commander around those areas, to the garrison commander, to the battalion commander, to the company commander, to the last private. Their phone numbers must be bugged. By the time they do this, you will discover that during communication with all these evil men, we'll be able to track down who is the person during this communication. Somebody among our men are selling our information to these people. And that is why they are behaving like if they are more superior, if they have superior firepower, superior military and paramilitary knowledge. No, they don't have. These are bastard illiterates. But our information, they get our information and analyze our information, and they lay ambush. They know when to come at night, to come and attack. They know when to come in the daytime to come and attack. What effrontery do these people have to come to our military base, to come and attack our military base? What effrontery? Does that want our men are weak? Our men are not weak. But information has been sold out within the rank and file of our people. Some people are monetizing. They are doing it for pecuniary reason. They are doing it for necessary sympathy. Possibly it could be religious sympathy, it could be monetary sympathy, it could be ethnic sympathy or cultural sympathy. But for a particular reason, some of our men are sending our information out to these people. That is why those people are bragging. They are acting like they are better than us. They are not better than our men in any way.
Chief Ojo, away from these points you have raised, let's also look at something that is probably an issue here. Recently, there's been a lot of cries and agitations for state policing. And so I'm going to ask, will community involvement in security issues also help solve the problem of insurgency in Nigeria?
The kind of, let me matter the case study now. The kind of war we are fighting now is like guerrilla warfare. These people, you cannot locate them to a particular, they don't have any permanent address. They don't even have any temporary address. They just come, attack, and disappear to the thin air. You won't hear anything about them again. And suddenly, they will just come and strike and go. That is to say, what they are doing is like what we call, I don't know, I've forgotten how do I call it in security. So they don't have permanent address. They just come and strike and go. In this case, little can state police do. Even if we have state policing now, little can these people do. What type of arms and ammunition? Are you telling me state policing, state police, if it's in existence now, are you telling me they will do better than our military? No. Are you telling me they will be more equipped than our federal police? No. Are you telling me that they will do better than the National Intelligence Agency? Are you telling me that they will do better than the DSS? No. They can't do better than these people. No matter how the state spend the money on them, the resources on them, they can't be better trained, they can't be better equipped than our military and paramilitary that are fighting this war now. So what we are facing now does not require any state policing at all. What we need is that the people around that area, if they see the Boko Haram people, they could identify them. We could employ these people as our informant that we naturally call eavesdroppers. These people can blend with them in language, in culture, in tradition, and any other means. They can blend with them for the purpose of extracting information from them, giving it to us. If we get information about them, about their movement, about their strategies and tactics, definitely we'll be able to overrun them too quick.
Chief Jackson, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Okay, moving forward, I mean, we can go over the whole tactical angle of it, how best to, set a mind. Moving forward, what do you think is going to be the fate of the security state in Nigeria? I mean, if this can actually happen to the military sector, how about the people that live in these interior places, people that live in remote areas, people that keep suffering from farmers headers clash like this, people that still have their communities attacked? What do you think is going to be their fate if the military can actually be ambushed in this particular situation?
For example, if somebody come to my house now and beat my children, and beat my wife, and beat me myself, do you think next time if you command my children and I command my children, who do you think my children will follow? My children will follow his own command, because my children know clearly that even if we follow our daddy's command now, this man is still going to beat us and beat our father. So for once, in order to avoid the beating, they will follow the man, because they know that the man can oppress them, suppress them, oppress their mother, suppress their mother, oppress their father, suppress their father. So what I'm saying is this: a time is coming. The people around that axis, they will be cooperating with their suppressors and oppressors. Because if our system can no longer defend them or rescue them, they say if you cannot beat them, you join them. That is the implication. A time is coming, our people around that axis, for the safety of their life, for the safety of their livelihoods, the farming and every other trading that they could not do, that if they want to do, that our government cannot protect them. In order for them to be protected, to do their business, to live without them being killed like chicken, before you know, they will give their loyalty to those people, and it will be detrimental to the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Immediately they submit their loyalty to those people. That is to say, those people will begin to govern that territory, and gradually it will be moving till it get to down south. That is to say, our government has a lot of things to do. If our government must stop building road now, if our government must stop building infrastructure, and first of all, rescue our people, because if they are building infrastructures and our people are being killed, who are the people that will enjoy the infrastructure they are building? So our government has a lot to do now, and the time is now, not tomorrow.
Okay, the picture you were painting sounds like an attack to the sovereignty of the Federation. And so I'm going to take the conversation a bit further from what it has been. And that is talking about our relationship with neighboring countries and even on regional dynamics. Considering the geographical landscape of West Africa, how all of us are kind of, okay, looking at Nigeria, for instance, we have quite a number of countries bordering us. Do you think that the porosity of our borders is also an issue here?
Let me come like this. If you have neighbors surrounding your house, you have their buildings surrounding your house, that if anybody must visit you, they must pass through their houses, they must pass through their compound in an unfenced territory. They must pass through their backyard or their front house before they get to you. And you are not in good terms with those your neighbors. And your neighbors saw these people coming with arms and ammunition towards you. Will they raise alarm? No, they won't raise alarm. Are we in good terms with Niger Republic today? We share over 1,000 kilometer boundary with Niger Republic. Are we in good time with Burkina Faso today? Are we in good time with Mali today? Are we in good time with Libya today? Are we in good time with Central Central African Republic today. We are in good time with Ghana. We are in good time with Togo. Why are these people not coming through Ghana? Why are they not coming through Togo? Why are they coming through the territory where we are not in good time with? We don't have good diplomatic relationship with Mali. We don't have good diplomatic relationship with Burkina Faso. We don't have good diplomatic relationship with Niger, with Central African Republic. And these people are coming through the axis. And we are not thinking twice. These are our neighboring countries that we share common border. And we are not in good time with them. And our borders, when they come to our territory, there is porosity in the border. What are our immigration doing? What are our custom men doing? What are our tax force doing? But the entry point is the most important. The entry point is through all those our neighboring countries that we are not in good time with. That is why I come. They say your neighbor, that they must pass front of his house or back of his house to enter your own house. You are not in good time with them. So no matter who is coming to attack you, it's none of their business. And when they attack you, they are escaping. It's none of their business because you don't have any good relationship with them. That is the problem we are facing from that axis.
What non-military strategies do you think we can actually employ in order to combat the insurgency in Nigeria? Non-military strategies, actually.
Non-military strategy that we can easily employ is diplomatic strategy. Our diplomatic and symbiotic relationship with all these our bordering territories must be very cordial. You can't live in isolation with your neighbors. It is impossible. No matter how powerful you are, if you are among your neighbors, you must live in good time with them. You must not agree all the time, but you must realize that even when you are not around, your neighbors see your children movement. Your neighbors see those people that are visiting you. If you are in good time with them, they raise alarm. Before those people even get to you, they will tell you, we see people moving toward your house. Be careful. And in a case where your gate, you don't even have a good gating system, that's entry system, and people can just move straight, uncontrollably, without any form of delay and detection. The only approach now, diplomatic approach. We must be very diplomatic. We must reconcile with our bordering states, our bordering countries. We must reconcile with them. You discover that 3 West African countries pull out of ECOWAS. Why the president of Nigeria is the chairman of ECOWAS? And you think those people are happy with us? They are not happy with us. Whatever that will go to our country, either good or bad, is not their business. They will take their face off it. We cannot afford to live in isolation in this part of the world. And the kind of problem we are facing today, I think we must be friendly to all so that all will be friendly to us too.
All right, Chief. Let's even look at some of the other indices that we're yet to look at, one of which is the role of the social media. Some days you go on some social media platforms and you begin to watch videos of events that happened probably in 2015, 2014, 2013. We see these videos fly all over social media platforms as if they are current. Looking at some of these social media platforms seemingly spreading propaganda, are there things that can be done, measures that can be adopted to you know, to mitigate this? Because that is kind of teaching people how to be enrolled in insecurity, in some of these non-state actors who are engineering insurgency in Nigeria. That's what it's looking like social media platforms are all about. Are there things we can do to also help the situation?
What is our Ministry of Communication doing? If you are talking privately to somebody on phone, our Ministry of Communication could quickly track your line. But these people, when the insurgents, when they do one bad thing, they will be able to video it and send it. And our communication system with their own ministry cannot track them down. That is one. Two, this video you see, old video, they are for two reasons. One is to encourage some evil-minded person to be easily convinced and be recruited. Two is to create fear into the heart of many Nigerians. That is as simple as ABC. Because when people see this, people now believe, oh, these people are winning this war. These people are always victorious. Is it not better we join them? Even those people that are within that axis, that are suffering, when they watch that video, they will talk to themselves. And if these people are winning this war every day, why can't we submit ourselves to them so that we can be free? They could submit themselves to them. Some of them will be for the purpose of gathering intelligence against our people. For them, they continue to be victorious. Those people, we might call them illiterate, possibly they are from well-learned persons. Because if they are purely illiterate, they may not be able to do all this videoing, sending on YouTube, sending on TikTok, sending on X and others. There are a lot of intellectuals too that are backing them up. That is it.
Chief Ojo, between 2015 and 2016, we had an improved success. In fact, adjudged to have been the best so far in the fight against the insurgency in Nigeria. And this begs the question, really. What did the government do at this point that actually stepped down the activities of terrorists and dealt with insecurity at the time, so that we can learn lessons from there and see if we can improve on our security situation today?
Okay. Is there any approved data analysis of their day-to-day activities in intelligence, in the real battle, in detection of these peoples? Is there any analysis? Is there any data analysis? Is there any data that can be analyzed to really know where we are doing well and where we began to go down? Is there any data like that by the Ministry of Information, by the Ministry of Internal Affairs? Is there any data like that? Can somebody just come up now to say that particular month, this thing was 30% victory. The next month, 50% victory. 3 months later, we dropped to 20% victory. If there are data like that, then we can analyze. And after the analysis, we can start troubleshooting to say, okay, why did it jump from 30 to 50, from 50 to 60, and why suddenly from 60 to 20? We don't do recording. We don't do proper recording, no proper recording, no proper data analysis, nothing. We just do things like fools. I'm sorry to use that language. Go to any part of the world, they will know the performance, there must be performance graph. Oh, we got to 60% height, we got to 70% height. So if suddenly the thing drop to 30%, they will cause people to begin to analyze. Why did we drop from 70 back to 30? What happened? The question is what happened? And at the end of the day, they will now discover
because we have
that,
heard
look at
cases
what
of
happened.
transferring chiefs who were in charge of whatever troops that recorded any kind of small success. Probably that's the case, because one cannot help but wonder why we are yet to nip in the bud the issue of insurgency in Nigeria. But for want of time, we will let you go. This conversation is always ongoing. Chief Jackson Leko Ojo, security expert, was a guest on this segment. Thank you for coming, sir.
It's my pleasure. Thank you for having me. Have a wonderful evening.
After a short break, this segment, another segment will come up where we'll have a political discussion for another 30 minutes. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day.
Personal interest. So once that personal interest comes to bear, if you look at it, you weigh it on on a basis of 1:10 of pro and con, then that's what is really driving the interest of the political class and the governors at this point in time. Otherwise, mere looking at it, national interest is supposed to be different from party interest. But in Nigeria, because of the second tenure syndrome and also seeing how they can put in a successor, it's only making them align with national interests.
Okay, what would you say are some of the dangers of prioritizing personal interests in this case?
Well, dangers of prioritizing personal interests for me as a person, if it were to be in Senate climb where power belongs to the people, I don't see any reason why personal interests shouldn't come to bear. But because we know the Nigerian factor, where elections and electioneering is something that one has to be very careful. So that's what's really driving the political class and the political office holders at this point.
Okay, having said that, at what point should the line be drawn between national interest and party loyalty? Because from the ongoing conversation, it is normal, it's actually right to have loyalty to your party, which is the platform, some sort of vehicle where you run. But you also should have national interest. So at what point should politicians move from the point of party loyalty to national interest?
It's from the onset. It's something that you make a very clear-cut decision and set the record straight, know when and where to do. But I strongly believe that it ought to be from the onset, not midway, because you don't change the rule of the game in the middle of a play.
Okay, it is rather obvious that Akwa Ibom State is a PDP-dominated state, and the party of the current president is that of the APC. So if Umoino has a way of endorsing the current president against the 2027 election, won't that sort of bring in a misconception? Within the party.
Of course, it's already bringing a serious misconception within the party. If it were to be when things were right, that's real anti-party activity. Election have not started. You don't know if your party is fielding a presidential candidate. So going ahead to endorse the presidential candidate of another party, there's nothing more than that. That's pure anti-party activity.
Right, going ahead, can you provide, okay, let me not just ask you for concrete examples, but looking at our political space, do you think that the loyalty that the individual politicians show to their party supersedes that of the nation? Because we have seen bickerings, we have seen intra-party squabbles, and all we get to hear all the time is that it is for the interest of the nation. What's your own opinion on this?
For me, national interest has not really come to bear. What has really been driving our political class is personal interests and party interests. So if they say they have the interests of the nation at heart, there are certain things which they ought not to do from the beginning.
Okay, okay, Chiku, what role exactly should lawmakers play when their party's stance contradicts the public good?
For me, I think everything has to take its root from the Constitution. And you know what drives democracy? What should be the natural check for democracy should be the Constitution. And once the Constitution is there, certain decisions should be challenged at the Court of Competent Jurisdiction. And not until that is done, we will keep groping in the dark. So it's not about the National Assembly. It has to be from the Constitution. So there are certain items, certain things that needs to be infused in the Constitution so that at the end of the day, every person that tries to jump ship from one political party or the other, you know the repercussion.
In all of this, have we had party members, loyal party members who are so rigid that outside the things that will favor the party, they do not pay a mind to national interest?
Of course, national interest is what is missing. It's driven by selfish interests and maybe what the parties, but the most important thing that has really been a watchword or what has been their mantra, so to say, is personal interest. And that's why we are where we are today. They've not really taken national interest to heart. If they take national interest to heart, some of their decisions, they won't take it.
Okay, Mr. Okechukwu, in your own perspective, do you really think that public officials should actually be held accountable when party interests actually override the welfare of the people?
Of course, it is my strong belief. I am a proponent of it. Not until that is done, we will still be where we are.
But for you, in your own opinion, do you think that because party is all about principles, you know, I think it is the principles that differentiate one party from another. All of them built on the interest of national of the nation, supposedly. But do you also think that it should somehow, or that we have in the past produced politicians who are rigid with their stance on their party principles as against how it will affect the nation? You know, for instance, in the current dispensation, I know that every well-meaning Nigerian, in quote, especially those ones who are knowledgeable about these things, are up for the removal of oil subsidy. But I think they all disagree at the point of the way and manner it is carried out. So are you saying that when it comes to party loyalty, and one party is huge on taking it at another angle, and it is not to the best interest of the nation, but this particular person who has ascended the position of administration in the country or in the state, as the case may be, but has to follow verbatim the principle of his party as against national interest? Are you saying that he should always think of his party against, and at this point that there's nothing wrong with it?
National interest is one thing that should come first, because even in Senate claims, they say when conflicts, national interest and party interest conflicts, national interest supersedes, and national interest ought to supersede even personal and party interest. In Nigeria, the reverse is the case. It's driven by personal interest and maybe secondly party
Okay, how
interest.
does strong party
of,
loyalty contribute to
national
corruption, to nepotism within political systems? We have seen appointments appearing like nepotism infested. Is it still a product, a consequence of party agreements, party loyalty, and or whatnot?
Yes, if you look at it very well holistically, most of these things are not really done out of competence, except now where we have a performing minister of the Federal Capital Territory who is not even a member of the ruling APC, but he was brought into the cabinet of Mr. President, and he has done creditably well. This is even beyond party politics. This is where a case of national interest has come to play. Otherwise, most of these things, it's always been party, party, party. But, and if you look at party first above national interest, it gives room for mediocrity and mediocres to be part of the system.
Now that you have mentioned it, do you consider bipartisan cooperation a positive trait? Are there instances where someone who belongs to one party but is serving on the government of another party has pulled it off successfully without any form of bias?
Of course, it's happening right here. Even during Obasanjo's regime, late Bola Ige of blessed memory, he was not a PDP member. He was from AD, and he held the position of the Minister of Justice, and he did it until his death. So that's the kind of strategic collaboration we're looking about across board and across party, beyond party politics. If anyone is competent, if anyone has what it takes to hold such position, it should be beyond party.
Okay, let's bring it home to us, our own job. How does media portrayal of political parties impact negatively or otherwise public perception of party loyalty? Do you think that the role of the media exacerbates divisions in all of this?
It's quite unfortunate. It's gradually creeping into the fabric of the nation. If you look at it, the media has been polarized along party line, while some are for party A, while some are for party B. Even in some of the media stations, which I may not want to call names for purpose of advert, but they seem to be antagonizing certain political parties or certain politicians. And it's quite unfortunate. Even here I come from, it has crept into the church, the body of Christ, where you see some pastors who are pro politician A and pro politician B. It's unfortunate. That's where we find ourselves.
So what responsibility do you think the citizens should have, to hold their representatives accountable for national interest over party loyalty?
Not until we have credible election. Once we have credible election, that's the only way where we can hold our politicians. That's the only way they can be accountable to us. Because if you refuse or if you fail to perform creditably well, after 4 years, they're waiting for you at the poll to definitely take its course. Not until we have that credible election and reformed electoral system, power will not return to the people.
Okay, back to the media rule that we talked about. Can that really be addressed? Being the fourth realm of government, do you think that there's a way that all of these things can be rejigged and the media will begin to play the proper role expected?
Of course, very possible. There should be a reorientation. There should be some sanitization. And any person that is caught in the act, there should be some form of penalty. and discipline. Once there's discipline, people will definitely sit up. But where there's no rule and order, lawlessness becomes the order of the day. So if there are cases where people are disciplined, erring ones especially, others will definitely sit up, and it will no longer become the order of the day, and it's not going to be business as usual.
With evolving political landscapes, and if you are looking at it, if you're looking at it from a particular angle, the rise of populism, how can politicians ensure that they do not sacrifice long-term national interests for short-term party loyalty?
It's as simple as ABC. Go in there, do what you're sent to do, listen to your people, do what they are. In fact, just listen to your people, and then whatever you attract, it has to be in the overall interest of the people and not personal interests. That's the only way you can guarantee that. Because in democracy, power actually belongs to the people.
All right, thank you very much, Okechukwu Edenkwọ, for joining us on this discourse. We'll observe a short break. When we return, we will continue definitely.
Okay.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
In the light of Nigeria's ban on 25 import items from the USA. Nigeria can also lead discussions around the Africa Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA, and other multilateral platforms to sustain these opportunities. He further explained that Nigeria must reduce its overdependence on a few trading partners by expanding bilateral trade agreements with emerging economies in Asia, Latin America, and Africa. He stressed the importance of aggressively promoting intra-African trade under the African Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA. And to throw more light on this subject matter is an ex-banker, a financial analyst, and the CEO of Rugon Capital Limited, Aniche Ndudim Roland, on Trump tariffs, strategic steps Nigeria should take. He will be speaking from a professional angle. Good evening, Ndudim. Thanks for joining us.
Good evening.
Yeah, thank you.
On April 2, 2025, Trump announced a sweeping new tariff regime. We'll be looking at what this means. We'll be looking at what it aims at. And then we will look at the strategic steps Nigeria should take in this very trying times, if you ask me. So can you explain what this is all about? Let's even start by understanding Trump's tariff policy, what it means to Nigeria. The 14%, right?
Yeah.
what it means to Nigeria.
Okay, what it means is that for every export from Nigeria to the US, if we slammed, the country will pay a 14% tariff on all goods. More or less like it's a cost on the country. Let's say we are exporting $1 million worth barrels of crude oil. 40% of $1 million is about $140,000. The cost to Nigeria. That's what.
Apart from oil, do we really have stuff we can export as a nation? I'm not talking about.
There are so many listed fertilizers. If you Google, you see so many. But the bulk of it is oil and gas, energy, oil and gas, and
I think steel.
No, not steel. Oil and gas and derivatives of oil. The next on the line is fertilizer, which is about 200 million. But crude oil and gas is in the billions. So that's technically what it is. The rest are very minor, which does not have much impact. And so, because oil is our mainstay of the country, there's a huge cost on the country because it's a reduction in the country's revenue. But it's not all doom for the country. So the question now is, what are we supposed to do?
We'll get to that point.
Yeah. So the essence of our tariff is not new. Let's not forget, tariff was introduced in Trump's first tenure, and it was targeted at China. That was the main target. It was resolved, but you see, the same China exploited some loopholes in the agreements. You know, America has free trade agreements with Mexico and Canada. With the excess production and productivity in China, what they did was to take their goods to Mexico, and from Mexico route it into America as a trade emanating from Mexico, because it's free of tariffs. Yeah, so this is what has been going on, and it also impacts on trade deficits the American government incurs with China. Nigeria incurs trade deficits with America, so we still have enough room to negotiate that. Oh, American government, we are still at a loss with doing trade with you. This is an extra burden. Can we renegotiate further? Even if it's 8%, 4%, 10%, no matter the percentage, it goes a long way to impact on our revenue. So this is what actually happened. And if you look at it again, the first time, from what I read, Ronald Reagan employed tariffs towards the Japanese manufacturers, because in the 80s they were the highest producers of electronics and cars, and so America slammed tariffs on Japanese goods with the sole aim of Japanese companies establishing their factories in America. And it was achieved. They had a trade representative back then. His name is Robert Lighthizer. If you can Google the name, he was a trade representative of America on behalf of the Reagan administration then. The same man is now a trade advisor to President Trump.
Oh, really? Someone who has been that relevant way back.
Exactly. So because, you know, they have a very big institution and history of events that's taking place. So the same person is an advisor to Trump, and he was behind the same trade deal with China back then, and currently this present trade deal. So the whole aim is more or less like, let's start afresh again.
Okay, so
it's
not a fresh order.
Exactly, it's a fresh political order being introduced, and it has ripple effect because it was a deliberate attempt and not just a knee-jerk reaction from maybe Trump. It's something that was thought out right from when he was inaugurated, when he won the election, and when he was inaugurated. He has a group of advisors. I'll refer the viewers to Stephen Miran, the chief economic advisor of Trump. He put out an open-ed restructuring global trade through tariffs. It was posted in November. It was more or less like a blueprint of how the Trump administration or the American government will go about restructuring global trade. So when you read through it, you could see clearly that it's a more of a new global trade order being introduced. With America as the hegemon of global trade, you could see they have their impact in changing the entire global trading platform, the global trading sphere. And so, yes, you could see it had a ripple effect across the globe. But I know they have its principal target of mostly China and the Asian tigers. Because you have countries like Singapore, Vietnam, Thailand also being heavy exporters of goods to America. And so this impacts negatively on the trade deficit. And like I explained before on this forum, America has the dollar as the reserve currency. Every country trades to earn dollars. But America does not need to trade to earn dollars. What they just need to do is just print it and they earn dollar. So for every currency across the globe, from your central bank to Federal Reserve or Bank of England, every currency they churn out, it is a deficit in their books. And so for trade to continue and growth in global trade, America needs to print more and more dollars to finance global trade. Now this has a negative impact on also American economy, because they're losing more of their manufacturing concerns to the Asian tigers, to the Asians, China in particular. And so it also affects their economy. So now what Trump in his mantra is MAGA, that's Make America Great Again. America was known for productivity in their economy, from electronics to cars to airports, so many things, when they assumed the hegemony. Now, a lot of manufacturing concerns has gone to Asia because of cheap labor, and Trump wants a reversal of it, just like what Reagan achieved in the 80s. So the same thing is there as an advice to him, and they've churned it out. So the question right now is, what will Nigeria do, or even Africa?
We will get to that point, but there is something you pointed out just right now, that this is aimed at reshaping global trade landscape.
Exactly.
Okay, so I'd like to bring it down home. How, looking at the impact now, how does this impact global trade dynamics, and what specific impacts are we to expect in Nigeria's import and export relations with US?
Nigeria has trade deficits with America, and so there should be no cause for alarm. I saw a question where we placed a ban on 25 items from America. I don't think that's the right way to go. It's more or less like a reciprocal measure you are doing towards America. And in this game,
was that not at the same time that Trump had to pause for 90 days the tariff?
Well, for me, you're looking at a big superpower, a big super trading nation, and you are no match for them when it comes to such tit-for-tat moves, just like what is happening with China.
And America.
These are super players. You should leave them in their turf. What we should do is, okay, yes, you've done this. You can open a backdoor channel where negotiations will take place. This should be basically led by the Minister of Finance, with Minister of Trade in the team, and Foreign Affairs, because you have three areas like that where the diplomatic aspect of it, where this is properly negotiated, so that you have a fair deal, because they are open. There are so many countries negotiating with China, with the US, off the scenes. You and I will not be privileged to it, but it's a bit to renegotiate the entire trade deal, which is a good asset, not placing a ban. You send the wrong signal that you are heading for a confrontation. That's the diplomatic side of it. And when they look at you, okay, you want to engage in me in a diplomatic that, I don't think we will come out better because we're import dependent. So America has the latitude with their size of the economy and the dollar. They will outsmart the country. So the best bet for the country is raise a team, go and negotiate, which makes more sense. I'm happy Trump's advice on Africa met the president in France. And so that's the beginning of a leeway or a room for discussions so that we can navigate our way off these high tariffs. 40% is amongst the least, amongst all countries. It's
because China has more.
We shouldn't be
25%.
We shouldn't be drinking fancy for China. They'll sort themselves out.
Definitely.
But we, as our own, say, okay, what do we need to do?
What do we need to do will certainly be the last question that you have to answer. I want to believe that there must be something to be done to ease it up for Nigerians. But these other things that Nigeria also exports to US other than crude, will they be affected? I mean,
yes, you know, it's
the agricultural products.
It's across.
Flour, live plants, nuts.
The question is, you know, anything about trade is the underlying factor is how do you generate energy so that manufacturing concerns can have access to cheap energy to manufacture and produce goods that will be competitive in the international market. There is no way any factory will run on diesel and be competitive when it comes to exports.
Okay. So in what ways can Trump's tariff policies maybe indirect?
That's the aim. That's the aim, and they're going to achieve it. If you Google further, you will see countries, you will see big firms are beginning to move or are making plans to site factories in America to avoid those tariffs. It's a good move. And so, whether anybody likes it or not, Trump is only out for his country and country alone. We in Nigeria should be looking at our own interests. It's okay, this has happened. What do we do? Not just for the short term, but for the long term.
And so what do we do with them?
Okay. Now, that's one. If you look at the entire plan, it has all been coming in phases, and this is just one aspect. Now, in every trade across the country, you have what underlines it is the payment channel. And so that countries are swapping, you are swapping from China to yuan, naira to dollar, dollar to Swiss francs and all that. Now you have a payment channel that carries all the payments, which goes to the heart of what Trump tries to do. It's all about controlling the entire global payment landscape. And if you're not aware, the global payment landscape has been in existence since 1973. SWIFT. From 1973 to today is about 52 years. Is old and outdated. And so there needs to be a change in it so that countries can trade very fast, very cheap, and easily accessible. That's one aspect of it. Now, two, even countries with their foreign reserve, you will see countries like the Europeans and the Asians, they've been accumulating gold as an alternative to the currency, as a reserve. Let me paint it this way. All the currencies of the world are all like swimming in a river. That river is the debt system which we operate in. Like I said, for every currency that goes into circulation, it comes out as a form of debt. Yeah. So every currency is more or less like swimming on the tide, which was actually anchored before on gold in 1974, before it was removed. Now every country has accumulated so much debt that their assets no longer matches the debt. And so the question now is, how do we pay the debt? Because no matter the volume of trade we are doing as a country, our debt keeps rising. And so what countries, European countries, America and Europe are doing, in line with this trade, is to, okay, we will need to knock off a big chunk of the debts so that we don't have much conflict in our trades. And the major thing they are doing is they've been accumulating gold over time. This is just one aspect. If you're following the price of gold from last year, the price of gold has been accumulating, was running about $2,000 last year. Today is about $3,200. There's a bump in it. And so, the more gold you have in your vault, it gives you enough strength to negotiate at a global scale your trade balance, your trade issues. There's a saying in finance, he who has the gold makes the rules for global trade. And America presently has 8.1 thousand tons of gold. That gives them the impetus to change global landscape. Now you find countries like Europe as a bloc, EU as a bloc, and China all wanting to have a stake in changing these rules. So that's the politics behind your global trade. And Europe is going as a bloc, EU, with America. Mind you, in the Bretton Woods in 1944, it was basically America and Europe that determined global trade, the rules for trade. So what is happening now with China and the Asian tigers coming up is, okay, we've increased our trade, we are now like a force. And so we also want to have a stake in deciding global trade. So what we need to do as Nigeria and as a continent, Africa, is we should form as a bloc to sit on the table to negotiate global trade for the continent, so that we don't end up as spectators. They just dish down the trade to you, or they just dish down the terms of the trade for you when negotiating. So when we're coming as a bloc with our own strength, we'll get a better deal. That's the big picture.
Okay, so aside this monetary order, that's what you're suggesting,
exactly,
right? Are there other things like Nigeria thinking in line of adopting other trade partners?
Yes, we have other trade partners.
Other than US, right?
Other than US. But you could see there's a new order being established.
It's affecting everybody.
It's everybody. Everybody. There's nobody that is escaping it. Okay, even if you want to use China as your new partner, you don't want to trade with America, will you be comfortable holding Chinese yuan in the foreign reserve? That's the question. You know, there's this mantra, de-dollarization, de-dollarization, de-dollarization. Okay, hey, China, China, China. I have asked this question. Will you be comfortable holding Chinese yuan, even in your savings or the CBN? No. Even the BRICS that are coming on board, none of them is ready to use this currency as a reserve currency. Rather, what they do is they trade in a measure of gold. When they trade, they use an ounce of gold as a form of settlement, with the same gold is priced in dollars. So we're back. So we are back.
It's a vicious cycle.
So we are back to the same cobweb of the dollar as a hedge fund in global trade.
So what policies or reforms exactly are necessary for Nigeria to attract direct investments into the manufacturing sector?
Okay, now, we have so many policies. Tax rebates, tax holidays, all kinds. But as long as your energy is not settled, like if a manufacturer has to come in to use diesel, to pay diesel at almost over 1,000 naira to run his business, you cannot be competitive. You need steady power supply. That is uninterrupted power supply, so that you can be highly productive.
So even if we are looking towards manufacturing, because we have been mocked as being a non-producing nation, and rightly so. So even if we look towards that, because of energy, we are also handicapped here.
Any economic policy anybody tells you, any fine economic policy, and that does not address our energy concerns, we're just wasting our time. Recently, I saw the Aso Villa is going on solar. I mean, it's pathetic. It's pathetic. So, for us to compete as a nation, as a trading nation, we just have to develop our manufacturing base. We have a lot of gray areas to look at, to develop. We've not even looked at feeding ourselves, not to talk of exporting. Because it's when you have excess capacity,
you can export.
You can export. So, the market is still there for us, yet untapped. Over 100 million Nigerians, a lot of areas to make money, both for the country and to export. As far as our energy concerns, it's not resolved. There's no way. Then you now look at security, which is also a big problem. And also the rule of law. But what is important, we have to be very, very productive as a nation. If we don't address energy, forget any beautiful economic policy you talk about. Everything starts and ends with your energy.
Let's think global. Regional now.
Yeah.
Is there some kind of synergy that can happen with Africa, within Africa as a region, to begin to, see if they can be above the economic situation that is going to come by shifting global trade landscape due to this tariff increase?
Well, I think since secondary school, I've been hearing about the ECOWAS.
I'm sure it's decades ago.
So the ECOWAS with the eco currency, single currency, until date, it has not come up. It has not.
Now, can we really talk about that before you answer the question I asked you? Some Francophone countries still share the CFA for as long as I can remember, and it's working. Why? There's just a block out of the larger picture. Why can't at least West Africa as a sub-region think in that direction, actualize it, really, not thinking, because we have had a lot of rhetorics.
Okay, like you said, the rhetorics, the blueprint is, those Francophone countries are all tied to France. And there's nothing they can do with that. It's even bad that their foreign reserve is all in France, domiciled in France. And so apart from Nigeria, Ghana, and Guinea that are Anglophone, is it in Guinea-Bissau that are Anglophone, and Syria alone? Is it Gambia? And I think very few countries are Anglophone, the rest are all Francophone. So there's nothing, there is that competing interest. Who should lead it? Who will the French francs be giving up for another currency? Then which economy is bigger? Nigeria is bigger. But the question is, can we really absorb the economies of these Francophone countries to the detriment of France? These are the big questions. So the question we should be looking at it, I think we should move on as our own, as a country, just like the way South Africa left Africa and joined the BRICS, so that they can protect their own interests first. You should be thinking about your country first before any other person. It's more or less like just patriotism. Okay, yes, we're all in this sinking ship, but I need to protect my house first. When I protect my house and I find excess, I can now start looking at other regions or other countries. So I don't see it taking off, maybe not in my lifetime. I don't see it because of the geopolitics behind it. Mind you, you know, about 3 African countries have pulled out from the strongholds of France. The emancipation is not yet complete because their currencies, their foreign reserve is still in France. So by the time maybe they pull it out and they have their foreign currency in the bank in maybe New York or Switzerland, then we'll know that, okay, this country is completely free from the strongholds of France. So, but that's the problem West Africa in particular is facing.
You're saying that regional trade agreements will not sort this matter?
I don't see it sorting itself. Nigeria needs to look out for its own interests first. Because let's tell ourselves the truth, we are no longer the big brother. This idea of big brother Nigeria, not anymore.
So what diplomatic strategies do you think Nigeria should take in order to have, favorable trade terms with the United States?
I mentioned before where we should send a team with the Minister of Finance, Trade and Investment, and Foreign Affairs. You go as a team, and also Nigerian trade partners, trade teams, to discuss these terms. We stand a better chance of getting a good deal out of it, and not just placing a ban on America. I don't think that's the right approach, because we are still having trade deficits with America, and it will still push our deficit further down. So we can still negotiate our way out of it, and it's not going to be publicly, it's off camera, because you have a backdoor room for negotiations, and like, okay, we'll all come out with a fair deal.
Okay. Well, we keep talking about the big manufacturing companies. What about how can, Nigerian government support the small, medium and businesses, medium enterprises in order to boost trade as well, become high in exportations as well?
Like I said before, any beautiful economic policy or roadmap by the federal government that does not address energy, the roadmap to sound 24 hours energy for manufacturing concern, it will just be a waste of time. Any policy where a manufacturer needs to set up a plant to run on diesel is failing at initial stage. You are not going to be competitive. Not going to be. You are talking about Europe, and let's not even go far. You have countries like Egypt producing over 20,000 to 50,000 megawatts of power. South Africa 50,000 megawatts. Nigeria is just 5,000. 5,000 is not even enough for Lagos State. As Lagos State alone, for them to run 24 hours. 5,000 is not enough.
How much more for the entire country?
For the entire country of over close to 200 million Nigerians.
Now, feelers have it that World Bank is planning to grant Central Bank of Nigeria over $10 million.
Yeah.
Can that help?
Yeah, I saw that. You see, whatever that is happening right now, like I said, the trade from countries, you have a trading platform, the base that supports global trade, which is the payment system. And the payment systems are all outdated and currently being reviewed by Europe and America. And those payment systems are blockchain based to support cross-border payments. What we're using, the SWIFT payment, is an analog. It's very expensive, assuming you want to send money to America.
That conversation with Ndudi and Nietzsche on Trump's tariff and implication on Nigeria and Nigerians will end our outing this Tuesday evening on Signature Evening. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media handles as are currently displayed on your screen. My name is Ngozeka Mba. Join us again for the Wednesday, the midweek outing of this show.
And my name is Queensley Roland. We will see you tomorrow at 7 p.m. It's always a date. Good night.
Good afternoon and welcome to another episode and edition of E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. And I'm your baby girl, Queenette Smokonta. We have a whole lot of stories today, interesting stories for that matter. And of course, today, like I promised, I will be giving you some fashion reviews and we'll be rating it together. Fashions that took place and you know, wowed us on social media from the AMVCA award. So let's delve into the stories of the day. Cassie is ready to take the witness stand in Didi's sex trafficking trial, and it sounds like it may be happening as soon as Tuesday based on what her lawyer is saying. Cassie's attorney, Douglas Wigdon, who was outside the federal courthouse where Didi's trial is going down, said she will be testifying in very short order. Cassie's name was brought up several times during opening arguments and the first day of witness testimony, including when prosecutors claimed Didi made a male sex worker urinate in her mouth during a freakout. She was forced to attend. Her lawyer says she's brave and courageous for taking the stand and telling her story. Cassie is pregnant and far along in her pregnancy, and her husband Alex Fine was in court Monday. The first day of testimony featured a hotel security guard talking about the Cassie beating video and a male sex worker talking about it, but Cassie is the star witness and she's expected to have the most important testimony. Now let's not forget, I promised to be giving updates on what's going on concerning Didi's case, because this month will determine his fate. You know, now Cassie, who is the #1 victim, who is Didi's ex-girlfriend, volunteered to come up and give her own testament, give her own statement, speak her own, you know, case, and try to get it all right. And looking from the story which I just read, it is obvious that she literally went through a lot. And Cassie has been that victim that is ready to come out and speak. She's not scared of nothing. She's not that kind of victim that will come out, write a statement, submit it, and maybe go travel off town like victim #3 did. So Cassie is expected to give her own statement today. You know, I would review that tomorrow concerning what she said and, you know, what would be his judgment concerning that particular victim, which is Cassie. Now, mind you, she is now in a good and in a recent relationship, which she's expecting a baby for her boyfriend. And we hope that this does not in any way affect their relationship or affect her emotionally or psychologically, you know. And her security too is very, very important, because you can never tell, you know, it's not easy for someone to summon courage and come to court to testify against somebody in the case of sex trafficking, racketeering, and the rest of it. So let's move forward. Denise B. Dot, the girlfriend of popular American rapper Lil Wayne, has accused him of physical abuse. The 38-year-old model made the allegation in an Instagram post on Sunday, expressing her frustration with Lil Wayne. She claimed that the singer dumped her on Mother's Day via text message. She said, and I quote, "Breaking up with someone on Mother's Day is diabolical. Prayers up though. God always pulls me through, walking with faith. Wayne literally kicked me out and my daughter out on Mother's Day. I'm just recovering from surgery. I'm 5 weeks out from a whole mommy makeover. I can't even lift my boxes, but this man has his assistant coming to help kick us out and break up with me through text message." Now, Bidel further requested lawyer recommendation from her followers. You know, this statement was actually posted on Sunday. She made this statement on Sunday via her social media. But the truth is, yes, he threw you out of the house and broke up with you via text message, which is very petty for me. Why didn't you break up with her physically? But nonetheless, there must be a reason why he is breaking up with you on a Mother's Day. We know that Mother's Day is a very significant day for mothers, especially for mothers that have children. But breaking up with her through text message and throwing her out through his assistant out of the house. Don't forget that she is just recovering from surgery. She's just 5 days gone recovering from surgery. So the question is, what could be the reason why Wayne threw her out of the house and broke up with her? He did not see any other day apart from Mother's Day to break up with her. I'm very interested in this particular story. Honestly, I'm definitely going to bring it up for you. Trust me with gist and gossips. Because in as much as how heartbreaking and breaking this is, it is something that needs to be looked into. Because even if you want to break up with somebody, you can wait. What does it happen on Sunday? You could have waited on Monday and you do it. Or you come face to face and tell her, I'm no longer interested in this, I'm done. You and your child leave my house. Then if she refuses to, you can now throw her out of the house with the child. But first of all, in fact, the first wrong impression you did is breaking up with her during Mother's Day. And we know how women can be so emotional. And, you know, taking Mother's Day very significant in their life. You broke up with her through text message. Offense number 2. Offense number 3. I'm actually speaking from a woman's perspective. Your comment is needed if I'm wrong. Offense number 3. You threw her out not by yourself. You threw her out with your assistant. It's more like you're calling the assistant on phone and you're like, throw that woman with her child out of my house. Offense number 4. She is just coming back from the hospital and she is just recovering from a surgery. You know, one would say this is an act of wickedness, but let's not conclude until we get to the bottom of this. There should be a reason why he did all of this. It can't just happen like that because he's not a crazy person. All right, let's move forward. Tory Lanez was hospitalized in critical condition on Monday after an angry inmate savagely attacked him with a prison shank, stabbing him over a dozen times all over his body, with the rapper suffering collapsed lungs. Tory team says he was stabbed 14 times, including 7 times in his back, 4 times in his torso, twice the back of the head, and once in the left side of his face. Both of his lungs collapsed, and Tory was placed on a breathing apparatus, though he is now breathing on his own, according to his camp. Now, Tory's rep says he is in pain, but is talking normally, in good spirit, and deeply thankful to God for surviving. And he's thanking everyone out there who is supporting him. Tory's attorney said Tory is upbeat. He's a good spirit. He's recovering. He is a strong young man. He's expected to make a recovery. Now, note this. Tory was attacked at about 7:20 a.m., according to a state correction official, by another inmate at the California Correctional Institution in Tehachapi. Tory was rushed by ambulance to an off-site hospital, then airlifted to Kern Medical Hospital due to the seriousness of his condition. Tory Lanez's legal name is Daystar Peterson. He's serving time for shooting Mega Thee Stallion's feet in 2020 after a party at Kylie Jenner's house in the Hollywood Hills. He was convicted in 2022, and in 2023, he was sentenced to 10 years in prison, California Correctional Institution in Tehachapi. It's located about 120 miles north of Los Angeles. Now, this happened at about 7:20 a.m. yesterday, you know, and I wouldn't say what could be the reason behind this. Of course, we know how fights could occur in the prison, We know how things like this could occur in the prison. Someone can collapse. They might be in maybe exchange of words and out of anger, and he stabbed him. Now the question is, how did you even get those weapons to stab somebody? Which means the securities, the policemen, the guardmen are not doing a very good watch on those people. Yes, they are prisoners, but that doesn't mean they are not human beings. Maybe they prefer the fact that someone might die in the prison, because if you're not putting an eye to things like this, yes, we would say that they might not necessarily see everything, every pin, you know, because there are ways to these things. They eat, they have fruits and all that. So maybe that is how the inmate was able to get those sharp objects that he used to stab him. Now, how wicked can somebody be? You stabbed him 4 times at the back, 4 times at the side of his face, and 4 times at the front of his body. Like, what's your point? You want to kill him? You want to kill him? You want to kill your... I don't know. Is it out of jealousy, or maybe he said something out of anger? Because the both of you are in the same prison. You guys are suffering literally the same thing, because he was sentenced to 10 years imprisonment for shooting Megan Thee Stallion on the foot in a party. So I don't know why you want to stab him. I don't understand. Maybe there's a follow-up story to this, but the good thing is he is recovering. Thank God he is recovering, because some people would have, you know, gone unconscious or even died, you know. But I think the guardmen, the security men, the policemen should also put an eye to this. They should make sure that things like this do not reoccur again. Now, I know questions to be like, would he go back to that prison? Would he be in the same prison house with that same inmate? I don't think so. I think they'll have to separate them, you know, and maybe give another caution to other inmates to avoid this same, it's not a mistake, this same thing to repeat itself, because this is a human being we're talking about, even though they are prisoners. All right, let's move forward. This year's Cannes Film Festival has outdone itself again, with Hollywood's old guard and rising stars set to hit the red carpet to celebrate the best in independent cinema, as well as some of this year's biggest films, according to one longtime observer. Hollywood's ultimate action star Tom Cruise will be back in the French Riviera resort town to promote what may be his final appearance in the Mission Impossible franchise, while the US director Wes Anderson will surely be accompanied by the star-studded cast of his latest film, The Phoenician Scheme. The 78th Cannes Film Festival starts on Tuesday night and runs until Saturday, when the Palme d'Or top prize is given to one of the 22 films in competition. Winners are closely watched, with a strong showing at Cannes pretending sources at award ceremonies later in the year 2024. Winner Anora took home 5 Oscars, while 2023's Anatomy of the Fall also won 1, and 2019's Parasite memorably became the first non-English language film to win the Best Picture Oscar. The industry is saving its best material for Cannes almost at the expense of the other festivals, as that's where it's most likely to get noticed, he said. In one example, actors Scarlett Johansson, Harris Dickinson, and Kristen Stewart are all making their directorial debut in the UN certain regard second-tier competition at the festival. Even as the film industry review in the festival glitz and glamour, it's mirrored concerns from dwindling audiences to artificial intelligence, as well as wider global certainty, and the wars of Gaza and Ukraine still remain on attendees' mind. US President Donald Trump's announcement of the 100% tariff on movies produced outside the country a little over a week before the festival starts will especially be on focus. Roxborough, who added that he didn't expect clarity or conclusions after the proposed tariffs during the festival. Organizers have insisted that the festival focuses solely on film, not politics, but looking at the selections, which includes 2 Iranian films in competition as well as films shot in Ukraine and Gaza. That's not feasible, said Roxborough. The festival has set screenings of Put Your Soul on Your Hand and Walk, a documentary about the life during the war in Gaza, would serve as a way to honor its subjects, and 3 films about the war in Ukraine would be shown as part of a Ukraine Day event. Take a look.
Tell me how much fun does it mean return to this character, but also...
And pull to your left, please. And straight ahead, please.
Your team has been betrayed, Ethan. All your secrets compromised.
Everything you are, everything you've done.
Get the hand grenades. Today, tonight, and tomorrow, we rendezvous with every Titan and pretend we agree what we already agreed. But in fact, we don't. We can't.
Call it. Heads.
I'm speaking now to deny my husband's announcement yesterday, which was false.
Eddington, New Mexico, despite its meager population, is quickly being co-opted in online circles.
I'm ready to continue leading our town and fighting the pandemic and the racial and economic...
Package it and say like, hey, this is the box set that you can watch and whatever. I thought last year was sort of a high point for Cannes, and this year it looks like they've topped it again. I mean, we have, some of the biggest films. There's Hollywood films, Mission Impossible 8, the last Mission Impossible film is going to be premiering here. Phoenician Scheme from Wes Anderson, Eddington, Ari Aster movie, a bunch of sort of incredible American independent cinema will be here, and just a slew of the best art house cinema from around the world. It's kind of incredible. It just seems to be getting better and better, and I think maybe it's even dangerous. I mean, if there's a monopoly commission for film festivals, maybe they should start investigating Cannes, because they just seem to be dominating the market.
On a toujours besoin de toi. Non, fais pas celui qui... Ça fait vibrer quand même.
I might continue covering the subject, but actually right next to, I have a little area right next to where I edit.
It seems that in almost all aspects, whether it's the film industry, whether it's the sort of the art house world, or the people who are crazy about sort of Oscar-winning films, everybody is looking to Cannes to be the selectors, to be the curators, to pick the 10, 12, 15 amazing films that everybody has to see this year. That's always been the case to a certain degree with Cannes, but it just seems to be getting more and more. The selection keeps getting better, and the focus is getting more and more on this festival. And it seems, I think, anyone who has a film of any quality, they want to bring it to Cannes. They're almost ignoring the other festivals and focusing entirely here.
Right, any questions? Do we get given lunch?
You don't get lunch. You bring your lunch.
Did everyone else got lunch? Has everyone else got lunch?
Yeah.
I didn't bring lunch.
It's fascinating to see that not only sort of the main selection and but all across the various sidebars in Cannes, you have quite incredible films, kind of movies that everybody wants to see. And premier among them because of their directors. You have three huge stars, Scarlett Johansson, Harris Dickinson, Kirsten Stewart, who are all going behind the camera for the first time and have made their directorial debuts, which are all going to premiere here in Cannes. Again, it's the kind of it's the idea that these directors, these stars know this is where the focus is going to be. If I'm going to make an independent movie and I want people to pay attention to it, this is where I have to bring it. I think it's in some ways a consequence of Cannes' success. They just can't avoid that type of attention. The world's media is here to cover the festival, to cover the films, and they are going to ask those questions about the politics, about what's happening in the world. I think the Cannes, especially the festival heads, will try to avoid taking any political stances and probably say it's all about the movies, watch the movies and talk about the movies, but I think it's going to be inevitable that people are also going to talk about the world outside the red carpet and outside this little bubble in Cannes.
But while we're fighting to protect Americans, the radical left Democrats, who are so bad for this country.
Nobody wants to be talking about tariffs and Trump here, but in the industry, everybody's going to be talking about it because depending on what happens with U.S. tariffs, with new taxes or whatever are implemented, it could have a huge impact on the independent film industry. I don't think there'll be any conclusions that people will come to. I don't expect clarity about these proposed tariffs in the next 10, 15 days, but it's definitely going to be on everybody's mind, and it's going to be the first thing everybody talks about when they go to a party or go to a premiere or meet at a dinner. The first thing they're going to say is, what do you think about Trump?
R&B superstar Usher on Monday gave the commencement address to Emory University's College of Arts and Science graduating class of Atlanta, Georgia, telling students to be a dreamer. Usher, who has lived in Atlanta, received an honorary doctorate of humane letters from the university. So let's listen to what he said.
It is my honor to confer on you the degree of Doctor of Humane Letters, honoris causa. Congratulations.
Thank you, President Finvez. I put on for my city. Literally put on for my city. You may know me as a musician, a performer, a businessman, but today, yes, today, I stand here with immense gratitude as a recipient for this mimosas. I'm thinking mimosas, sorry. Momentous moment and this historical piece of my career is to be noted. So I tell you, don't be afraid to wander into space that you don't understand. As long as you are bringing passion with you, be willing to stretch. Be a little unrealistic. Be a little delusional even in your pursuit of happiness and fulfillment. And at the same time, be patient. Be respectful of the process. Because life is filled with challenges, and they will either make you or break you. But that's a choice, and that choice is yours. I know many of you at some point have questioned, what does a college degree really mean today in a world where credentials can feel overshadowed by clicks and followers and algorithms? Does a diploma still matter? Yes, of course it matters. But it's not the paper that gives the power, it's you. You create the value behind that degree. It is your ambition, it is your integrity, it is your hustle, it is your heart. That's how you lead, that's how you serve, that's how you choose to show up when no one else is watching. This world doesn't need more followers. It needs fearless architects of our future, and that's exactly who you are. Be a dreamer, never stop imagining, be better. Fight for a better life, fight for a better world. The goal is beyond our reach, but we can reach as long as we try. And furthermore, we will succeed because we do. Congratulations to the class of 2025. Now, go out there and let's make it happen. Thank you.
Okay, we are not part of the graduating student, but I was almost emotional with that very wonderful speech. That's great. Go be a dreamer, achieve all your dreams. The streets of Colombo, Sri Lanka came alive with tens of thousands of devotees gathered to celebrate Vesak Day on Monday, the country's most revered Buddhist festival. The festival commemorates the three pivotal moments in the life of Buddha: his birth, enlightenment, and death. Colombo streets and temples erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors with towering pandals illustrating Buddha's teachings, lanterns aglow, and twinkling lights that transformed the city into a dazzling spectacle. Devotees were also seeing lightning oil lamps at temples, symbolizing the Buddha's enlightenment and spreading light and wisdom. More than 8,500 free food and drink stalls were set up island-wide to cater to devotees, with the largest stall at Independence Square in Colombo anticipated to serve 35,000 people with complimentary meals and ice cream over a 24-hour period. While Vesak Day is celebrated across Sri Lanka, the capital city, Colombo, draws hundreds of thousands of devotees from around the island for the week-long celebration. Take a look at that.
Here to see Vesak, and it's a lovely experience because we we feel it's a feeling of being with everybody around who comes from all parts of the country, and here it's a smell, the what you see, what you feel, it's a lot from your heart. So it's a lovely experience, and I think this Vesak Poson is something very unique to Sri Lanka.
ඔබේ ප්‍රභාෂර මහවතුනි සමග සම්බන්ධ වන හැදෙලා එවුණා අපින් දැනට ජයත හැකීට සහතික පත්‍ර ප්‍රදානය ආරම්භ වුණේ දහම්කාර ජහන් පරිපරණයේ ප්‍රාථමික ශික්ෂණ ස්ථානය සස්සේ සම්දිලාත්මකව සමර්පණ ප්‍රදානය සිදු කිරීම සඳහා අප සූදානම් වන මොහොත ඒ නිසා
It is a nice experience. On Vesak Day, after going to the temple in the evening, coming to see the decorations, it is a very enjoyable experience. These lanterns are beautiful. A lot of effort has gone into making them.
විශාල පිරිසකට එකවර ආහාර ලබා ගැනීමේ හැකියාව තිබෙන ලංකාවේ ලොකුම බත්වා පැමිණෙන සියලුම දෙනාට ආහාර සපයන්න අපි සූදානම් වෙනවා. සත්වලන්නේ පොළොව ආමදේ කියලා දැනෙන වඩේ නිවන්න පිරිසුදු සිටින් ආහාර ගන්න පුළුවන් අවස්ථාව උදා කරලා දෙන්න අපි ඔබට මේ දැනට බන්න ඉවසීමෙන් ඉන්න මොකද තරුපන්තියේ හෝටල් වල ඔබට රස ප්‍රහාණය ලංකාව අනිවාර්යයෙන් විසින නිසා.
All right, that's all we have for you in the news segment this hour. We'll go on a very short break and the fashion review will be brought to your table. So stay with us. Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. This is the fashion review segment. So the EMVCA happened last week, and you would agree with me that it was quite an interesting one, ranging from the cultural night to the award day. And you would agree with me that our fashion designers outdid themselves. We should give them some credit for that, for making the celebrities look spectacular. Now we would be rating some of these outfits. First on the list is Faith Murray. Let's take a look at Faith Murray's outfit and, rate her outfits. We'll be doing this together, okay? Okay, so let's have Etsani to Kura's outfits. Let's review her outfits. Okay. I don't know what to call this, honestly. I don't know what to call the outfits. I don't know what name to give it, but it's beautiful. The color is beautiful. The color is fine. The designer tried his or her best, and of course she had the right body for the outfit. So we will be rating this a 6/10. For me, 6/10, because I don't know what to call the outfit. I don't know how to describe it, but it's actually beautiful, and beautiful on the body of the person. So let's move forward. The third on the list is Desmond Elliot. So let's have Desmond Elliot's outfit on screen. I watched the video and the person was like, okay, this is an elephant himself, because Desmond Elliot is, yes, a veteran actor. We've known him for a very long time before he had to put most of his energy on politics. So his outfit is quite outstanding, quite different from, from the waist to the top is giving, I'm here for political meeting and business, or more like a priest. In fact, up is giving, I'm here for a serious business. Why the down part is giving the whole Cinderella vibes, and maybe she forgot her shoes or something. But it's very beautiful. The creativity is nice. I would give it an 8/10. 8/10 for me, because he did something out of the box. So yeah. Let's move forward. Next on the list is Bam Bam, our Achalugo. Let's see what Achalugo wore for the award. This is quite so beautiful and elegant. This is well detailed. I think the designer was trying to do a whole lot with Levy design and with the cape, and I love the fact that the net had to blend with her color. It's so beautiful. Not doing too much, but elegant and outspoken. So for me, Bam Bam is a 10/10. Let's move forward. Next on the list is Nana Akua-Addo. Let's review what Nana wore to the award. Oh, I can't believe. Outfit is well detailed. The guest I had yesterday said something about if not because of that white whole thing, doing the whole dancing stuff, the outfit is just there. But I love it. There's a whole creativity in it. It is not easy to do this. And Nana is a person that always give us that mouth open when it comes to her outfit. So I'll give her a 10 over 10. Yes, it's very beautiful and creative. I'll give her a 10 over 10. Let's move forward. Next on the list is Liquor Rose. Let's see what's Liquor Rose, who won Best Dressed in African Tradition. The African Day actually in ENVC. Let's see what she won to the award. So she titled this Diamond. And it's giving diamond vibes. You know, it's giving princess vibe. I don't know. There's a whole lot happening in this outfit that is so beautiful for me. It's the design is outstanding, but not too extravagant. But you know, it gives that pronunciation when you walk in because of the white details and the flower, the diamond, the little shiny thing. So I'll give this a 10 over 10. It's very beautiful. I'll give it a 10 over 10. And next on the list is Mercy Eke. Let's see what Mercy Eke wore to the award. Okay, I think this person is the right diamond lady now. Because every single detail of this clothes is giving blink, blink. This is beautiful. Sometimes I wonder how these designers come up with ideas. It's giving Frozen sister tried to freeze her sister, but she didn't really freeze the sister. So she just, I don't know, you're all locked up in a chain or something. I don't know, but this outfit is beautiful. I think she's the real diamond princess right now. The details perfect, spectacular. The whole design perfect, spectacular. Thank God she didn't even go out to start wearing a neck piece, because I don't know what that would have looked like. So I'll give her 100 over 10. 100 over 10. Yes. So let's move forward. Next on the list is Osas. Let's see what Osas wore to the AMVCA award. All right. You know, our designers, I don't think they're giving them much credit too. Although they did this year, because what in the world is this? This neck thing is giving a dry leaf vibe and a little mushroom by the side or something, but it's quite simple. Not too simple, but outspoken, very pretty, well detailed and outstanding. So I'll give her a 10 over 10. And of course to the designer a 10 over 10, because this is so perfect. And next on the list is Femi David. Let's see what Femi David wore today. Okay, this when I saw this, I don't know what expression I actually gave, because this is what he wore to the cultural day. They said dress cultural, and this is giving caveman vibe. Like, what in the hell is this? What is this? You know, I'll give you some credits for the creativity, but for the I don't know what to call this. What's the horn thing? I don't know. What's this thing you're putting? Please, let's have the next person. The next on the list is Erenini Osinachi. Let's see what Osinachi wore to the awards. All right, this is another Prince Charming. But what do I call these outfits now? What tribe is this? It's beautiful on him. It's quite creative on him. It's nice. It's outstanding. Out of the box. The whole cap thing I like. I think this is tiny beads or something. They did something very great with the colors, actually, color blending and all. I like. So I'm gonna give him a 9 over 10 for this. A 9 over 10 for this. This outfit is actually great in the body of the person putting it on, so that's it for me. And of course, next on the list is Doyin that surprised each and every person on social media. So let's have Doyin's outfit on screen. All right. This is magnificent. Quote me wrong, quote me right. It is a yes or a yes. This is magnificent. This is, what do I call it? Like, what? If Doyin made it to the Met Gala, she's supposed to win Best Dress. Trust me. Because this designer went all out to make sure that, oh my goodness, what is this? Okay, I think that's an AI now. That stuff towards the ending is an AI, which is quite creative. But every single detail is on this dress. This is a tree. This is life. This is nature, and it's so pretty. This is 1000 over 100 for me. It is 1000 over 100 for me. Quote me anyhow you want to. Don't forget that you have your own opinion, because this design, how on earth did this person give this whole root? Oh God, magnificent. She's supposed to win Best Dress. I don't know. She's supposed to win Best Dress for me. All right, so next on the list is Erica. Let's see what Erica wore to the AMVCA award. I think this is the real Cinderella now. Beautiful princess, you know, making the whole magnificent walk. But it's giving a wedding gown vibe, some sort of. But it's pretty, actually. It's very, very, very pretty, magnificent. You know, the glove, the hair. Will I call that a tiara now? Okay, yeah. So I'll give this a 10 over 10 because of the details and the design. Is quite out of the box. It's not giving the whole body hug, con body. It's giving the whole ball dress and all that. So it's a 10 over 10 for me. And last on the list is Papaya. Papaya is the last person on the list. Papaya is in French is pawpaw or banana. Quote me actually. So I think this is very creative, out of the box too. Papaya and Doyin did something out of the box. Did something that not a regular designer would think of. You know, I don't know how they came up with this idea, but it is quite pretty. Very, very pretty. Very, very well detailed. I don't know if she was very comfortable sitting with this actually, but it's nice. I'll give this a 10 over 10 because of the designer and because of the fact that she had to do something out of the box. For the necklace, I don't know if I like that necklace. Maybe they would have done something like, whatever, what do I know? I'm not a designer. But this is very, very pretty. This is very, very nice, very outstanding, special, unique. You know, she and Doyin, great creativity, great design. So this would go for a 10 over 10 for me. Don't forget to always leave your comments in the comment section, whatever you think about this outfit. I don't mind. We all have the right to our own opinion to all these outfits. So yes, that's all we have for you in the fashion review, and this is where we draw the curtain. The show has come to an end. Join us same time, same station tomorrow for more insights, more drama, more stories from pop, arts, culture, literally everything that has to do with entertainment from all entertainment industry. Follow us on all our social media platforms, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and enjoy the rest of your day. I remain your baby girl, Queenette Mukunta.
artificial intelligence actually help us to imbue a program, either a program, a project in form of technology that will help us achieve success, become more efficient in any of our operation, whether in farm, because I noticed there's a kind of an AI instrument that I noticed, I watched in a video where you see that AI is being used in collaboration with technology, solar technology, to scare off animals that normally attack the farm. You know, it will blow bugle, make different sound, you know, even release a gunshot sound, but these are not real gunshots. But when maybe a monkey or that attack maize, that harvest maize and all that came to that very farm, you will censor that very monkey and begin to make those or birds perching on the crops. So it will sense them and begin to make those sounds, and they will scare them away and they will never come to those farms. It's also goes a way to show that AI and technology is a hallmark of our development. It's very going to enhance our development. But the only caution is that we need as well to protect the human race, protect the human privacy, protect, while we are implementing the AI and technology in any spheres of life. So if we must grow, we must go with technology, we must go with AI. That's the current thing about it.
Artificial intelligence, it's come to stay, right? Whether you like it or not, it's really helping drive a lot of sectors, technology, medicine, agriculture, and all that. So it's something that has come to stay. And the only reservation that we have about it is that it's going to take a lot of valid jobs from humans, right? And I think that's the only concern. But you wouldn't compare the benefits, right? Because globally, AI drives the economy. It drives virtually everything that we do, and so it's a win. It's a global win.
Yeah, when I was in school, sourcing was not in our own tongue. So we don't have it, anything like AI, we don't have it there. We use books, we go to library, you make research. So then there's nothing like AI. You have negative balance in some individuals. Because sometimes students, especially students, they don't really think again. They just type in whatever they want to get. They just get the answer without stressing their brain. So for me, AI is not good for these recent children.
AI is good. It will make you not to be going around, going to library, searching for, as in looking for research. Immediately you open your phone, you will see everything. So for me, it's okay. I'm in secondary school. Anytime they told you to research for any subject, you'll be going around looking for where to get it. But now you open your phone and everything will be open. So I'm happy. It's good for me.
Actually, I've not used AI before, but according to people that are using it, they say it's good for them, for students. But from my own perspective, I would say AI is making the students to be lazy, because they think that is the easy way of researching questions, some question in internet. But for me, it's making them to be lazy. Instead of them cracking their brain, thinking, making their brain to work, they will find the easier way, which is the AI, to answer the question for them, which is not good.
Curbing such thing, you will be talking about curbing the disaster effect, and that will be early warning that so thing will happen. So we need to evacuate so person from so place. Now, we now want to talk about let this thing not happen again. There are so many things associated with it. But there is one occasion by global warming when you have sunlight. I don't want to define that because I'm a deputy director of climate change department. So when you talk about that, we have to start adapting and mitigation. You've been hearing about climate change, do you understand? And it's not a year thing because it's a global issue. Suffice to say, this is my own word, that the earth don't need you to survive. We need the earth to survive.
Very true.
Whether you are here or not, the earth will survive on its own. If you check plate tectonic, find that it breathes. All these earthquakes, all these volcanic eruptions, they are natural occurrences, and that's how the earth breathes. That's how it forms. So most of the problems you see us suffering on this earth are caused by us.
And welcome to Full Day, your late night show on Signature TV. I am Vin Martin Obiora Ilo, and tonight we have in our studio Honorable Dennis Abo, member representing Ibueze North Udenu Federal Constituency. Dennis, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you.
I'll be talking to Dennis in a moment, but also tonight we'll be having a chat with Izuchukwu Epueke, who is a journalist with Solid FM in ENUGU, and we're looking at the media and challenges of democracy. You're watching Full Day on Signature TV. And joining me now via Zoom is Izuchukwu Epueke, a journalist, as we look at the media and challenges of democracy. Izuchukwu, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Izuchukwu,
Yes,
glad
so
to know
I'm here.
you have
Good
joined
evening.
us.
Thank you.
Okay, so would you say that the media is still the watchdog of our society?
Yes, I would say, despite all that has happened for some time, I would still say yes, they are still watchdogs. So what I can really say is that sometimes somehow the role of the watchdog is being stifled by the government, thanks to laws, the activities of security agencies, and also our courts. So because it's like the freedom of speech is under threat in Nigeria, because some journalists who have expressed themselves, who have tried to investigate or try to dig out things that the government doesn't want to, are kept behind bars, thereby somehow trying to put fears in the minds of the people that want to take up that work. But by and large, that watchdog role of the media as enshrined in Section 22 of the Nigerian Constitution has not failed. They are still keeping it up. But because of some things, because of some laws, some policies of the government, and the activity of law enforcement agencies, that's not how it is being watered down a little. But now they are still, as a journalist, I would say that work is still being done.
Well, some people have also argued that instead of being really the watchdog of democracy, they are really becoming the lapdog of political interests. But the next question I'd like to ask you is that so much is being demanded from journalists, and that's why they are called the fourth estate of the realm. But do you think that the government, the society, that they are doing enough to support the media to be able to do their work?
Thank you for that question. You know, the journalists in Nigeria are kind of, how do I describe them? They are kind of endangered species. Yes, endangered species. Because the society, the government, they need a lot from you. They look up to you. Now they tell us that we are the fourth estate of the rain. Yes, but the question is this: how far has the government, how far has the people protected the journalists? Because it seems that both society and the government and anybody, they try to use journalists at the time when it's at their own convenience. They will use journalists. It is not a question of whether they have stopped being a watchdog and being a lead dog or another thing. The question is this journalist in Nigeria has become a dangerous species. A dangerous species in the sense that sometimes you carry out your legitimate activity as a journalist. So that the government agency will come to you and say that you are trying to blackmail the government, you are trying to sabotage the government. And it will surprise you. It will be a shock to you that the same people you are fighting for will still be the one to say crucify him, crucify him. So at that, now when you find yourself at that situation, you try to keep your head afloat. Because I remember what I was told in the training I went to, that you as a journalist try and report the story. Don't allow them to report you. Means that you have to be alive to report. You have to be alive to be a watchdog. You have to be alive to do every other, to both investigate for another thing. But it's heartbreaking that sometimes the people you are being listened for, because the work of the journalist is trying to be a hold government accountable on behalf of the people. Now, people, I don't know whether people don't understand that journalists hold government accountable on their behalf, because the way they criticize journalists, they say that journalists is bad, journalists is bad, journalists are corrupt, journalists is this. Sometimes it is the government that will sponsor them to say to crucify But what I know is that whenever they have problems, they do run back to journalists, because it is still journalists it is still their voice that the government hears. Because sometimes journalists, aside writing, aside trying to report, it's also a voice to the voiceless, especially in society. It's a voice of the downtrodden. And we have not, I think people have not yet forgotten, because if they have forgotten, they won't be running to journalists. Now you find that people that today, somebody will be prosecuting the journalist today. Tomorrow, they will run back to that journalist and say, please, I need your help. So meaning that you still recognize
let me take you away.
You know the interest.
Let me take you away from that direction, because I think you've substantially made your point about how they throw us away today and then tomorrow they are looking for our face and looking for our help. Let me end our conversation by asking you, are you among the journalists or the traditional journalists who feel that the social media has eroded, our responsibilities of setting agenda, and that they've also eroded our advertising, a portion of our advertising, and that they've also put us under pressure, that some journalists now, in pursuit of breaking news, make mistakes because they're trying to break the news before people in the social media. Are you among those journalists that are saying that, look, these guys are eroding our space?
So, over the time, this discussion has been on for many years. The world we understand is dynamic. Dynamism is what makes it the world. life what it is. Social media has come. You know, before now, people were predicting, saying that social media will see to the end of conventional media, which is newspaper, television, and all those and those. But it has not happened. To me, it's social media has come to help the work. Now, if I might ask, now yes, you may say that now somehow the ethics of journalism that we used to know is being eroded by social media because social media has made it possible for every person to be a journalist. Once you have your Android phone and you can snap, they call themselves a journalist, but they are not journalists. We know they are not journalists. What social media has done somehow is that those ethics, those things that we need, like sometimes you go to social media, you see person snapping the picture, putting a picture of a dead man on social media. To me, you and me know that it's unethical to do that. Yes, but also let us look at the positive side of social media. Social media has made it possible for us to know that sometimes when something that is happening in far away Rome, in far away US, or even in Abuja, if it's social, sometimes they try to bring your attention to it. They try to bring attention to it. However, it has not eroded completely because I can still tell you that even when people see any information on social media, sometimes they will run to conventional media to fact check. It's okay, I saw this on social media because what social media has already done is somehow it has increase the rate of fake news. Okay, but however, that is also where the conventional news media is having an edge over them because the conventional news, radio, the newspaper, they don't carry fake news. They try to make sure that all the stories they carry is verified. On the aspect of revenue, I don't think they have. I don't think because people still advertise on social media, people still advertise on radio, people still advertise on television, people still advertise. So the only thing is that I'm as a journalist, what I see them as trying to bring them together. And when you look at it, so many I work with the radio station, and what we have done is try to leverage on the advantage of social media. Okay, because you know that some of your clients are not here, so you need to leverage on social media and other internet platforms to market yourself, to put yourself out there. So to me, I don't think that it has really affected revenue. But if you talk of in terms of ethics of journalism, then on that aspect, I would say yes, that it has. And let me conclude by saying that because of this social media freak that people have today, you find people not trying to be humanity. But sometimes you see a sin where accident happens. Instead of people trying to assist, what everybody is trying to do is just to the person that will first of all break the news. And sometimes people have a request to break the news. Some people have broken their head or have their head broken.
Thank you, Izuchukwu. Thank you so much for your insights. It's a debate that continues about whether the media is doing what it should do or whether the media is shaking it in its duties. Thank you again, Izuchukwu Opueke, for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
And when we return, we'll go to our main conversation with Dennis Abu, House of Reps member, representing the good people of Ibueze North and Udenu constituency. Don't go away. And already seated for this conversation is Honorable Dennis Abu. Dennis, you're welcome to Food Day.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Well, let me just go straight to part of the reason why you're in this studio tonight. You are a member of the Labour Party. You were elected by the Labour Party in 2023. And you've had your challenges being taken out by the court and then going back, winning the election again, being taken to court again, and then winning again and getting back to the National Assembly. it is no longer a hidden thing. Your party, Labour Party, is in trouble. You have many factions. And I'm asking, I mean, you are an insider. What is the problem with the Labour Party?
Thank you once again, and good evening, viewers. What is going on in Labour Party is not different from what is going on in a number of opposition political parties. A lot of people have said, and I agree with them, that the opposition parties themselves have not been able to get themselves together and occupy their role and discharge their responsibility as opposition, which is very necessary in a democracy to keep the ruling party in check. Now, so they allow little issues within the party to fester, to linger, and then to degenerate into big issues. And at the end of the day, maybe because other people are also wanting to make a fit and to take advantage of misunderstandings within the opposition parties, which I believe the opposition parties themselves should be aware of this and be on guard against it. So when little issues come up, they should not allow it to degenerate. They should solve it. They should nip it in the bud. Nip those issues in the bud, not allow them to degenerate, because other people are wanting to take advantage.
Let's go to the Labour Party. What were the little issues that have been allowed to degenerate?
Okay.
What were the issues that that is tearing the party apart?
For a while, for some time now, there has been disagreement between some of our key stakeholders and the National Working Committee. Accusations have been levied right and left. And right from the time the elections were, the elections were concluded, campaigns were concluded, there were allegations of misappropriation or corruption levied against people who were in the National Working Committee. I think these were very simple issues that could have been better managed and not allowed to degenerate at all. These are common, these are normal things that could have been better handled, better managed, but they were unfortunately allowed to degenerate.
You know, and I'm thinking that maybe this gives some clearer view of what the national chairman, I don't know whether I should call him the former national chairman or the current chairman, that's Abure, what he said, that some people who did not suffer with them came to hijack the party from them, and not considering what they had put in, but because the party had become popular, they wanted to shove them aside and take over the party. So were these people the people that were not interested in resolving these small issues? They were just interested in getting the leadership out of the way.
Let me make the point very, very clear. Labour Party made a very strident mark in the polity of Nigeria in 2023. And people who were members of the National Working Committee naturally should expect to take the praise, if nothing else. So it's not unusual, it's not unexpected for a chairman, national chairman of such a party that has put up a sterling performance by every standard. It was the best outing, first outing of a political party in Nigeria, maybe in a very long time. So I give it to them, and I expect the party to understand that such people who held commanding positions in the party during the election of 2023 should have been given their rightful treatment, rightful regard, air of importance. They should have been treated with some amount of regard and importance. It is not unusual for them to expect to be so regarded.
Yeah.
Yes. So if you now come and start hounding them, you give opportunity for people who never contributed to what we are talking about, or what we are celebrating, to now begin to come in as if they are so-called contributors or key stakeholders. You leave a room for people who shouldn't take the praise to actually come in. That shouldn't happen. I have always stood on the point that people, whether at the national level or at our state level, who supervised as officers of the party the performance of Labour Party in 2023 should be given a lot of regard, a lot of respect, should be treated well. Their welfare should be looked into. Because it is not out of place for them to expect their welfare to be looked into, especially by those people who emerged out of the elections that they organized as officers of the party
and took some public office.
Yes.
They should have really looked back and, like you said, give them their due respect.
Yes.
Another area of concern, and here you are, and I'd like to talk about it, was that people said that your presidential candidate, Peter Obi, did not manage the success of Labour well. He didn't nurture, Labour as he should have, considering the performance of the party in 2023. There was also the argument that a lot of legislators, for instance, that were elected, who faced challenges in court, were not assisted by the party as led by Peter Obi. Could this be part of the things that has continued to ruffle feathers inside the Labour Party? Do you think Obi has done so well in managing the success of Labour?
Let me say that what was achieved, let me repeat it again, what was achieved in 2023, even many people within Labour Party never realized the monumental estimation of what we achieved. And we shook Nigeria to its very foundation. It had never happened in that fashion before. We took people in their normal political domain and we shook them there, took them off. For instance, you know what happened in Lagos and other places of strategic importance in the politics of Nigeria. We went to those places and distorted the normal traditional things and pattern of elections. Now, we needed to be more on our toes because those we offset from those locations, we shouldn't have expected them to just...
You are not going to go to sleep.
Yes. So we should have, one, regarded our success more highly and known that somebody who puts up such a sudden sterling performance was not going to be left alone to come and build upon it and maybe take over the reins of government. So a lot of people feel that way, that especially our principal never understood or rightly estimated.
When you mean your principal, do you mean the national chairman?
No, I'm talking about our presidential candidate in this case.
Yes.
So that he should have realized that this was going to be a 24-hour business, managing that success. It was going to be must. It was not a thing to take a leave or take some time, and return to it later. It was supposed to be managed, and with all amount of fairness, with all amount of seriousness, with all amount of engagement, with all amount of understanding, and so on and so forth. it required all of that to be put on the table for us, because, you know, and then the disenchantment started showing, and unfortunately from very prominent people within the Labour Party, people who were spokespersons, people who were at the who managed the presidential campaign, people from the National Working Committee, people who their faces meant a lot. They started disagreeing with the party openly, and then it was not a small embarrassment to Labour Party. And then, of course, mischief makers also stepped forward and took advantage of that, and many people started laying claim to the control of the party. And people who don't know anything at all regarding the party, you know, leaders emerged, Apapa group, Abure group, and of course Abure was the substantive national chairman. But other ones started emerging because there was a lacuna, there was a loophole, there was an opening, and so they started cashing in on it. I thought then, and I still think now, that we should have treated this the situation more discreetly and handled the issue of Abure, treated Abure with a little more respect. If no matter what happened, what we think, the accusations that were levied, he was still the person who supervised that monumental performance. You know, it was not a one-man show, it was not a one person's effort, but he was the national chairman, and you cannot discount him. If he mismanaged the process of primary electioneering, primary election, selection of our candidate, we wouldn't have had the kind of performance we put up. And there was opportunity for a chairman to mismanage something. So even if for any without any other thing, for managing the process of selecting our candidates in such a way that we put up candidates for the election, and candidates who ended up putting up a good performance, he needed to be treated with.
Let me still stay with His Excellency P2B.
I'm not holding brief for Abure, and I'm saying that even if there was a problem, we could have handled that problem
in a better way.
We could have handled it.
Yeah. So I'm still staying with P2B and the gains that Labour had made in 2023. You know, we see him every day. You know, putting up opposition positions. Forgive me. Putting up opposition positions in almost every aspect of our daily lives. You see him weighing in each time he felt that the government was going astray and all that. But there has been an accusation that is more like a one-man riot squad than the leader of a political party who should give a sense of belonging to followers and party members. Is that how you also see the way he has, run the business of the party, and his position as a flag bearer of such a party that has distinguished itself in 2020?
In all fairness to our principal, the presidential candidate, to sustain the effort of such, or the visibility of such a party, required more hands to be on deck. It required those of us who are in the National Assembly to play our role, to project the party. Those of them who contested elections, like presidential candidate, vice presidential candidate, our BOT people, the National Working Committee, and the House of Assembly elected member, the governor, and so on and so on. All hands needed to be on deck to project the party and give us the right visibility, not the wrong visibility. So it is not just him, but I'm saying he is supposed to be the one galvanizing every other person, beating everybody in line, to the line, and reining people, encouraging us, guiding in humility, because no matter how humble you become, nobody takes over from you that thing which you have already achieved. So it needed to be like lie low, guide people to manage this huge thing that we have all achieved. I remember there was once even when I was out of the National Assembly fighting the legal battle, I was invited to a meeting once, and that meeting was to essentially when I sat down and I saw what was going on, it was just to put a stamp on the sacking of the state chairman of Labour Party in Enugu State. Everything had been arranged, put in place, and that was going to happen, except that I came. I just happened to come. I was invited to that meeting, and I sat down. I wasn't even a substantive member of the House of Reps as at that time. I had not won my seat back. But when they finished presenting this case, everybody speaking one after the other, it was clear that the game, they're putting the game up for the state chairman. It was my intervention that saved the day, because I said, this is Enugu State, and it was clear, very clear, that we put up the best performance among all the states in Nigeria. Yes, no state came near our performance at all, not even the state of our presidential candidate, Anambra State. We had won in the first ballot 7 seats out of 8 House of Reps members, 2 out of 3 senators, 14 out of 24 House of Assembly members, and that was not a small feat at all. And I just said, please, is there a way we can manage? This was my intervention that day. Is there a way we can manage this misunderstanding? Yeah, there might have been statements, outbursts, reactions from the chairman that didn't go down well with people. But could that just be a failure of expectation, disappointment of expectations? And is it out of place for him to have expectations as somebody who managed that performance of the state that put up the best performance among all the states in Nigeria on the Labour Party platform? And I said, look, what have we actually done for this man? Could his reactions and these things that we are complaining about now, could they have just arisen out of his frustrations? Maybe he's been too much in a hurry to expect reward from the performance, but it is not out of place for him to expect reward at all. It might be too early, he might be expecting it too soon, but it's not out of place. And I was able to establish that day that really we cannot actually put our finger on anything that we have done for that state chairman. And I pleaded with my colleagues to save him that day, and you did. And I managed to save him.
You know, I'm glad.
It was then that the chairman and all the National Working Committee people now saw. In fact, the chairman had to invite me from where I was sitting down and say, please, I should come nearer to him. That this is the only way, the only thing that has happened here today that will help us to get out of this problem, better. I think that if such approaches, that kind of approach had been applied to other situations about issues we had in Labour Party, it could, respecting the position, the thinking, the status, the ego of people who have managed our success, who have organized that success that we had. If we have managed
would have been different.
It could have been different.
I'm glad you're localizing our conversation and bringing it to Enugu State. And like you said, and rightly so, Enugu State Labour Party had, given a sterling performance incomparable with any other state chapter in the entire country. But it looks like when things started going wrong, they also gave a very sterling performance again in members elected on the platform of Labour Party, leaving the party in droves. In Enugu, almost all the members of the House of Assembly left the party to join the PDP. As I speak, more than 4 or 5 House of Reps members have also joined the PDP. And we hear that more people are joining. And most significantly,
which House of Reps
most significantly,
which House of Reps members have joined? Not, I don't know about one.
Just that has joined the PDP.
Yes, so far. In Enugu State.
In Enugu State, yeah. About 3 of them joined. Who? But let's not go into the statistics.
No, let me
not go into the statistics. But what I'm saying is that For instance, the flag bearer of your party in ENUGU has also joined the PDP.
governorship election.
And I was watching on TV the other day. I saw your constituents leading delegations to you, asking you to also leave the Labour Party and join the PDP. Why is it happening like this in Enugu State particularly? You did so well in the election, and you're doing so well again in killing the party, in quotes, by leaving the party. What is the problem?
You know, I think what the only thing that has gone wrong with us as an opposition party is the performance of the governor, the present governor of Enugu State. It is difficult to oppose a performing governor. A governor that puts up the kind of performance we are seeing with the governor of Enugu State now, it is difficult to oppose him. For me, I set out it was clear in my mind that what I had to do with this governor was to cooperate with him, work with him, support him, and let us govern Enugu first. And then, you know, project what he was doing, bring support to what he was doing from the center where we operate in Abuja, from the House of Representatives, from the National Assembly, from the federal government, bring support and support what he was, what he is doing in Enugu. That was very clear in my mind, and I set out to do it. I set out to make my suggestions as to, you know, wherever I felt that, okay, this thing can be done better this way, it can be. And there was opportunity.
Was it giving you
yes, there was opportunity. There was opportunity. He actually opened the door wide for us to be able to make input. And when you made input, if you made any intelligent input, you see him adjust the program.
I'm not interrupting you, but about 2 weeks ago, I spoke with the senator representing Enugu North, Senator Kezia, and he pointedly accused the governor of non-cooperation with people in the National Assembly, especially him. The governor will not pick his calls. The governor will not reply to his letters, will not respond to his text messages, will not see him.
Okay. Well, I will speak about for myself, and I can tell you straight away, I have never had the experience of trying to reach the governor without being able to reach. I've not had that experience at all. There was a particular occasion when I had a meeting of 1 hour 20 minutes with the governor, discussing his programs for this state, discussing how he's getting about it, his plans, what he campaigned with. I thought it gave me a lot of attention to bring me up to speed, especially when I came back from the litigations and then got back my seat. And then we had a very robust discussion. I'm from a different political party, and he's from the different. And for us to have that kind of healthy, robust discussion, I felt it was an honor to me. And I had opportunity to contribute to what was going on. And I made up my mind from that day that I was going to go back to Abuja, because there are so many wonderful programs that are going on in this state. If you talk about the Command and Control Center, if you talk about the farm estates, if you talk about the smart school project, if you talk about the infrastructure development, if you talk about, name it. There are so many things that we can, that is happening, wonderful things that are happening in Enugu, that we in the center can contribute and support what is going on. Personally, I have not had the experience of maybe doors being shut against me, or me not having access. I have been treated like a House of Rest member. I have been treated like a representative of this state at the federal level. I have been given opportunity to contribute to what is going on here, and I have not had any.
Are you saying that your colleagues have not complained to you about the inability to communicate with the government? You've never heard anything like that?
Nobody has complained to me, because why should they even complain to me? But just last week, we of the House of Reps caucus, we went to see the governor. There was an accident in Enugu. We ran for help to the speaker to send help to Enugu State because of the accident that happened at Onyama mine and Ugu Onyama, sorry. And then the speaker gave us some donation, which we presented to the governor. We didn't have issues getting an appointment or getting a meeting, having to meet with the governor and present.
You're very close to the flag bearer of your party in Enugu State, Honorable Doga.
We're all close.
Did he consult you when he moved over to the PDP? Did he have a conversation with you?
I knew about it, and I believe he was the one that led me into it when the discussions were going on. And
did you encourage him?
Yes, of course, because I encouraged him because what was the alternative? What was the alternative? You know, he didn't have an office. We have office. We are busy with government. Now, if you say you are suspending politics till the right time, he could be looking for something to also engage himself with, and he is free. I'm not free. I wasn't that free at that, before now. So I encouraged him. Especially when it was about making inputs to the government of Enugu State. I didn't discourage him.
Okay. About 2 weeks ago or 10 days ago, some constituents of yours, I remember 2 visits where they were talking to you about joining the PDP. Have you accepted to join the PDP?
Okay, there were actually 4 visits.
Oh, there were 4.
Yes.
I saw 2.
Yeah, but your media station came and they were part of 2, maybe 2 or 3, because the Ibwezeno constituency 1 came. They came in the name of Egalo Bonano. They came. Then Udenu state constituency came. They came in the name of Like Minds, Udenu Like Minds. They came. Then the Ibwezeno constituency 1 came.
But Dennis, what I'm saying, they've come.
Yes.
Are you acceding to their request? They want you to leave Labour Party and join the PDP. Is it something you want to do?
It is something I want to do. I'm going to do now because it has been a process. They've come.
You've made up your mind?
Yes, I've made up my mind. They've come in their numbers. They come in. Each of these groups came with up to at least 200 people, and they had representatives of each of the 10 constituencies in each of these state constituencies. So
will it be
10 wards in each of these state
constituencies?
constituencies?
That if you don't, it means that you've lost your followership. Or what?
Exactly, because
I'm asking.
No, but what I'm saying is that when we left to Labour Party for good reason, we explained our situation or the politics to our
constituents. So why did you leave the PDP at that time to join Labour?
There were so many problems.
No, just give me
internal democracy, non-performance of government, and
the governor of the state at that time was PDP.
The governor of the state at that time was PDP, and the governor of the state today is still PDP.
So you're saying that the governor at that time was not performing?
The government of PDP at that time was not performing. Was, in my own assessment, was not performing, and this is the general knowledge of anybody who is an Enugu State person. And at that time, the government in the center was not performing. The government in the state was not performing. So it was like our candle was burning from 2 sides. It was a very difficult time for anybody from the state.
So they had to leave.
Yes, and not only that, the internal democracy of the party was not really, because we could have stayed within the party to try to make a difference, but the internal democracy of the party was also not working.
So now you've made up your mind to return to the PDP, and you told me earlier in this conversation that what is driving a lot of people to PDP now is the performance of the governor.
Of the governor, yes.
You're satisfied with this performance?
I am satisfied.
And you think it will be sustainable?
I will be there to also make sure, to contribute to make sure it is sustainable. I am already a significant stakeholder in the business of governing.
So what are you telling your followers as you make another move?
Incidentally, it's such an easy thing now, because it's this followership that are the constituents that are coming.
No, I thought it was the PDP followers that are coming, not Labour Party members.
In fact, what happened was that when they came, I identified faces from Labour Party and say, are you also part of these people saying this thing? They say
said
yes.
they have moved.
Yeah, no, they say yes. I say, are you also part of it? Are you also? So it was you see APC people there, PDP people there, Labour Party people there, among these delegations that were coming. That is the honest truth. And I identified them because I know them. I say, are you also asking me to leave Labour Party and come to PDP? They say yes. Why? Because one, they say the governor is working and it is clear for everybody to see. Number two, he say you are working. They say I am working. Number three, they say you and the governor, you understand yourselves. You are cooperating. You are working together and you understand each other. Four, we think that if you come on the same platform, that it will be better for our constituency and for the state of Enugu State. So that was, and each group and each person that gets up to speak for a word said the same thing in the same way. They made those 4 points. Governor is working, you are working together in cooperation. We want you to come on the same platform. So that was how all the groups came. The narration was the same. The narration.
It doesn't look like you're living alone. It looks like some other members of the house are also living.
Certainly.
So doesn't mean you guys want to collapse the Labour Party. It's
an unfortunate situation because I don't know what else will remain in Labour Party when I leave on Thursday. Because
you're leaving on Thursday. You already put a date to it.
Yeah, because it's a program that things have been arranged in a process. I have had to consult after those people have finished coming. I have slept over it. I've prayed over it. I've consulted key stakeholders. Not one person has discouraged me. Not one person has discouraged me from this. And these are people who we called out when we wanted to leave. And they saw with us, they agreed with us, they went with us, and we achieved all the success that we did.
Would find accommodation in the People's Democratic Party for yourself, for your dreams, and for the aspirations of your followers? Are you sure that you find that accommodation in PDP?
What do you mean by accommodation? My membership card.
Do well in the party, be recognized in the party, have a sense of belonging in the party.
Let me tell you, number one, I guess the world chairman has informed me that all is ready for my registration. In other words, a membership card is ready, the register is there, and all of them are ready. Both from in my particular ward, both the Labour Party world chairman and the PDP world chairman, they are in readiness. They are waiting for me. Now, two, I'm a House of Reps member, so I have my work cut out for me. How to contribute to what the state is doing, how to play my role, discharge my responsibility at the federal level. Everything is clear, and I have my work already cut out for me, and things are going very well. So I am not a role is already carved out for me, and already
they can accommodate your followers. You're sure?
How? What do you mean by?
I mean, your role is cut out for you, a House of Reps member. How about the people that are joining with you? Will they get roles in the party?
What kind of roles do you mean?
What kind of roles do they have in political parties?
Do you know?
They already have chairmen. They have their executives and all that.
You can't have.
And they are leaving to join. How are their interests going to be?
It is my responsibility
to protect their interests,
to make sure that the interests of every constituent is protected. And now everybody is coming under one roof. Everybody's interest will be protected, either as party functionaries, or we give them economic empowerment, we employ them, we give them paid employment, or we give them economic empowerment whereby they can employ themselves in entrepreneurship and self-help. So there are so many opportunities.
Will be, sincerely, look me in the eye and tell me, are you joining the PDP for pecuniary reasons?
What kind of pecuniary reasons?
Are you joining the PDP because you see that the interest of your people will be better protected?
I am joining PDP because the interest of my people will be better protected.
Thank you.
And
thank you. Thank you, Dennis. You're not going yet. You go in a moment. But let's take our footnotes and quickly round off. Who said you are running late? Life isn't a race. It is a rhythm. Some bloom early, some bloom late. But every blossom counts. Society might hand you a script, but your story is your own to write. There is no perfect timing, no universal checklist for success, love, peace, or purpose. So breathe, walk at your pace. Let go of timelines written by fear or comparison. You are not behind. You are becoming in ways only time will tell. And life is still unfolding. So that's our footnote tonight. But before you go, Honorable Dennis, I have a little gift for you. Something to keep on your table when you get back to the National Assembly.
Thank you.
And that's our program for tonight. I'm Vin Martin Obiora in ENUGU, Nigeria. Let's do this again tomorrow. Until then, good night and good morning.